can call you. What I do is I just leave it green, and if someone calls me, it shows me connect with me is calling. So I know someone is calling to pay me money and say hi. So you don't have to answer. See how it's red? I didn't answer. But it's super easy to set up in the App Store. It's for free. Go ahead and download it. Connectwithme.com in the App Store. There's no monthly fees with this. They take 20%. You keep 80. Get paid out every Wednesday as long as you make over 50 bucks. Usually I make like an extra 100 bucks, sometimes 200 a week. And you know what? From what we've been looking at, that could cover your rent in Bangkok. So connectwithme.com, it's free in the App Store. It's perfect for people like me or someone like you. And it's really cool to just connect with your audience. It's not really about making all the money in the world off of it. It's more just cool that people that like you can reach out and say what's up. It's a lot more interactive than a super chat, if that makes sense. Anyways, back to the European lifestyles up here. Oh wow, guys, 18 results in all of Minnesota. No, dude. What do we get? A house. $5.15 a month for a house, guys. Wow, I didn't even know this still existed. I'm not gonna lie. Not that I would ever lie to you. I don't see a pool anywhere near this house. Not one pool. Not one pool? Not a fucking pool here. Imagine that. That's like our standard now. Young kid goes up, he goes, "What's on the roof? Does this come with women?" Dude, $375 a month. No, 5-bedroom. Wow. Holy shit, holy smokes, every day, life's a joke. $375 a month, guys, Minnesota. I'm actually very impressed. Very impressed. But what does this tell you? What does this tell you? No one wants to live in South Dakota. What does the average person make in South Dakota? This is what I want to know, guys. I want to know, girl. I really want to know you. The average person in Minnesota makes roughly $4,300 a month. Damn, dude. You go to Minnesota, making $50K a year, you're rich. Fucking loaded, buddy. What about Nebraska, though? Didn't even look that up. The average person in Nebraska makes around $4,400 a month. I'm having a hard time believing everybody's just making $4,400 a month in Nebraska. That can't be right. That's not... Is median a different thing? That's what it's saying. That's the information we have at hand, guys. All right, what's next on the list? Oklahoma. Fucking Oklahoma, dude. No, there's actually quite a few options in Oklahoma. I'm like blown away right now. You know, usually when I'm surfing on Zillow, I'm looking at cool places. You know, I'm not like chilling in Oklahoma here. Maybe I need to get oddly specific with how much people make. I think I'm being too broad of putting all of Oklahoma. You know what I mean? $525 a month for a fucking house? Hold on, dude. 46 rentals available in all of Oklahoma for under $600, guys. This is a new record. Let's get oddly specific here. Where is this? Stillwater, Oklahoma. In Stillwater, Oklahoma, the median household income is around $41,000. Median household, is that 2 people? There's a little skewed. There's a little skewed. That means some people are making 80,000 and other people are making 0. That's what that means. Some people are making nothing. They're making negative money, just welfare. This is kind of alarming. It's I didn't even know. I had no idea. What about somewhere like Rhode Island? You never hear anybody ever, or Delaware. Dude, wait, people live in Delaware. There's not a single place. Oh, this one's like $200 a month.
Love the lights.
In PA? Baltimore, go to the hood. Baltimore, there's one place in all of Baltimore for $650, guys. One place. Hold on. Looks like a lot of places for pretty cheap in North Carolina. Oh, yeah. We got 11 rentals. in North Carolina, guys. All of North Carolina, 11 rentals for under $650. I'm kind of amazed by this. But you know what? Everywhere we just looked at, no one wants to live. So let's go to the fun places. Dude, Australia. I was looking at places for sale in Australia, but this was kind of fun. Hold on. You want a good laugh? This is good. Hold on. Come on, baby. Shorty wanna ride with me. Now, for $800,000, you can get this Australian joint in Sydney. Okay? It's really, really nice. But here's something I thought was fun. You could sleep outside for $800,000. I mean, it's a nice house, but for $800,000, I don't fucking think so. You could sign me out. Maybe the Australian dollar. You don't fuck Australia. No offense. I'm just kidding around. I'm sure Australia's nice, but they're in the same boat as us. England's even worse. Now, you guys want to get a good laugh? Hold on. Let's go to fucking England, yeah. Hold on. Let's go to England. A little London town. I'm in London right now. Let's go for rent. Oh, you know what? Fuck England. No, you know what? Screw England. I'm out. I'm done. I don't even want to look at England. Europe, you know, you get this whole European. I'm gonna go to Spain. I'm gonna go to what's a big one? Portugal. Let's go to Portugal, guys. Yeah, let's go to Portugal. Come on, let's fucking go to Portugal right now. I wanna go. All right, right here. What's this? Oh, okay, that looks pretty nice. I'm not gonna front. That's a nice one. Wood floors, Portugalian lifestyle. Still $1,500 a month though, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't having too good of luck in Portugal. Right here, $1,600 a month, Portugal. Where's the gallery, dude? Give me the gallery. There we go. The Portugalian lifestyle. That's pretty nice though. I'm not gonna front. That looks very chic. Talk Spanish to me, baby. Or what do they speak? Portuguese in Portugal? Or they speak Spanish in Portugal? Or they speak Portuguese in South America? I don't know anything. I have no clue. I'm not well traveled. But I think I'm missing out. But you hear this shit a lot, dude. Okay? I don't understand the Europe charm. Maybe it's just I've never been. But I don't think it's going to be much cheaper there. But I think, here's what I think about Europe. Something that I kind of want to, Bangkok, I can't get over. We're going to end on Bangkok, but something I want to say about, like, you hear, like, you know, they don't work to live over, you know, they don't live to work over there. But I also think they're okay with not having as much. Does that make sense? Like, I think Europe, or these places like Bangkok, Europe, passport bros, women, I think that lifestyle is actually more suited for the average American. Minus the overconsumption thing, you're probably going to have to be cool with making less money, or keep making American money to keep your American spending habits. But I think that lazy lifestyle, you know, you hear about these siestas where people just take like 2-hour naps at lunchtime, just 2 hours of every lunch day, every job's just closed. I think that's the average American. I think that's perfect for them. I mean, I'm honestly starting to kind of go, yeah, Bangkok, dude. Like, I'm starting to kind of feel that way. But then it's like, dude, to do that, you got to really, sounds like a lot. You're gonna have to. The only difference is for $450 a month, guys. I mean, I think Bangkok and Mexico are our main winners today. South America, those compete in art. Or Nebraska. Anyways, I don't know where I'm going with that. I just wanted to kind of get on here. Sometimes I just like to surf Zillow. Just have a good time. I'm going to end on this note. It just sucks that it really doesn't make any sense that all these people from Mexico, South America, Europe are still moving here. That the only thing I can gather from it is they're coming here to make the money, to do what Americans now want to do. I think we're following suit finally. Because you still gotta make this money. Then you come here and you get the honey and the honeys. You know what I'm saying? And you come down here and you get Portugalian. I don't know. You guys leave your thoughts. I can't get over the Bangkok Bandit shit. That's crazy. Some of these, this one comes with a katana. This one comes with a samurai sword. Shug. And if you are someone who is done the whole abroad deal, because you hear a lot of people do the abroad thing, but they end up coming back. Like, let me know why you came. Was it just too cheap? Was it just too affordable for you? I just want to know. This is a common theme where people do the abroad thing and they come back. I understand why people from Mexico and all these other places, the cheap places, come to America and then go back. I get that. But I'm wondering what the, like, there's a visa issue. I'm curious about this shit. I gotta travel. That's what I'm gonna do. Tell them, shout out to everybody who bought a Caddy Daddy shirt. We're fully stocked. Leave a link down below. Everyone that joined the Patreon, I love you. You're the best. I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
I remember when these things were new. I love the SC400. It's Lexus's little two-door coupe. These things are amazing. Let's find out what's wrong with it. This is Tyler Hoover's from Hoovy's Garage, 1995 Lexus SC400. How many of you guys remember these things being on the road? They're iconic. There's a huge cult following for these cars, just like the Nissan 240. We got the Nissan 300ZX, all these really cool Japanese sports cars. This was definitely in that era. This one's a V8 though. What's interesting about this one is it has 91,000 miles on it. And it's the original 30-year-old timing belt on it. These things are tanks. They're almost indestructible. And I think they look amazing. I've always wanted one of these cars, and I tried to work a deal with Hoovy on in-store credit to acquire this SC400, and he said, Wizard, absolutely not. Hands off, this one's mine.
When a shopping cart smashed my headlight, we worried we'd have to fight to get paid for such a small claim.
And life will revolve around the shopping cart.
Bad. Anyways, let's take a look around this thing. How did he do? Here's the front of this SC400. You can see right away it has gold badging. You guys remember the mid-90s? The gold badging was iconic. It was a baller status. There's more in the back. The headlights are a little clouded. We may offer a little cleaning service for him. That'll clear those up and make them nice and clean again, clear. This has the pearl white paint on it. It is just so beautiful. This is the era of 16-inch wheels, and these have a little bit of scuffing on the center caps. The wheels are fine. No dents, no damage, no rust. There's our gold badging. Look at that, guys. Beautiful. We do have a little jumper cable sticking out here so the trunk doesn't lock itself. The battery is disconnected. And on the other side, again, this thing is a time capsule. It is in very good condition. Let's hop under the hood. Here is our 4-liter V8, and as you can see, Danielson has already decided to dive in. We're going to do timing belt, water pump, and all the things on this and get the services up to date. But I want to show you guys this timing belt. You can see there's cracks all through the rubber. I don't know if the cords are cracked, but the rubber is starting to deteriorate really badly. You can see a little bit of what used to be the writing on here. There's not much left of this timing belt other than just cracked rubber. Toyota's gone to timing chains today, but back then, a lot of everything was timing belts. A lot of cars had those back then. But this one, 91,000 miles, no service history, no records of it ever being done, no documentation or decals under the hood saying timing belt service done at such and such date. With all the cracks that are in that rubber, I can say that's a 30-year-old 1995 timing belt. You'll have to go to Hoovie's Garage and check out the story behind this car. It's pretty interesting on how he acquired it or how the previous owner acquired it. But the engine runs perfect. But there's one thing under the hood that is starting to fail that has stopped the heater from working. Let me show you that. So this little vacuum pod here is our heater valve, and it has failed. So when you turn on the heater, all the things try to operate, but no heat goes into the heater core because this has failed, and we're going to get that replaced so Hoovie can have heat again. Luckily, the heater core is not leaking, or I don't have to dive into that. Just take care of the heater valve out here, and we'll have heat again. I want to show you another interesting thing about this car with the radiator fan. It's not electric. You can see it has a hydraulic motor. That's right, power steering. Your power steering pump runs your fan. I don't want to spin it too much, it'll squirt fluid everywhere, but power steering fluid goes in here, spins the fan, and goes back to the reservoir. I've seen some newer Chrysler vehicles do the power steering fan. I didn't know that Lexus was doing this all the way back in '95. Pretty interesting to see that. Danielson cracked those loose and a bunch of fluid came out, which is normal. And I was like, how often do you take a fan off and fluid comes out? And he goes, I haven't done that in a long time. So pretty interesting. Definitely wanted to show you that. So we're doing timing belt service, fluid, spark plug wires, and all the services that normally would need to be done at 91,000 miles. So this thing is trustworthy and safe, and Tyler can enjoy it without worrying about a timing belt breaking. Like he mentioned in his video, the 4-liter here that they put in this engine, they changed a few things for a little bit more power, and in doing so, made this engine an interference engine. So if the timing belt breaks on an SC400, yes, we can bend valves and send this engine to the promised land. We don't want to do that. So definitely time to take care of that. Let's let Mrs. Wizard show you guys around the 1995 interior. It's beautiful. I love it.
Yes, that is your gauge cluster today. Yes, I cannot show you anymore because the battery is disconnected. So that's it. I'm so sorry. You'll have to Google what a picture looks like on another one. But before we get going too far, and I close the door, Wizard made sure I wanted to point out that look at the hinges. They're massive, gargantuan, and this is really not that big of a door. But isn't that crazy? And it's not even creaking or popping like most people's knees would be if, you know, they were as old as this car. Our leather dash is in really good shape. Everything is looking really nice. Wizard was correct. The interior is presenting very well. Got nice wood trim. As we move down here, we have our controls. Very simplistic because that is very much a Toyota thing to do going on there. But one thing that's interesting is, what is this? Voila! Yeah, that is our very kind of a winged cup holder. But at least it still works and it folds up nicely. Now, to move back, we can see we have just simple controls for our gear selector. Have a nice little hidey spot there with a ashtray and some secret paper in there. Entirely left. Our heated seats, and we have, it says push, let's push, and yet another cup holder. So I like how they're hiding their cup holders. Open up our center console, very clean, couple dust motes, but that's about it. As we get to the passenger seat, yes, those are the owner's manuals. So even though it didn't come with history of any of the other work being done on this car, we do have the owner's manual. But the seat's in nice shape. With as few miles as this has, it should be in pretty good condition. Door card also just as nice. So look at our back seat. Well, we have a little bit of a scuff down the center, but I bet that could just get wiped off. The one thing I am noting is with the last row back there. So if you were a tall person in the passenger seat and a tall person in the back seat, not going to do well. Somebody's losing some knees. But the headliner got a few marks as well. Sorry, Tyler. As we get back to our steering wheel, we have our lovely Lexus symbol embossed into it. We've got a spot where it says horn, I guess that's what it is. Nothing fancy. Control back there, but that is it. No other buttons, nothing else, you know, mucking up the steering wheel, because this is 1995. We didn't do that back then. Let's go and get this up in the air and see what it looks like on the underneath.
Well, today you'll see we have on the ground our little catch pen. It's thin, but it can hold like 20 quarts or something, a whole lot. Very, very handy. Just slide into a car, and catch fluids without having to lift it too high.
Most teenagers order candy from an app.
Well, most teenagers don't have a Skittles phone.
Yeah, well, if you go on Go Puff, you can see how Skittles is delivering their big game commercial starring Elijah Wood to someone's house.
Who's Elijah Wood?
Deliver the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
See, as we get to the radiator here, there's a lot of fluid where Danielson's been working on it. He just recently was working on it, so that's why we see the fluid leaks going on here. It's not that the car's leaking, it's that we opened up some lines, so not a big deal there. The pads are 80% remaining. Struts are not blown. Nothing loose. And sway bar link is good. Nice thick brakes over here. Strut is dry. Sway bar link is good. Nothing loose there. It looks like they recently put on a new alternator that looks like a brand new one, so that's good. Our engine oil pan, this little lower pan, is dry. Not much going on there. Transmission bell housing is dry, but the pan is not. You see all these little bolts along here are wet, and this drain plug is wet. So the pan gasket is starting to leak. We'll go ahead and service it with only 91,000 miles on it. I feel confident and assured that nothing bad's going to happen. We'll do filter, fluid, and service, and also stop the leak. This is about the era that Lexus was trying with Mercedes-Benz. We know with the LS400, they're trying to compete with them and has some of their technology on it. Take a look at this flex disc. It's in good shape, it's not cracked, but if you didn't know any better, you'd think you were underneath an E320 or some sort of a Mercedes or something, but no, that's a Lexus. Our transmission mount is good, it's not collapsed. Our exhaust is dual, but it goes into single here with a little chamber. It goes back to duals again back here with some resonators and some mufflers out back. Here again is another flex disc, not cracked, not damaged. Our differential is not leaking anything. Take a look at these wheels. Someone has put new struts all the way around. This OES Spectrum brand, OE Spectrum, whatever you want to call it. It's like Parts House, O'Reilly's, AutoZone, whatever. So those have been put on. Sway bar links are good. Brakes are 80, 90%. And the CV shafts are not leaking anything. Looks like it's been sitting for a little while. When you see cobwebs and things like this, that means it's been stationary. CV boots are good. Strut is dry. Again, those have been replaced. Nothing loose, and brakes are good. And out back we do have dual exhaust, and then just like we have our wonderful gold emblems from the 90s, we also have gold exhaust tips. Take a look. Beautiful. It needs polished up, but totally in line with the era. Let's take a look at these date codes on the tires. If you're also wondering if the vehicle's been sitting a long time, you can check the brake rotors. You can see there's a little bit of pitting going on. It probably sat for quite a while and it started being driven again. So it's not a big problem. It's just once you get going again, it'll clear it off. As long as the rotors aren't warped or they're severely rusted, you'll be fine. It's not a big deal. On these tires, they are from 2017, 40th week, which makes them about 8 years old. But they're like brand new, very thick. Being that they're not 10 years old, I would say go ahead and use these. They're probably fine. Let's get this SC back on the ground. So it really doesn't need a whole lot to make this thing cherry again, and I believe the values of these are going to go up. You guys remember in the early 90s, the rap artist Notorious B.I.G.? He had an SC400. He absolutely loved the Lexus SC400. I think he mentions it in some of his songs that he rapped. But these were iconic, like I mentioned, in the early 90s. It was definitely a status symbol to have one of these. They had the SC300 and an SC400, this one being the V8. The 300 was an inline 6. I sent a picture of this to Jared from the Questionable Garage. You guys probably watch his channel. If you don't, you really should. It's a really great channel. And I said, look at Hoovie's new acquisition. Being that he was a Toyota master technician, he is a Toyota wizard. He said, I gotta have it. How much? I said, no, man, I already tried. I tried to get this from Hoovie. He won't let it go. His claws are pretty deep into this SC400, and I don't blame him. There's not many left that are in stock pristine condition like this one is. It does need timing belt and some services and headlight polish and some things, but it won't take tens of thousands of dollars to make this thing cherry. It's really, really nice. I rode in it with Hoovie the other day to go get lunch, and it even has that Lexus Toyota smell from the 90s. It's intoxicating. It's really nice. The question could be asked about all the rubber bushings on this car, the control arms and trailing arms and all the different parts and pieces where have rubber bushings and things. I always say if the rubber's not cracked or destroyed, it's still pliable and it's holding its position properly, leave it alone. There's no reason to just tear everything apart. I've seen situations where a car collector has taken their car apart only to find out half the parts aren't available anymore, or the new parts that are available are substandard and not as good as the older rubber or the older parts. And they end up taking something that really wasn't a big problem and making a huge problem out of it. And they're like, oh my God, I should have just left this thing alone. Now, if they're deteriorated and it's causing the alignment to be all out of whack or it's riding really weird, yes, you've got to do it. But if the rubber's intact, leave it alone. On these older cars, when you have small leaks like we saw in the transmission oil pan, when do you take care of that? I always say when the puddle gets bigger than about a tennis ball. If it leaves a puddle bigger than that, it's time to take care of it. If it's a few drips here and there and you can tolerate it, you know, maybe you can put that off to a future date when you want to take time to do it. But if it's leaving big puddles, this one's starting to leave some puddles. It's definitely time to take care of it. The last thing that we're going to be taking care of is that it's very common. You turn on the radio, but there's no sound. And this has the Nakamichi stereo, which is a very, very high-end sounding stereo. The amp that's in the trunk has failed. Let's take a quick look at that amp that's in the trunk.
Who survives dinner?
We're good. We're doing a video. What are you doing?
Oh, sorry, I was basking in the glory of all the glory that is these beautiful gold badges. You just don't see this anymore. And yes, I do see this little tongue sticking out. It does have a keyhole where you can unlatch the trunk, but it's just easier to just set it down on this. And Daniel's going to he'll be going back and forth a lot in this, and he can just open it and close it as needed without having to get the key. Again, the battery is disconnected. But let me show you guys where the amp is at. Right down there, you see it looks like a little radiator grill. It's aluminum colored. That is the Nakamichi amp. But take a look at the glory of this beautiful 90s CD changer, guys. 12 disc changer in 1995. You were a baller if you had this. It even looks like the 90s, guys. So there's a lot of just rip it out and put a Pioneer, blah, blah, blah. No. I am a strong advocate, especially on these older cars. All it needs is a new amp. The rest of the system works. The CD changer works. Leave it alone. Do you know how many cars I've worked on just like this Lamborghini that's had tons of aftermarket garbage in it? I pulled out 4 carts full of wires and CD changers and radar detectors and garbage. And the first thing he did when he bought the car, he said, "Wizard, can you rip that garbage out of my car?" I said, "Sure." And we did it. It's clean. Everything's back stock now. It's beautiful. Same situation here. 20 years from now, when these are worth 20, 30, 40 grand, who knows what they'll be worth. As a buyer, if I saw that you ripped out the CD changer and put a Pioneer head unit and all this, I'm going to cut my price in half. I'm not paying top dollar when you ripped it all out. Leave it alone. Make it all work as stock. That's part of the charm of being in this car, is taking a trip back to 1995. So when these first came out, were they rare? No, they weren't really rare or super special. I mean, they were an awesome, iconic car. But what makes them so special is that being that it was so iconic in the 90s, and here we arrive 30 years later to the year 2025, there's not many of these left that haven't been roached out, destroyed. Some teenage kid got a hold of it and just destroyed it. To find one that's just like it was in 1995, and for those of us who were kids back then or alive in the 90s, it's like taking a trip back in time to a simpler time when cars weren't so full of touchscreens and all this stuff. This is becoming rare, like I just mentioned, because of most of them are wrecked, They're in a salvage yard. They've been trashed. They've been treated very poorly. Of all the SC300s and 400s that were ever created, probably 25% of them are left like this, that are in really good shape. I believe this is going to be a collector car. I believe the value is just going to go up and up and up. I'm not sure the exact price that Hoovy paid for this, but he got a really good deal. He stole this car.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible.
Okay, now
India
why
in
do
the
rich people
house?
break rules? And here's what's interesting. If you look at how people actually get rich, not the fairy tales we're told, but how it actually happens, you'll notice that almost everyone who gets rich breaks rules. You cannot get rich by following the rules because the rules are designed to keep you poor. Okay? Now, what I mean is, the rules society teaches you. Go to school, get good grades, get a job, retire at 65. These rules are designed to create obedient workers, not wealthy people. And today, I'm going to explain to you exactly why this is the case. Does that make sense? Okay, so you're taught to get good grades. Why? Because good grades show that you can follow instructions. You can memorize information. But the problem is that these are all skills that make you a good employee. Entrepreneurs don't succeed because they succeed because they see opportunities that other people don't see, and they take risks that other people won't take. Okay? So the rules we're taught are worker rules, not wealth building rules. And if you follow worker rules, you'll become a worker. Okay, so here's what you need to understand. There are two sets of rules in society. There are rules for poor people, and there are rules for rich people, and they're completely different. Okay? Let's start with rules for poor people. What are poor people taught? Get a job and work hard. Do what your boss tells you, and don't question authority. Don't take risks. And this, pay your taxes, follow the law. Okay? These are rules for obedience. These are rules that teach you to fit into the system, not to challenge it. And if you follow these rules, what happens? You survive, maybe you're comfortable, but you never get rich. Okay? Because these rules are designed to create stable, predictable workers. Work every day. Workers who generate profit for the people who own things. Does that make sense? Now let's look at rules for rich people. What are rich kids taught? Take risks, ask questions, and challenge assumptions. Learn how money works, and learn how to negotiate. If something doesn't work, pivot, try something else. Authority is negotiable. Everything is negotiable. Okay? So rich kids are taught to break the rules that poor kids are taught to follow. Rich kids are taught that rules are flexible, that you can work around rules, that you can change rules if you have enough power or money or influence. Okay? And here's the fundamental difference. Poor people are taught that the system is fixed. This is how the world works. These are the rules. Follow them. But rich people are taught that the system is flexible. These are the current rules. But rules can be changed. Rules can be bent. Rules can be negotiated. Okay? So poor people see rules as walls. Rich people see rules as suggestions. And this mindset difference is huge. Because if you think rules are walls, you stay inside the walls. You limit yourself. You don't even try to get rich because you think the path to wealth requires following the same rules that everyone else follows. But it doesn't. The path to wealth requires breaking those rules. Does that make sense? Okay, so let's be more specific. Let's look at specific rules that you're taught and why following those rules keeps you poor. Rule number 1, you're taught to get a stable job. Don't take risks. Stay with one company for 30 years and retire with a pension. But here's the problem. That world doesn't exist anymore. Pensions are gone. Companies lay people off all the time. There's no such thing as job security. And even if there was, a stable job will never make you rich. It'll make you comfortable at best. okay? And here's what's really crazy. Poor people are told to avoid risk. Don't start a business, it's too risky. Get a stable job. But having a job is also risky. You can get fired any day. Your company can go bankrupt. There's no security in having a job. The only security is in owning things. But poor people are taught to fear risk, while rich people are taught to manage risk. Completely different mindsets, okay? Rule number 2, don't go into debt. You're taught that debt is bad. Live within your means. If you can't afford it, don't buy it, okay? And for consumer debt, this is good advice. Don't go into credit card debt to buy stuff you don't need. But here's what they don't teach you. Rich people use debt all the time. They just use it differently, okay? Rich people use debt to buy assets. They take out loans to buy rental properties. They take out loans to start businesses. And because they're buying assets that generate income, the debt pays for itself, okay? You borrow $500,000 to buy a rental property. You rent it out for $3,000 a month. Your mortgage payment is $2,500. You're making $500 a month in profit, and the tenants are paying off your loan. After 30 years, you own a property worth $500,000 or more. That's how rich people use debt, okay? But poor people are taught to fear all debt. So they never use debt to buy assets. They only use debt for consumption. Credit cards, car loans, payday loans, and that debt makes them poorer. So the rule, don't go into debt, keeps poor people from using one of the most powerful wealth-building tools available. Does that make sense? Rule number 3, work hard and you'll succeed. This is the biggest lie of all. You're taught that hard work leads to success. Just work hard, put in the hours, and you'll be rewarded, okay? But as we've discussed before, this is not true. The hardest working people in America are some of the poorest. Hard work doesn't make you rich. Ownership makes you rich, okay? But they teach you this rule because they need you to work hard. Capitalism needs workers. The system needs people to show up and generate profit for the owners. So they teach you that hard work is virtuous. Hard work is noble. Hard work is the path to success. And you internalize this. You work 60-hour weeks. You sacrifice your health, your family, your life. And for what? A paycheck. While the person who owns the company makes millions off your hard work. That's how rich people actually break rules. Okay, so let's look at concrete examples of how rich people break rules to get rich. Pay your taxes. If you don't pay your taxes, you go to jail, okay? And this is true for ordinary people. Wage worker and you don't pay your taxes, the IRS will come after you. They'll seize your assets, okay? But rich people, that is not how it works, guys. Rich people have entire teams of accountants and lawyers whose job is to minimize taxes, and they do this legally. How? By using the tax code, okay? The tax code is thousands of pages long, and it's full of loopholes that benefit wealthy people. Deductions for business expenses, deductions for investment losses, tax-free accounts, offshore accounts, shell companies, real estate depreciation, okay? So a rich person makes $10 million in a year, but they pay almost nothing in taxes. Meanwhile, a worker making $50,000 pays 20 to 30% in taxes. How is this fair? It's not, but it's legal because rich people write the taxes laws. They lobby Congress, they donate to politicians, and they make sure the tax code benefits them. Okay, so they're not breaking the law, but they're definitely breaking the spirit of the rule that says everyone should pay their fair share. Does that make sense? Breaking ethical boundaries. And then there are rich people who break ethical rules. Not laws necessarily, but ethical boundaries. Let me give you examples. Pharmaceutical companies that jack up the price of life-saving drugs 5,000%. Is this illegal? No. Is it deeply immoral? Yes. But they do it because they can. Because the rule is maximize profit. And morality is negotiable. Okay? Tech companies that design addictive products to hook children. Is this illegal? No. Is it harmful?
We wanted to last longer in bed, and this is how we did it. If your man is struggling with early climax and getting anxious about it, Sex RX plus climax control through HIMS.
But they do it because engagement drives profit, and harm is just an externality. Okay? Real estate investors who buy up all the houses in a neighborhood and jack up rents, forcing poor families out. Is this illegal? No. Is it ethical? Questionable. But they do it because profit matters more than people. Okay? And this is what I mean when I say getting rich requires breaking rules. You have to be willing to do things that ordinary people won't do. You have to be willing to prioritize profit over people, over ethics, over fairness. Now, does this mean all rich people are evil? No. But it does mean that getting rich often requires making choices that most people would find uncomfortable. Does that make sense? Okay, so now let's talk about why we're taught to follow rules in the first place. Because there's a myth that society operates on fair play, that everyone plays by the same rules, that if you work hard and follow the rules, you'll be rewarded, okay? But this is not true. Society does not operate on fair play. Society operates on power. And the people with power make the rules. And they make rules that benefit themselves. Does that make sense? Now, who makes the rules? The entire legal system is designed to protect the interests of the powerful, okay? So when you're taught to follow the rules, what you're really being taught is stay in your place. Don't challenge the system, accept the hierarchy, because the rules exist to maintain the hierarchy. The rules exist to keep rich people rich and poor people poor. Does that make sense? I follow rules because they have to. Okay? If you're poor and you break the rules, you get punished. You break a minor law, you go to jail. You cheat on your taxes, the IRS destroys you. You steal something small, you get arrested. Okay? Poor people can't afford to break rules because they don't have protection. They don't have lawyers, they don't have money to pay fines, they don't have connections to get out of trouble. So they follow rules because the consequences of breaking rules are devastating. Does that make sense? A poor person steals $500 from a store, they go to jail for 5 years. A rich person commits fraud and steals $500 million from investors, they pay a fine and admit no wrongdoing. Does that sound fair? It's not, but that's how the system works. The rules apply differently depending on how much money you have, okay? So rich people learn that rules are flexible, that rules can be bent or broken if you have enough resources. And this gives them a huge advantage because they're not constrained by the same rules that constrain everyone else. Does that make sense? Okay, so if you want to get rich, you need a mindset shift. You need to stop thinking like a rule follower and start thinking like a rule breaker. Let me explain what this means. First, you need to shift from obedience to strategy. Don't just follow rules because you're supposed to. Ask why the rule exists. Who does it benefit? Who does it harm? And then decide strategically whether following that rule serves your interests. Okay? For example, the rule says, go to college and get a degree. Why does this rule exist? Because society needs educated workers. But does going to college serve your interests? Maybe, maybe not. If you want to be a doctor, yes. If you want to start a tech company, maybe not. Steve Jobs and Bill Gates didn't need degrees. They dropped out and started companies. Okay? So think strategically. Don't follow rules blindly. Follow rules when they serve you. Break rules when breaking them serves you better. Does that make sense? Second, you need to shift from risk aversion to risk management. Avoid risk. Learn to manage risk, okay? Poor people are taught to avoid risk. Don't take chances. Play it safe. Get a stable job. But rich people understand that all of life is risk. Having a job is risky. Starting a business is risky. Investing is risky. everything is risky. So the question is not how to avoid risk. The question is how to take calculated risks that have high potential rewards. Okay? Rich people take risks all the time, but they don't take stupid risks. They take calculated risks. They assess the downside. They have backup plans. They protect themselves. But they're willing to take risks because they understand that without risk, there's no reward. Does that make sense? Third, you need to shift from a scarcity mindset to an abundance mindset. Don't think there's not enough for everyone. Think there are opportunities everywhere, okay? Poor people are taught is limited, jobs are limited, success is limited. If someone else succeeds, that's one less spot for you. This creates a zero-sum mentality where you're competing against everyone for limited resources, okay? But rich people think abundance. There's enough for everyone. If someone else succeeds, that creates more opportunities. Success breeds success. And this mindset opens up possibilities because you're not afraid of competition. You're looking for collaboration, for partnership, for ways to create value together. Does that make sense? Fourth, you need to shift from asking for permission to asking for forgiveness. Don't wait for someone to tell you it's okay to do something. Just do it and deal with the consequences later, okay? Poor people ask for permission.
Give me 20 days, and military calisthenics will make you turn heads on New Year. If you're...
Is it okay if I do this? Can I have your approval? They wait for authority to give them permission. But by the time you get permission, the opportunity is gone. Someone else already took it, okay? Rich people ask for forgiveness. They do what they want, and if someone complains, they apologize and move on. This is how startups work. Move fast and break things. Don't wait for permission. Just build it. Launch it. If it breaks rules, deal with it later. By the time regulators catch up, you're already established and too big to stop. Does that make sense? Okay, but I want to be clear about something. Breaking rules comes with risks. You can lose money, you can lose reputation, you can face legal consequences. I'm not saying you should break laws and expect no consequences. What I'm saying is that getting rich often requires doing things that are unconventional, that push boundaries, that challenge norms, okay? And you have to be smart about it. You have to know which rules you can break and which rules you can't. You have to manage the risks. You have to have a backup plan. Does that make sense? But there are lots of rules you should break. Social rules, cultural norms, educational expectations, career paths, financial conventions. These are the rules that keep you trapped in mediocrity. These are the rules that keep you poor. And breaking these rules is how you create opportunities for yourself, okay? Don't go to college if it doesn't serve you. Don't get a traditional job if you can build something better. Don't save money in a savings account if you can invest it for higher returns. Don't follow the conventional career path if there's a better path for you. Don't be polite and humble if being assertive and self-promotional gets you better results. Okay? These are rules that society teaches you to follow, but they're not laws, they're just norms. And norms can be broken without serious consequences. You might face social disapproval. People might think you're weird or arrogant or risky. But so what? You're trying to get rich, not win a popularity contest. Does that make sense? Okay, so here's the really important part. The system protects itself by teaching you to follow rules. By teaching you that rule breakers are criminals, troublemakers, rebels, okay? And this is social control. If everyone followed all the rules, nobody would challenge them. Nobody would question why things are the way they are. Nobody would try to change things. Everyone would just accept their place in the hierarchy. Workers would stay workers. Poor people would stay poor. Rich people would stay rich, okay? But when people break rules, they disrupt the system. They create new possibilities. They shift power. And the system doesn't like this. So the system teaches you from childhood that rule breaking is bad, that you should be obedient, that you should respect authority, that you should follow the path that's laid out for you. Does Does that make sense? And when you do break rules, the system punishes you. Not just with legal consequences, but with social consequences. People will criticize you. They'll say you're irresponsible, you're reckless, you're greedy, you're a bad person, okay? And this social pressure is powerful. Most people can't handle it. Most people need approval from others. They need to fit in. They need to be accepted. So they conform. They follow the rules. Even when following the rules keeps them poor. Does that make sense? But if you want to get rich, you have to be okay with social disapproval. You have to be okay with people thinking you're crazy or stupid or arrogant. You have to be willing to stand apart from the crowd. Because the crowd follows rules. And following rules keeps you average. Okay? Okay, so let's bring this all together. Why does becoming rich require breaking their rules? Because the rules are designed to create workers, not wealth builders. Because the rules benefit the people who are already rich and keep poor people poor. Because the rules teach you to be obedient, risk-averse, and conventional. And none of those traits lead to wealth. Okay? To get rich, you need to think differently. You need to see rules as flexible, not fixed. You need to take risks that others won't take. You need to do things that others are afraid to do. You need to challenge assumptions, question authority, and forge your own path. Does that make sense? Now, does this mean you should break every rule? No. You need to be strategic. Break the rules that hold you back. Follow the rules that protect you. But don't follow rules blindly just because you're supposed to. Think for yourself. Act in your own interest. And understand that the path to wealth is not the conventional path. It's the path that most people are too afraid to take. Okay? And here's the hardest part. You have to be willing to be uncomfortable. You have to be willing to face criticism. You have to be willing to fail. Because breaking rules means going against the grain. And going against the grain is hard. Most people can't do it. Most people don't want to do it. They'd rather follow the rules and be comfortable and poor than break the rules and be uncomfortable and maybe get rich. Does that make sense? But if you want to get rich, you don't have a choice. You have to break their rules. You have to reject the conventional path. You have to think like a rich person, not a worker. And you have to be okay with the fact that this will make you different, that people will judge you, that you'll face resistance. But that's the price. That's what it takes. And if you're not willing to pay that price, then you won't get rich. You'll follow the rules and you'll stay exactly where you are. Okay? The choice is yours. Follow the rules and stay poor. Or break the rules and take your shot at wealth. But understand that these are the only two options. There is no third path. Does that make sense, guys?
Most people over 40 are playing with AI instead of letting it actually help them. Here's the difference.
1996 and the internet just came out. It's going to create a whole new wave of millionaires over the next 20 years.
Okay, everybody, it's 2025. And AI will create a new wave of millionaires more than the internet did before. It's the perfect time to start.
So this is how I became one habit changed everything. I replaced social media with microlearning. Now, instead of wasting time on social media, I spend 15 minutes a day actually learning how to use AI for writing, planning, brainstorming, and real work. That's it, just one skill a day. This is the 28-day AI challenge built for beginners over 40. Starts tomorrow. Tap the screen to join us and try the one habit that makes you unstoppable.
And I love they're individually wrapped, so it's like perfect. Then I got eggs. I wanted to make some egg bites or something this week. I've been using cottage cheese a ton lately in my recipes. So this is the low-fat one from Good Cultures. They make my favorite one. Then I got this for my husband. It's cold pressed orange juice, Oatly unsweetened oat milk, the beef tenderloin tips. This is so good in Chipotle bowls. I obviously had to get more of my favorite Nuno's yogurt. I still
This shit is bumpy as hell. Hell no. Tearing my shit up, shaking my load.
Okay, time for the second channel, and this is going to be a fun one because a person approached me and they had a challenge for me. And the challenge was, honestly, I've been thinking about a challenge like this since my childhood. And the challenge was, if I can fix it, I can keep it. This is a 2017 Porsche Boxster S. It's white on red. It looks really, really cool. It has a 2.5 liter Boxster engine. It's a 4-cylinder, so it kind of sounds like a Subaru, but that doesn't matter because this car needs a lot of work. And when I say a lot of work, I mean a lot of work because it was in the same flood as my P1. This was in Hurricane Ian. This was in a flood so bad that there is no water line at all. There's no water line anywhere. It was all the way underwater, which is exactly how I like it. I thought, why not take this as a challenge? Because the challenge was, if I could make this run, then I could keep it. But since I don't have unlimited time because I have a lot of other builds, I figured we make this run within the weekend. By the way, the guy behind the camera is Mike, Max Speed Mike.
They don't want to see my ugly face.
Look at that, yeah. So Max Speed Mike just came by and he wanted to screw around with cars, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Got some big Porsche brakes, and you can tell that it was in a flood because everything here is rusted. But it doesn't actually look that bad. What looks really cool though is if we open this door very carefully. Okay, that's an interior. That's a really, really nice interior. It's red, exactly the same color as the one in my 918 Spider. So this is, I believe, called Bordeaux, and it also has a red top. So honestly, if you just like backed up and like squinted real hard and then looked at this car, I feel like it would look like a brand new car. If you didn't smell it, it would look like it would smell, you know what, car needs work. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull up the carpets and take a look at what's in the fuse box, because I believe the fuse box is probably really corroded. Salt water does a lot of damage to electronics, so maybe there's some electronic damage there, maybe there's computers that we need to replace. One thing I'm really concerned about is what's under here. And honestly, it's another trunk. So it has a front trunk and a rear trunk. Very practical car. But underneath this is the actual engine. And I want to see if I maybe pull a spark plug to see if there's water in the engine. Because if there is water in the engine, we might need another engine. And if we're replacing electronics, computers, and then mechanical components like the engine and stuff, it might not be 100% worth it, but I feel like if I can get a Porsche for free, we gotta try. So right now it's in the clean shop. I'm not gonna get this shop all salty and dirty and dusty, so we have to take it to the other shop. And to do that, we gotta push it. We gotta push it, Mike.
We?
Yeah, we gotta push it. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
You got this.
That's okay, man. Yeah, I'm totally fine.
It's all you, bud. You can do it.
Wow. This looks sweet. Look at me and my new Porsche. Why does it have to push every Porsche from one shop to another? I don't know much about the Porsche Boxster, but this is a 718 Boxster S. Has a 2.5 liter turbocharged 4-cylinder Boxster engine, and I think it makes somewhere around 300 horsepower. You guys can let me know in the comments if I'm wrong about that. This makes 0 horsepower. This is barely 1 manpower right now. This is the uphill bit. This is where I usually need a second person.
No, I think you got it.
Yeah, this is me having it. Yep, I definitely got this. Woo! Alright, perfect. I'm gonna do a little trick that I learned from some old school mechanics, and that is to turn it by the wheels. One, two, okay, there we go. Woo! Okay. Yeah, that was okay. Yeah, that was easy. That was no effort at all. I'm gonna put my butthole back in. Okay, so I think it is painfully obvious to anybody watching that this car and this project may have a few more bumps in the road than I initially thought. And that's sort of my thing. You see, I take these ambitious projects that nobody else wants, and I like to put them on the road. I like to solve interesting problems, and that gives me purpose. And it makes me happy. It makes me happy to share it with all of you guys. However, it is a lot of work to do these kinds of projects. But one thing you guys might not know is even if I don't put a video out, I'm still working on these cars every single day. And with that work comes a lot of stress, comes overwhelm, and comes just general BetterHelp. Now, BetterHelp doesn't just give you access to therapy, it helps you start therapy with confidence. Now, it is super easy. All you have to do is fill out a short, thoughtful questionnaire where you can share your goals, preferences, and what you're looking for. So BetterHelp uses those insights along with years of matching experience to connect you with a qualified licensed therapist who fits your needs. And if the therapist isn't right for you, then you can switch at any time at no extra cost. And you can have sessions via video, phone, or live chat, whatever you're comfortable with and whatever fits your lifestyle. And 72% of BetterHelp clients report a reduction in symptoms within 12 weeks. And that shows that professional support can truly make a difference, and take it from me, it absolutely can. Now, if you're ready to take the first step, just click the link in my video description below. It's betterhelp.com/2varsh, and you can get 10% off your first month of therapy, and it'll go towards making you feel lighter in 2026. It's betterhelp.com/2varsh. Go check it out right now. Man, I hate flood cars. Like this, it's just not good, like at all. This is a single turbo with 4 cylinders, and look at the state of that turbo. That turbo, she's looking a little worse for the wear. Everything else looks like it's in fairly good shape, and this was a fairly low mileage car, I think. But like, look at that corrosion. Like, look at the corrosion on the, it's just coming apart on the bolt. I could take that nut off with just my fingers. Look at that. Okay, so that's great. I was thinking maybe there's a chance that this thing wasn't all the way underwater, and that chance went away very quickly. So yeah, I could see that there's corrosion and sand and stuff all the way up there. But what I want to see is realistically if this engine's good, and that is a really, really big if, because if there's water in the engine, then there's no other choice. We have to take this engine apart or get a new engine for this car, and that is very, very expensive. But take a look at this. These are, looks like steel subframe connectors, and it's just like, you see a little bit of rust started, and then it just rusted this whole thing out. And this is a car from 2016, and it's a Porsche. Usually they're very, very, very well galvanized from the factory, which means that they're rust proof. And the chassis is actually aluminum, so the chassis I'm not worried about. It's just everything else that's steel that can corrode. So, I mean, realistically, to get the car running and driving, if the engine is okay, maybe we can get away with just cleaning up some stuff. But if we're to do a full restoration, I think engine would need to come out, and we need to replace nearly every piece of hardware, because I don't know how much I trust these nuts and bolts anymore. So this is all aluminum, and you can see that there's this corrosion on it, and this can be just wire brushed off. That's not a big deal. The exhaust would probably need to be replaced, just because you have so much rust here that's going to introduce holes on the inside, and this looks almost like it's rusting from the inside out because it's all over the welds here, and I know the welds usually aren't as protected as the rest of the metal is, but yeah, this is really bad rust. Also, a new exhaust wouldn't hurt.
I've been used to ejaculate prematurely until this. My hubby is ejaculating so fast, and he gets so anxious about it, it's starting to feel like
That used to be me and my husband before I discovered this treatment for him. SexRx plus Thymus Control. I swear it saved our sex life. It has the same active ingredient as Cialis and early climax treatment, so it helps him stay.
Because these things don't really sound great with their stock exhausts. More corrosion on the aluminum structure here. That's this is the pan, but then there's a subframe. There's corrosion on that, and then
in the case between the DC homeowner and the woman who was squatting in her home.
And Romero hasn't paid another dime, but living in the home for over a month apparently lets her claim some form of tenant rights.
because I know I hadn't received a payment from her.
While all this is going on, Romero's social media shows her living her best life on trips.
So the narrative that I had been staying at a place March and not making any payments, it was untrue.
Imagine booking an Airbnb and your guest just decides, I'm about to live here now. No lease agreement, not getting paid, and you can't even evict them? So now you as the owner are feeling powerless, all because somebody figured a way to legally squat in your Airbnb property. Yes, this happened in real life, and it's going so viral online, and people are torn.
I've had people reaching out to organizations, and I've done free events. Mind you, about 98 to 99% of the work that I have done has been from me, even when I've needed help. I've helped because I've always thought there's somebody out here worse than me.
Let's reel this back in for a second. This is the woman who is known as now the DC squatter. What's interesting to me is she's talking about someone being in a worse position than her, which is definitely true. People can be in a worse position than you. However, it's ironic that she put a landlord or an Airbnb owner in a bad position. Okay.
Today in court, it was proven, or it was admitted, that the false narrative that I have been staying at a place since February and that someone has been trying to get me out since March, it was untrue. It was not true. The narrative that I have been staying at a place since February and had not made a payment since March, that was untrue. It was admitted on record that payments have been received up until the end of September. Now there is a payment in question. Somehow that payment wasn't received.
Any news on that headlight situation? I can't get a hold of Jim.
I don't know.
Y'all, it is December, and this case is from December. She said a payment was last received, according to her, I believe September. So even hypothetically, off of what she is saying, what happened from September to December? September, October, November. So that would be 3 months, hypothetically.
There's a payment that there's only one payment in question. So then
Brandon.
narrative that I had been staying at a place March and not making any payments. It was untrue.
March, allegedly. That's even worse. March, April, May, June, July, August, September. So that would mean she was somewhere for 10 months, according to the allegations that she's trying to beat. So 10 months of somebody more than likely paying a mortgage on some sort of Airbnb property that is likely only used for income, not as some form of charity. Pretty sure the Airbnb owner doesn't have that Airbnb for the sole purpose of just giving it to somebody who wants to just live there for free.
Documentation was provided that showed that I did not initiate the switching from Airbnb to direct payments to the owner, and some scheme to circumvent a process that wasn't the case. Those direct payments were sent, those direct links were sent willingly. Not only willingly, but they were initiated by the other party. Although it was decided that I don't have tenant rights, those things were untrue. And to get on the news to say things that are untrue shows a lot about a person's character. It shows that they had malicious intent because they knew it would go off like this. And the thing about the truth is that the truth doesn't always, it's not heard as loud as the lie is. So the damage that this has caused, irreparable. I'm going to take some time away because, as I said, this has been the hardest. Everything that I do with my business, I do it with love. Everything I do with my nonprofit, I do with love. And I can't do either right now with the amount of pain that is in my heart. To those who waited to make their judgment, to get the facts that just wasn't true. Thank you to the people who made a decision and left comments, people who know me or who have known me. And I wouldn't say it to my face.
Wait a minute. Okay. Nah, I was trying to hear her out. I wasn't expecting the hostility. And yeah, I'm going to find the news report that she's talking about because I need to know more. So she's saying she didn't do it. The top comment with 16,000 likes says she's done this to 3 other properties. Damn. 3? Wait, someone said, yep, one went up in flames. She probably did, allegedly. I don't know. I'm just getting here. I'm just reading the comments. I can't confirm nor deny. Someone said, seriously, she does this for a living. Another said, she's crying because she honestly thought she had gotten away with this. Many people saying and agreeing with, you are not the victim. Is she gaslighting me? Have you moved? With the Nene Leaks face. How did she become the victim? Nah, in order. Okay, what I'm really trying to say here is people feel, as a whole, it seems, that this woman is not the victim in this situation. And here's one of the news releases that came out as far as the owner of the Airbnb who is making the claims against the woman who allegedly squatted in her home.
All of the responsibilities are on me and I can't get into my property. There's a leak in the property. The water bill is escalating. I can't get in there to see what's going on.
A DC homeowner claiming an Airbnb guest has overstayed their welcome and will not leave. In this story you'll only see on 7 News. We're digging into DC law, finding out there's not much that homeowner can do. Our Washington, D.C. Ashley spoke with the homeowner and tried to speak with the alleged squatter.
The alleged squatter originally got into the home through Airbnb, claiming that her apartment caught fire and it needed time to get repairs. Now that was back in February. Rochelle Douglas says she didn't know she was opening her life up to a night when she accepted Shadidra Romero's Airbnb reservation almost 10 months ago. That reservation ended March 29th after 32 days, and Romero hasn't paid another dime. But living in the home for over a month apparently lets her claim some form of tenant rights.
And I went to the Airbnb website because I said I had to do some research. This is the community center on Airbnb's website, and it actually says here, over 28 nights, do guests become legal tenants? There's a comment that says there's laws that state when somebody occupies a dwelling for over a month, and this could be construed as 28 nights, they
Yo, Brandon. Hey, did you have anything planned for me already set up for after tomorrow's delivery? Okay, so I got a low beam out on my headlight and I need a 30-day. I need to get on up that way. But I wanted to take this weekend off and get to work back on Monday. Maybe something. Sunday evening? What you got? Yeah, we can do Sunday evening. You got something? A late night Jersey to Mass Sunday night? Yeah, we can work something out. Let's do that. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, because I know if I wait till Monday afternoon, it starts to... Yeah, that's too much, and we got some momentum going. All right, that's cool. So I haven't been able to get a hold of Jim because I just got this headlight replaced last month. The headlight's like 4 weeks old, brand new, and my low beam's out, and it's LED, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on, or if I got some type of warranty. Yeah, let's see what's going on, because I don't want to pay another $1,200. Yeah, that's what they charged me for the headlight. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Automatically become tenants. Now, this is very important, y'all. Very important for people who are doing business on Airbnb. And granted, you might want to do your own research and see, does this information vary from state to state? But this can be very dangerous. A lot of people have a kind heart, but they want to be very...
Delicious rewards? You earn points for doing what you love. Digging into your Culver's favorites. Yum!
Very understanding to a lot of situations and be helpful and be like, oh, I'm trying to help somebody out. You had a house fire. I can assist. I can let you stay here 29 days, for example. No, business is business, and this could be a big mistake. As we can see here in what has happened in this case, the only one who seems that they've suffered in this whole situation is the owner of that Airbnb, because allegedly you've had somebody stay in that property 10 months without paying you, but you yourself are living somewhere else while paying for a squatter to live in one of your properties. No, absolutely not. And it goes on to say here, which means they have all the rights and protections that tenants have as far as how long they can stay in the dwelling as a squatter, not paying rent until they are served with an eviction notice, which can take months. And it goes on to say that again, they can acquire rights as a tenant after 30 consecutive days. But this is the part that's really getting me. And this depends on the Airbnb regulations of that state. The landlord cannot do things like cut off the power or change the locks because it's against the law. And I want to show you all this because there was another link on that page bringing me to another article from scenic. Says here, Airbnb guest stays more than 30 days gets tenants' rights. And I want to point out something very crucial here. A lot of people ain't new to this, they true to this. This article was published July 22nd, 2014. Y'all, it is 2025. So this is over 10 years ago. This is a scheme that many people know and are using to their advantage to take advantage of unsuspecting Airbnb hosts. Clear as day. Only difference here is we're seeing this happen in California. It says one California woman is finding out the hard way her tenant won't leave and does have some rights. This is crazy.
I never gave her any tenancy. I never gave her a lease.
Roshane tried everything. Gave her a 30-day notice to vacate. Called police. Went to court and even offered Romero $2,500 to sign a paper admitting she's not a tenant and to get out. Romero signed the document but didn't budge.
November the 15th came and she told me, this no longer works for me. Do what you have to do. I'm not leaving. I went to the police with my order and they said there's nothing that they can do, that I need to go to court, which I've done, and I do not have a court date until December the 11th.
Roshane put this sign up on her home so police and the neighbors would know Romero was not authorized to be there. A sign Romero covered with a sheet.
I need police assistance.
I was there when police helped Roshane cut it down, while Romero hid inside.
It's shocking to me that you would abuse a system like that.
While all this is going on, Romero's social media shows her living her best life on trips and promoting her nonprofit, and Roshane is left paying thousands in attorney fees.
This is crazy. Y'all never seen this. So she was on vacation? So you ain't got no money for me, but you can go get jiggy wherever you getting jiggy at? No. I need my money and be quick with it. No wonder. The interesting thing about this is she's saying she has a nonprofit. Man, what is the nonprofit about? It better not have to do nothing with women empowerment or nothing like that. Because how do you want people to support your cause when you're squatting, allegedly, in somebody's house, in their Airbnb?
Shane is left paying thousands in attorney fees, the mortgage, and utilities for a home she can't even enter.
He's paying utilities.
I tried to get some answers from Romero, who was clearly inside the home, but she never came to the door. When a person walked out to her car, they didn't want to talk to us. Roshane is waiting now for her court date next week, where she's hoping the judge's decision will allow U.S. Marshals to force her unwanted guests out once and for all. Wow. For now, reporting from Northeast D.C., Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
Somebody here says, I'm making one call. One. And girl, who you calling? Another questions, how do squatters have rights? Another saying, Airbnb should support the host. And another saying, this should be a felony. That's how I'm feeling. How do you just get to go on somebody's property, stay there for longer than what was agreed upon? And because of you not knowing her staying even one extra day, now you have to pay for her to stay? I don't think if your name is not on the deed of the house or the mortgage or anything like that, you shouldn't have any rights to somebody else's property. What? Just because you were just there? No, I think there needs to be some reform, and I strongly dislike this for the landlord. Mind you, while all of this is going on, that lady was still paying the mortgage and all the utilities, because in Airbnb you pay the utilities for the guest. You're the host. So everything needs to be ready. Then she said she had repairs that she couldn't even make because the other woman was in her home, not allowing her to make the repairs. Why she should have to ask that woman for permission, I don't know. But whoever came up with squatting laws and protections for this, like, all it did was create a way for people who really wanted to take advantage of certain people, the alley-oop. That's all it did. There are people who study this and go from place to place, victim to victim. Now, earlier, they discussed that they were waiting for a court date around December 10th to see what the judge was going to rule as far as the Airbnb squatter versus the Airbnb host, and if she was going to be able to get her up out of there.
Hello, this is attorney Mark Lopez with the Mark Lopez.
The Airbnb host, and if she was going to be able to get her up out of there. And this is what happened. There was a ruling saying that she had to get up out of there.
I feel good. I'm thankful that this outcome was like this for me, because I had that order that she signed, but it makes me very upset because if I didn't have the order, it seems like she would have been able to stay there and do this for months and months and however much longer. And other people who don't have the benefit of having such agreement, I can't imagine what they're going to go through in a situation like this.
Y'all remember, she said she had an agreement with the Airbnb alleged squatter that she asked her to sign, stating that she didn't have tenancy, I believe. First off, whatever that order said, the fact that the other lady signed it or did anything, mind-boggling to me, and good for this lady here, but it's also wild that this could have went a whole nother way without that documentation. She might have been able to stay there just because of that. We don't know. That's scary. This is something that needs to be shown to anybody. Renting, doing Airbnb, whatever the case may be. This is a cautionary tale of why you need to do stuff by the book. Because what?
So I'm thankful for me, but I still think that something needs to be done.
We were going to sit in that court. She had a moment to question you. There were documents presented. There was a question of whether a payment she entered was fraudulent because there's no proof of it from the bank. What were your thoughts just being in the courtroom with it? That's the first time we had seen each other face to face in a bit.
It was infuriating because I know I had received a payment from her. This whole thing is coming about because she was not making the $100 a night payment. And for her to come up with a fake document that I confirmed, the judge gave us time to confirm that the document, it was not real, that Zale had no payment history of this, and there was a fraudulent confirmation number on this document. So it's infuriating, and I think that something needs to be done, because that, to present that in court after all of this as some kind of Hail Mary, I'm just glad the judge was able to see through it, and I was able to prove that this was not true.
So she was submitting false documents in court? Aren't you like sworn in to tell the truth and nothing but the whole truth? Where the false documents come in at that were able to be proven as false, or not being able to use this evidence? Doing that in court is wild if that's what she did.
The judge said you can evict her right now. What are your plans? What are you about to do?
Evict her. She has to go. I need her out of the property so that I can try to regain the property and get back to my life. I was writing a book, working on a memoir, trying to do women's health organizations and things, and this has totally disrupted my life. So I would like to get back to the things that I do to help the community. And I think God placed this on me too, so that I can help in this area too. So I just want to get back to life.
You mentioned the community. Since our reporting, we've seen a huge amount of support, those that can relate to you, given those who need support in the housing system. And they're saying, was it like for you to see the reaction to your story here in DC?
I'm so thankful for the support and that we brought this to light. I still am going to work hard and put a change.org document together for more homeowners that are going through this and try to really impact change with this. Like I said, I'm thankful for my outcome. I'm thankful for the support team in my face, but I know there are so many others that are struggling with this, and I'm not going to give up yet.
Ooh, wee. And this woman, while all this is going on, is trying to write a book, trying to be active in her community. She has her own things going on. Meanwhile, she's paying the mortgage, the utilities, and everything for somebody to take advantage of her over some sob story about a fire, allegedly. You gotta be very careful when it comes to people and a sob story, and just use your discernment. If you gotta do stuff by the book, sometimes you gotta do it by the book, because this is such a sad, yet possibly avoidable situation that she's found herself in. And I honestly think she probably didn't know. And that's why I wanted to do this video, because how many people would know that somebody can legally squat and they have squatters' rights after X amount of days? I hope this video encourages you, whoever's watching this video, if you have a property or anything of that sort, to look into your laws in your state, because it might vary from state to state, and see
where. I inherited the ability. I inherited the money. I inherited the God-given best looks in the world today. And with this, I dress myself in transparent. I dress myself in $100 pleated slides. I dress myself in alligator shoes. I wear a $15,000 Rolex. I got Mercedes-Benz, Rolls-Royce, got biggest house on the biggest deal. Yeah, we don't care. I got Mercedes-Benz, Rolls-Royce, on the biggest deal. Yeah, we don't care. You're talking to the Rolex wearing, diamond ring wearing, kiss stealing, wheeling dealing, limousine right, jet flying, son of a gun, the biggest star of them all. It costs a lot of money to bring the real. I was born.
Dubai drip on my dude. On the wrist, blue Gotti on the strip, on site, bitch get in. Billionaire club, got some $1 billion friends. T-sticky, I get tricky with mathematics. 6'9", told the bitch do it ass backwards. Lil pump, to get up like asthmatics. Snow bunny, see the hole, fuck a jackrabbit. Paddock, plain protect addict. Hair long, afro, cap burning. Billie Jean, the kid mine, can't call it. If I take another shot, I'll be alcoholic. Sick toilet, throw it up, dissect all this. Know some secret shit that are in all this, but that's off topic. Your old shit can't top it. Your new shit, watch it. Too many diamonds on K-Mosh pit. None of my diamonds treated. Diamonds all anemic. Who's this car behind me? Gotta take the scenic. Even though we don't speak much these days, it's still young money to the damn cremated. Shit crazy. Oops, I mean the shit crazy. I done a lot of shit for niggas who was lazy. Fuck you, pay me. Guess it's business, baby. Okay, I get so busy, hoes get dizzy, yeah. Try to let her go, but the hoe like a frisbee, What you know about $1 million on the schedule? Every day I flex, it's hard to keep my schedule flexible. Got $1 million on my schedule. Send 5 to the city on my schedule. Pretty bitch ass and titties on my schedule. Switch up, that's the shit that I would never do. I'm never gonna change, yeah, I'm never gonna change. They call me king, go change, yeah, I need my go change, yeah, I need my go range, yeah, I hear my phone range, yeah, I hear my phone range. But I'm too busy, got $1 million on the schedule. You just put a quarter in, shit, I'm on level 2. Fucking up the game, hey, shit is getting sexual. She wanna put a real nigga on the schedule. High on the pussy, that's an edible. Hardcore T-raw, ain't nothing edited. Money on the seesaw, both sides levitate. What's on your schedule? Hella hate, battery pack, boy, you hella fake. All this cake, it's time to celebrate. Tell them wait, hold up. I gotta check my schedule. All I do is work, nigga, you can check my resume. I get so busy, hoes get dizzy, yeah. Try to let her go, but the hoe like a frisbee. What you know about $1 million on the schedule?
You know you my favorite white boy, right? They think they're crazy, but they ain't crazy. Let's face it, shit basically they just playing sick. They ain't shit, they ain't saying shit's brand. A's to the K, get in the way, I bring drain them with me and turn to stay in the fucking man. You staying with me? Don't let me lose you, I'm not trying to confuse you. When I let loose with this Uzi and just shoot through your Isuzu. You get the message, I'm not getting through to you. You know what's coming, you motherfuckers don't even know, do you? Take some big and some pie, and you mix them up in a pie. Sprinkle a little bit yellow sauce, what the fuck do you got? You got the realest and illest killers tied up in a knot. The juggernaut to this rap shit, like it or not. It's like a fight to the top just to see who died for the spot. You put your life in this, nothing like surviving a shot. Y'all know what time it is, soon as 50 signs on this dot. Shit, what you know about death threats, cause I get a lot. Shady Records was 80 seconds away from the towers. Some cowards fought with the wrong building, they meant to hit ours. Better evacuate all children. Nuclear showers, there's nothing spooky. You're now about to witness the power.
I feel like singing.
I can't sing.
I wanna fucking sing.
Damn. You know my favorite white boy, right?
Yo, yeah, I'm happy. Check it out.
There they go, back in stadiums and cities.
flow. Nuts they go, macadamia, they go so ballistic, bro. Can you make them look like bones? Don't see what originally just did this slow. Fuck no, go for broke, his cup just runs over, oh no. He ain't had him a boss like this until that's how they overdose. They've been waiting patiently for Pinocchio to poke his nose. Back into the game and they know rap will never be the same. People bashing in the brains of these hoes and establishing the name as he goes. The passion and the flame is ignited. You can't put it out once we light it.
Yeah.
Exactly what the fuck that I'm talking about when we riot. You get it with a few true feelings who stand inside of the boot, true feeling and spit true feelings until true feelings come running about my mouth's never reminded. Payback when I fuck up for the ways that you gather me. How's it taste? My stuff that takes out of your mouth with the bass so loud that it shakes the place. I'm Hannibal Lecter, so just in case you're thinking saving face. You ain't gonna have no face to say by the time I'm through with this place. So Dre's, place so Dre's. New watch, oyster face perpetual. Dubai trip on my Dubai shit. New bitch, ass and titties on my schedule. Dubai trip on my Dubai shit. Yeah, nigga, about $1 million on my schedule. Dubai trip on my Dubai shit. Switch up, that's some shit that I would never do. Dubai trip on my Dubai shit.
You are a precious little thing.
The megachurch Drewski skit was largely based on a Tulsa, Oklahoma preacher by the name of Pastor Mike Todd. He's a guy that does a lot of strange things, you know, putting syrup and ketchup in the pulpit. I mean, spitting on people and praying for them. I mean, he's just doing a whole bunch of stuff that, to be honest, it looks like a circus. And so when Drewski decided to make fun of a pastor, he wore an outfit that he saw Pastor Mike Todd wear before, and this is what you're looking at on the screen. And of course, the video did very well. It got millions and millions of views, and it was so impressive that the pastor of who the video was inspired to be created for actually decided to speak on it himself.
There was a video that came out this past week with a few 100 million views, and some people were trying to link it to me. And so I watched the video. It was hilarious. It was funny. It was all this stuff. And then people started trying to say different things. And the thing that I was most taken aback by was how much frustration it created in people. How you feeling, Pastor Mike? I don't even know really what happened. Because I've been off of social media. I had a few people tell me what was going on. I was like, that's crazy. I don't even got a Rolls Royce. What? I didn't know. Like people AIing pictures and doing stuff. I said, I didn't remember being that big. I was big, but I don't remember being that big. But you know what I'm saying? Like that was kind of the vibe. But the reason I couldn't get distracted is because I'm building something. The reason that I cannot be moved off of my post because what God has called me to, representing God to the lost and found for transformation in Christ, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Pastor Mike Todd seems very nervous in this clip. I'm not gonna lie.
He doubled down.
But people on something.
You have no right ever to tell anybody that they are a distraction from God. We have seen you do everything. I think you got your hair cut, if I'm not mistaken, in the pulpit. So at the end of the day, you have no room to talk, and I have no idea why all of y'all that say this is not y'all are so offended and feeling so compelled to speak out about it. Either you relate to it, or it is you, or it isn't.
And wait, there's more.
And my thing is this: if you're not one of those pastors, why did you feel you need to address it? If you weren't doing anything.
But wait.
You know, there's an old saying that's like a hit dog's gonna holler. So clearly you felt some type of way because when people watched the skit, they immediately thought of you. That's why you got so many tags. That's why you got so many comments. That's why people were sending the video to you, because when they watched Drewski, they thought about you. Performative, theatrical, just all over the place. But not about God.
What's interesting about all of these people is that they're saying something that's important. Number one, why do you feel the need to respond to it? Hit dogs holler. If this was not about you, you would not need to respond to it. You only responded to it because you felt that this was about you. Also, the lady says that when Drewski was doing this skit, people thought about Pastor Mike Todd. So they started tagging you, and they started tagging you, even though you said you didn't see it, but you saw it and all this other stuff. And when they thought about the person that Drewski was cosplaying, they thought about Pastor Mike Todd. But when they thought about a pastor who delivers the word of God through religion, they never think of you at that time. You know, I've been in the church a lot. I've seen many churches come, pastors and everything like that, and people go. And I see that many pastors in today's world are more personality driven. Obviously, you have your pastors that are a part of institutions like the traditional National Baptist Convention or Southern Baptist, AME, Church of God in Christ, where pastors are just, donating their time to the institution. But what you have now with the mega churches are pastors are founding these churches. And so when they start their own ministries, they are...
We wanted to last longer in bed, and this is how we did it. If your man is struggling with early climax and getting anxious about it,
pinnacle of these ministries, and they grow up to be very big. But the problem with these sorts of churches is that they always end up falling all the time. And the reason why is because the church is built around them. And the church, typically does not sustain after, the original founding member passes on, and then people kind of disband and go their own separate ways looking for the next church. And it's okay when you're, Mike Todd and you have a lot of social media following and people follow you to your church and they come. But once Mike Todd gets sick or something happens, those people, they leave. And then, there's nothing holding them to their church but the personality. Same thing with, TD Jakes. I would say at certain points when he, retires, which he already has, you're going to see his membership decrease. Whereas when you look at some of the institutional churches, in the Baptist community, in Church of God in Christ, where if the pastor passes away, the church institution still goes on. That's why you see those churches like Shiloh Baptist in almost any city, Second Baptist in any city, are going to be the, Shiloh Baptist, Second Baptist. Those are going to be the oldest black churches in these cities. And they've been of years, 125 years, 150 years. And the reason is because these churches are based on different pastors come in and serve the institution and not serving their own.
Drive Deep Presents 2026 Suzuki GSX R1000R. Welcome back to Drive Deep. Today we're diving into the 2026 Suzuki GSX R1000R, a flagship superbike that blends blistering performance, advanced electronics, and razor-sharp handling to deliver an exhilarating experience for riders who live on the edge. Race-inspired design. The GSX R1000R carries aggressive, aerodynamic bodywork that's clearly inspired by Suzuki's MotoGP and superbike racing pedigree. Every angle and vent is engineered to cut through air efficiently, giving the bike a purposeful look that matches its track-ready intentions. This design isn't just about style, it's about performance. Engine and power delivery. At the heart of the 2026 GSX R1000R is a high-revving inline-four engine tuned to deliver insane power and torque throughout the rev range. When you open the throttle, the acceleration is explosive and immediate, pushing you back in the seat with authority. Whether you're on a straightaway or powering out of a corner, this engine never feels overwhelmed, it just keeps delivering. Advanced electronics package. Suzuki's electronics suite plays a huge role in taming the GSX R1000RS power. Multiple riding modes, traction control, wheelie control, slide control, and launch control all work harmoniously to keep the bike planted and predictable, even when you're riding at the limit. These systems enhance control without diluting the rawness that riders crave. Handling and chassis performance. The chassis and suspension are engineered for precision. The lightweight frame, fully adjustable suspension, and sharp steering geometry give the GSX R1000R exceptional feedback and cornering confidence.
have a toddler who loves watching mommy and daddy do DIY.
Or you just want to get them on the tools early.
It's Montessori style toy.
What if I told you there was a pyramid hidden
in the woods of Cambodia, and I bet never heard of it before. This is known as the Baphuon Pyramid. And no, this is not AI. This is the actual aerial view. And you can see the pyramid surrounded by trees. But this information is nothing compared to what I'm going to tell you right now. There is a giant human-like figure sleeping in this pyramid. Can you spot the giant troll? Do you see it? Let me open his eyes so you can see his face clearly. Now can you see his face with his eyes, nose, and mouth? Is this Jotun a mega troll from ancient Norse texts? Is he going to wake up and wreak havoc on us? Is this a giant mud fossil in deep sleep? Because you can also see his entire body. His legs are on the other end of the pyramid. But first, is this really a giant statue? Or am I just suffering from pareidolia? Pareidolia is the psychological tendency to see a face or pattern in things you see. Did you know about the face on Mars? Yes, this is an actual image photographed by NASA's Viking 1 orbiter in 1976. Absolutely looks like a face embedded on Martian soil, right? Scientists dismiss it as pareidolia. It is a natural formation, but humans have a tendency to see a face. My personal favorite is the hidden demon on the dollar bill. No, not the US dollar bill, the Canadian dollar bill, issued in 1954. Do you see the devil's face? No, zoom in here and you will see the devil on her hair. You can see the two eyes, the hooked nose, and an evil grin. This face was not spotted by one or two people. Word got out and everybody saw it as a devil's face, causing a huge uproar in Canada. And the government had to darken the hair to remove the devil, as you can see in this note issued in 1967.
Bro, it's insane what happens to your body when you start doing Kegel exercises. Like in the first 24 hours, you literally start like feeling your pelvic floor muscles. Like you just grew new muscles in the body.
Let me just say this, look at me carefully. I got an anointing this past couple of days in Israel. The Lord spoke to me about this sermon I was to teach today. He said, tell the men who are making money, you all men sit up straight, please. Listen to me, this is from the Lord. You are making plenty money and things going good. You are in the greatest danger.
Welcome to Monroe Recaps, your go-to channel for breaking down the timeless wisdom, teachings, and life lessons of Dr. Miles Monroe into simple, practical, and powerful recaps you can apply every day.
Because if he is loosed, the boat floats and crashes against a rock. And then I know sometimes you wonder, God, why is this happening to me? Because the devil wants to wreck your boat. And you got to be able to stand against the current. And let me just say this, look at me carefully. I got an anointing this past couple of days in Israel. The Lord spoke to me about this sermon I was to teach today. He said, tell the men who are making money, you all men sit up straight, please. Listen to me, this is from the Lord. You are making plenty money and things going good. You are in the greatest danger. The wayward woman, according to the book of Proverbs, is attracted to the man who has plenty. No, listen to me, man. This is serious business. When you start going good, when things start getting wealthy and you got a little bit of money, believe me, brother, I don't care what tongue you speak in. Women coming after you. You gotta fight the hardest when you succeed. You get promoted, every demon dressed in a dress coming after you, brother.
Preach on, brother.
That thing hit me this week. Success attracts. You hear me good? The more you succeed, the more danger you are in as a male. And women don't respect no ring. They ain't no ring. These kind of women are so dangerous. Matter of fact, they kiss you with the ring on. They don't care about your marriage vow. They don't care about nothing. They come to destroy. Solomon told his son, stay away from the woman whose lips are dripping with honey.
Those be the ones, you know what I'm
Proverbs
saying?
chapter 2. He says, when you see them, run the other way, he says. I walk on the other side of the street. In other words, brother, you ain't strong enough to fight them. Run!
Sure ain't run.
Clap loud in the name of Jesus. Them women come to destroy your family.
They're gonna get you.
I'm teaching Pastor. Come on.
Successful men are in danger.
Tell them the truth.
Famous men are in danger.
Tell them the truth.
Prominent men are in danger. Some of you wonder why these MPs are having such a problem keeping the zip up. Let me tell you why. When you get a bit of power, you attract flies.
They all on your shit.
A little bit of money, here comes it. I'm telling you. Let me tell you why. Because sin requires plenty of money.
You need a couple dollars to get dirty.
Let me say it again. Y'all missed that. See, when you get plenty of money, you could sin.
Lord have mercy.
What I'm talking about, you could pay for the hotel room in Miami. You could pay for the extra ticket. You see, when you're broke, that's good.
He ain't lying.
Y'all stay with me today. I'm telling you, listen, wealth is a dangerous thing. When a man becomes wealthy, all the female demons begin to come out of the rocks. And that includes church women too.
Facts. Facts.
Why I ain't smiling? Because it's a dangerous thing I'm talking about. I've seen this. I've seen men who were nice until they got rich.
I've been a victim.
You own a business, you better keep your pants tight. Put your belt on tight. Why? Because they don't care about your wife. They coming to get you. They want that materialism. They coming to destroy you.
That belt ain't gonna help. You need to lock your zipper. You need to lock your zipper up, belt and suspenders.
Okay, Lord, leave me alone now. All the BFF men, I warning you all, when you start prospering, they don't care about you speaking in tongues, brother. They coming to get you. Dangerous business. All the fathers say, yes, Lord.
Yes, Lord.
I hear that. Say, yes, Lord.
Yes, Lord.
Say, help me, Jesus.
Help me,
from
Jesus
this day
Christ.
forward.
This day forward.
To run away.
To escape these
from the
hoes.
wayward woman.
The little bombs that want to give you top.
We need fathers who could say no to honey lips.
Them honey lips, boy, them honey lips. Top and bottom.
Remember,
North
they are
and
after
south now.
wrecking your house. That's what they want. They want to wreck your house. And one thing with them, these kind of women, when they wreck your house, they don't leave you right away.
Yeah,
They wreck your house, use what they can, and they bomb, gone.
Yeah,
Then all of a sudden you ain't got nothing. I mean, nothing. You ain't got house, wife, children, and nothing. Now you start taking drugs.
Tear your shit up and leave. Ah, damn.
Oh, Jesus, Lord, please, leave me alone. Is everybody in Proverbs? Lord, please, let me finish this. I'm trying to teach. Come on, everybody trying to, young people trying to this.
Someone should have told
Every man borrow a Bible. You don't got no Bible, borrow a Bible. I want you to read this. Here's what it says. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Proverbs chapter 2. Oh, it's a dangerous woman. Everybody got it? I learned this a long time ago, man. That's why I stay away from these women who ain't got me a thing. Wish their eye fall out. Okay, listen to this. Come on, let's read the Bible. Come on, read the Bible. Everybody ready? Proverbs chapter 2. Come on, young women. Read this so you can stay with them other men. Leave a man, wife, husband alone. Leave a woman, husband alone. Praise God. All right. Let's read from verse 16. It will save you from the adulteress, from the wayward wife with her seductive words, who has left the partner of her youth and ignored the covenant she made before God. For her house leads to death, her paths to the spirits of the dead. None who go to her return or attain the path of life again.
Yeah, they don't
Thus
come
you
back.
will walk in the ways of good men and keep to the paths of righteousness, for the upright will live in the land and blameless and will remain in it. But the wicked shall be cut off from the land and the unfaithful. It says her house will lead to what? Death. It's a dangerous woman. Turn, if you will, to
watch this. Somebody who was working, a probation officer, that's what they call a DPO. One day, why?
I'm trying to find this one. Chapter 5. Take a deep breath. All the men say, oh my God. Say it again, oh my God. See, ain't nothing new under the sun. This is no behaving problem. This is a man problem. My son, pay attention to my wisdom, listen well to the words of my insight, that you may maintain discretion. Verse 3. For the lips of an adult honey, I told you so, and her speech is smoother than open. You want to hear smooth talk? Smooth talk. How you and your wife doing? And how you answer determines what happens next. Yeah, we got our problems. Wrong, that ain't nobody business. That's a smooth talk. She satisfying you? Smooth talk. You happy? Smooth talk.
Okay, so the craziest thing that I've ever done, this was in high school. You know, me and this nigga, we was a little freaked out at this time. You know, I was on some bullshit. And he was like, you know, I'm a little, you know, he's a little good today, I'm a little horny. So he told me, he was like, let's go to the staircase and start our free period.
Man, look, I'm just letting y'all know,
See?
man.
You see?
You're a sweetheart of a girl, bro.
They dirty.
In a senior in high school,
filthy.
she probably wasn't that sweet. She probably was real sweet.
Little mix.
She probably was real sweet. But I'm trying to say, in your mind, you're thinking she's the sweetest, most precious thing in the world. But boy, senior year,
bop, bop, bop.
Is she built cold? Is she was fine? Oh man, she's trying to stop the whole entire class, underclassmen and everything getting after her. Oh, you might be in trouble, man. She might have been.
And you know, I gave him a or whatever, and we go to class. Fast forward, the principal ends up coming to my class, asking for my name out loud, comes to get me, and yeah, they said that they got on the cameras that they seen everything that we did, and I was suspended from school for a month. My mama, I was grown at this time, so she couldn't beat my ass. She roughed me the fuck up.
Man, what y'all doing, fellas? If you in my house, if you got caught doing something like this, not only would I feel played, you getting the belt, I might punch you in the chest at this point. Again, you adult, let me handle you like an adult. All right, yep. You just said you grown as hell, right? You adult.
Yep.
Throw on these gloves real quick.
Yep.
Taking off this belt.
Bop, bop.
I'm doing everything, bro. I feel
that
played,
shit in
bro.
school
Not my baby, bro. Not my baby.
And after that day, I never ever played like that again. So yeah, that's what happened.
Stop the cap.
Anytime women shit on men for wearing ball caps and like, take that ball cap off. Let me see how you look without the cap off. I feel the same way about my bangs. I feel personally attacked because like if a man, I was like, lift the bangs, bitch.
Damn.
Yo, really thought I was gonna do myself dirty like that? Absolutely. Full East African. I go 6'7" with this bitch. 6. I need 2 hands. I need 1 hand, extra finger. Okay, because his brain is big.
Former DeKalb County deputy.
How y'all feeling about girls with big foreheads, guys? How y'all feeling about girls with big foreheads?
That noggin.
They on the list? I think they can play it off. I bet you when y'all think of big girls with big foreheads, you automatically think of Rihanna. She on the forefront of these girls with big foreheads, but y'all still like Rihanna. Ain't nothing wrong with her. You know, ain't nothing wrong with the big forehead. I think she made big foreheads lovable. That's what I'm thinking. She put the big forehead girls on the map. Who else has a big forehead?
Pleaded guilty to having sex with an inmate multiple times in the jail's medical unit. Now, we first broke this story April of 2024 when the sheriff's office arrested and fired Joanne Marks. And according to the district attorney, the investigation began when jailers found a cell phone and cigarettes in an inmate cell. Where surveillance video from the medical unit showed Marks alone with the inmate in the holding cell on several occasions. Investigators say that she later admitted to the sexual relationship and to giving him a phone and cigarettes. Well, the judge sentenced Marks to 12 years with 2 years served behind bars, and she is ordered to surrender Monday and begin serving her sentence.
So, man, these stupid facility people always been going. Sentenced to 12 years, 2 years in confinement. That means she's gonna have 10 years outside probation. Dang, bro. And it's probably a sexual related charge too, to be honest, man. Come on. In order to surrender, bro. This is what you're doing, bro? All this for what? You just gave your whole life away for these bums, bro. They're just Chad and Tyrone sitting up there chilling, living their best life in jail. You bringing them all the contraband in the world and giving them some love. Now look at you. Now look at you.
With 2 years served behind bars, and she is ordered to surrender Monday and begin serving her sentence.
August 12th of this year, August 12th of 2026, we are going to have 7 seconds of no gravity. No gravity.
Saying stupid shit, dummies.
You don't think that's true? They referenced several journals. They said that people
like 2 years ago, I was with this man, and he was very toxic, very, very toxic. So
I ain't gonna lie, bro. This is country. You full face going. Face. Well, okay, let's go.
I went through his phone, and I found out he was sneaky ass thing. So the next day, I went through his phone, and I saw that. I hung out with one of my friends, and her brother was like, all 11 girls, auntie. So, you know, he was loving it. So we ended up fucking with each other, and that same night, I was with my boyfriend. Like, we used to stay together for stuff. After that, I went home. After we did our little thing, he took me back to our crib.
After you got busted up by your friend's brother? Oh, I hate to say that.
Together, and I went in the house, and I kissed that nigga goodnight.
Damn!
And I kissed that nigga goodnight. And yeah, so like, I fucked another nigga and I kissed my nigga goodnight that same night, but he cheated on me, so it's like, it's even. And then I found out later on that he was making deals with my 600-pound type of bitch, so.
Oh my God! Oh, are you telling me? Wow, bro, just wow. Homie passed this up to go smash a 600-pound type female is what you're saying. But look, I mean, dog, like, bro, like, it doesn't surprise me. This is not the only story that we see females going through their thing and going to kiss their man. There's several clips out there of females saying they do this because they want to. They went home and kissed their old man because they wanted to, not because he cheated. Did he cheat? Go do that and come kiss you and say, hey, I kissed up on you? No, he did. He probably, maybe he washed up. I'm hoping that he did. But you in your mind say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and get told to hell up and go and kiss this man. I don't know. Both of y'all down bad, but well, I mean, judging from the measuring stick of who's more down bad, I mean, like, damn, like, ugh. Damn, brother. You might be in trouble. Break up now. Delete the video.
Oh my God.
You gotta take a dookie, but you can't.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Hey, man.
Let's see what you're doing.
I need to keep this. I'm sick.
You want me to buy it?
You know what? You got mine for me. Damn, baby.
Why you gotta
Where? Y'all know why. Y'all know why. He helped her with that. Oh, you got her number? You got a number? You just paid the tab. She walked away with a beer and everything, boy. What you doing with that? You know? You wanna go get the number?
You gotta scan it, don't you?
No, you got.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Never mind. God damn, the back was all good, but the front ain't, bro. Like damn, I would have. Nah, let's go ahead and
You gotta
pay
scan it.
I don't know, but she got a Winnie the Pooh sort of vibe going on.
Can you scan it, please, so it could go on my tab?
I'm good in the background, like right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. My last name Houston, baby.
She don't give a fuck. He was just there for the vibes. I get it. Sometimes the like the unks or the OGs, they just there for the vibes, bro. They're not really there for the smash. They just really there for the laughs, the entertainment, the transfer of energy, and that's what he's.
I'm literally not gonna lie. I know it has been rough, and we have been talking about shit. Like literally, you said you wanted to fix it, right? Didn't you say that? You said you wanted to fix it.
I guess.
Okay.
I'm not fixing nothing with nobody that has a shirt that says I'm a Dr. Pepper, man.
Well, I'm telling you, like this is the last time. Like this is the last time.
Did he literally?
But
the last time. How dare you tell me this is the last goddamn time you let somebody smash bros? You give me something. Ah, damn. What?
It burns when I pee.
Oh,
damn. Please listen. What do you mean, listen? I did get tested, and I do have chlamydia.
Oh shit.
I know, but this is the last time. I promise.
The last time?
Give me chlamydia? No, the last time I cheated.
Just get the fuck off. You're nasty, bitch. You're nasty. See, this is what she gets. She probably got nowhere to go. She cheated. Now she can't do none of that. Ugh. How dare I mean, do you to allow that to still be in your house? Alright. You got to be out of your mind. How you not really throwing hands with your brother right now? You're burning. That's tough, dude. That's tough.
You know it's absolutely wild how so many women I've come across expect their men for everything they do and everything that they have. Like, why not go 50-50? Like, if he's struggling, you're gonna leave him. Like, why not? It's the work, you know? He's not your dad. He's not your babysitter. He's your man. And you're his woman, so you're supposed to be a team. It's a partnership. So go 50-50. Help your man out.
I mean, I approve this message. I approve this message.
Get these 65 is at the 70.
I approve what you're wearing too, especially if this is for your.
Get out the way. Stupid.
You might be you the one. You the one for him, bro. Put them on, young lady. Put them on. Tell them.
I was only married for 75 days before I filed for a divorce.
Ooh, that Kim K.
Why are you even getting married?
I was married for 75 days before I filed for a divorce.
Why?
I've told this story before, but so many women ask me, so I'll tell the story again. And let me preface this by saying, before y'all jump in the comment section talking about God, this and that and the third, I don't care. I don't want to hear it. I was married for long enough to see what I needed to see, and I dipped. I don't feel no type of way about it. I got in and I got out. It's something that I would never do again, and it just is what it is. We did not know each other very long. We knew of each other for a long time, but we did not know each other for a long time.
Then why are you getting married?
And at the time when he asked me to marry him, I kind of was in a space where I was like, yeah, okay, well, whatever. I'll do it. Like, and that's the honest truth, y'all. Like, that's just the honest truth.
Getting married because you just like, hey, why not, is the most insane thing I've ever heard, bro. That is like,
and crushing on me for quite some time online. And so we exchanged numbers and started texting, back and forth. And it didn't take him long. He asked me on a date, which hindsight is 2020. He said, maybe we can meet up for coffee or tea. And I should have left his ass where stuff at. But what I did say was, I don't mean.
Because he wanted to take you out for coffee and tea to get to know you. That's the problem. Like, what's the issue here? Like, what's the issue here? That was that down bad?
Men for coffee dates. So I'm not getting in my car to go on no coffee date. It's not happening. He had no problem planning. He had no problem like taking me where I want to go. He had no problem with if I said I don't like that, I don't want to do that. He didn't get offended. He was just like, basically like, it's whatever. It's your world.
The marriage is a joke to them. They're not in it to stay. They're in it to flaunt. They're in it to show off. They
getting married for extracurricular activity. That's the hell she was doing, man. She was bored. Hell on, bro. Stop all that bullshit, man. Stop it.
At 6 hours left in my return window, when I finally opened these, I was shocked. I almost returned the best thing of the year. So here's what actually happened. I bought these Kurosaki berberine patches, and like every other so-called weight control product, I thought it'd be a total scam. But before sending them back, I figured I'd at least try one. And that's when things got weird, in the best way possible. By day 3, my constant snack cravings were gone. No sugar.
Next, this wife crashes out on husband and police after car cheating low-key activated by the action. I saw this and I was like looking at comments. This is actually
what happened, guys?
Nothing. This is my daughter. She's on her way home.
Okay, what happened? Why was there lots of yelling and stuff?
They just had a little argument, so I'm sending her home.
Where'd you get the marks from? Huh?
They were just tussling.
Come on, man. The man got marks and everything.
No.
You see some?
No, I don't.
Man, you look like you was getting handled. Look at your shirt, young lady.
We're good.
So the argument started about cheating?
I guess you go to saw somebody on my phone, which was both cheating about it.
Okay.
He drank a liquor because he can't smoke, so he had to do something else to cope his pain, I guess. And he was like, that's why you taste like that. That's why you've been tasting so weird.
Oh my goodness. Dang. That's why you taste like that. You've been tasting so damn weird, bro. You should have went with your first thought, my guy. If it tastes funny, something's wrong. Something wrong. Everyone from tasting like strawberries and cream to something foul. Call it blue cheese crumbles. Call it what you want to call it. I don't, something nasty, y'all. Just say something. Put something nasty in the comments. I can go laugh at you. Say something nasty. Why are you continuing, my guy? Because she said, this is why he said, she said that he said, this is why you've been tasting funny. Man, why are you still doing it?
Basically, like, calling me out my name, calling me up, saying I'm ran through, saying, just making me feel bad about myself. So, of course, the words touched me and I threw my hand on him.
Right.
So, my mom was trying to stop us, but I was still throwing my hands on him. So, he didn't touch me.
On that point. Okay. Put your hand behind your back.
Why?
Stop.
Why?
Don't resist. Going to jail.
My daddy killed me,
Damn. Got caught cheating. About to catch a charge. You're resisting arrest. Your grandma's outside letting all the yams hang out with the grandbaby. I don't know. This is the most toxic Florida shit I've ever seen in my life. It is hot as hell outside. So hot, the pavement's hot. I'm still, grandma's out there flexing their hands, though. Because am I the only one that just caught up on how they just walk around just like that? You don't have the audacity. The cops have been there for a couple minutes. You could have went and put on some shorts and a shirt or something like something. But damn. Alright, cool, man. That's how we doing it.
Get in the car.
Shut up.
Get in the car.
Nobody got to put to it. You probably heard that's in my
Listen, stop that or you're gonna get tased. You understand me? Stop that. Stop that.
Oh yeah. That I see why homie had to get off that, bro. She was resisting arrest like a dude. No wonder he got scratches on him, bro. He probably was losing that battle. She probably got hands, claws, in all kind of moves, bro.
No.
Why?
No.
She was chill at first, then she turned all the way up.
I don't want to ride with her.
Stop. Stop it.
It's rude.
Stop it. All right, stop, please.
I ain't gonna lie, dude. Look at this, dude. I'm sorry, y'all, but I had to say, look at the back of that cop car. If you ever rode in the back of the cop car, bro, it's probably the most uncomfortable ride ever in your life. Look at that shit. They ain't got no feet room. If you're taller than 5'6", you hit riding in the cop car. Just put it out there.
I don't want to keep touching you. Come over here. Come on, dude. Let's go. Stop it.
Let her go. All right, we seen enough, guys. She's done for. You're done. You're done. You're cooked.
Not speak life into you. She's not it. If you're dealing with a woman and she does not pray with you, for you, or over you, she's not it. If you're dating a woman and she does not be tangible, she's not it. If you have a woman that cannot look at your table and have the ability to assess what's missing and what you can do to continue to add to your table, she's not it. And lastly, if you're dealing with a woman that receives more than she gives, she's not it. Oh, no, the man is the giver. He's supposed to be providing. I'm not talking about that. A woman's natural innate ability is to be a giver. We are created to multiply, to nourish, to develop, to pour, to nurture. So you give a woman groceries, she makes a meal. You give a woman a house, she makes it a home. You give her an idea, she makes a plan. You give her a plan, she makes execution.
Okay.
You give her a seed, she finds the soil, she plants it and it harvests. You give a woman some sperm, several kids might pop up.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Several kids.
She receives, because that's what she was designed to do. And that's how you know the type of woman you're dealing with.
Man, bitch, that bit ain't shit.
And lastly, if you really want to know what's gonna get you out, tell her your dream. But make sure you tell her an outlandish one. It might not even be real. It might not be like something you really, really intend on doing, but just mention it. And say, babe, I've been really thinking, and I think I'm gonna go ahead and go to school. Or I've been thinking I'm really gonna open this business. I've been thinking, but I'm really gonna but I gotta pull back from my full-time job and get a part-time job, and then I'm gonna go seek this because this is what I need to do to get us further. But it's gonna require a sacrifice on both of our parts, not just mine. You might not get as many date nights. You may not get as many purses as you got. We might have to pull back on a couple trips. We can't go to the fancy vacations and the fancy restaurants that we normally go to with our couple friends. We might need to get a different car. We might have to pull back on one of these car notes. Something's gonna have to happen. You might even have to pay a couple more bills than what you're used to paying in order for me to get to where we're trying to go.
Let's see how she handled that. That's the right one. Okay, man. I believe the dream. Lead us to success. Lead me to success. We'll see how that goes. But nonetheless, guys, that's today's video. Well, at least the first one. I might try to crank out another one. But I appreciate you guys. If y'all watch this far, we're gonna go ahead.
Oh, look, I'm getting a call from one of those unknown numbers.
Have you tried reversephone.com?
Reversephone.com?
Yeah, we all get numbers from calls we don't know. Now, it could be important, right? So you want to just
Now, family, look at this. Imagine you watching your child through the ring cam and this month just pull up on your baby. Wolf, man, I ain't gonna bat with y'all, who believe me or not.
Oh, baby.
Grand rising to the collective. Y'all know we back with another banger, another reaction. I appreciate everybody who been tapping in, running up, and subbing up. If you new to the channel, please like, comment, and subscribe. Hit that bell so you always notified whenever we drop them uploads. Y'all know we coming with about 4 videos every smooth 7. This is for entertainment purposes as well. And when you like, comment, and subscribe to the channel, helps Collective grow, helps Collective get bigger. People like this type of content, tap in with this content. But if you watch me on TV, whatever the case is, I wish it was smooth 7. Might be a trigger warning or 2. I hope not. But I think I have to go ahead and say happy belated birthday to the Holman family. Happy birthday to you. I see your son and your dad's birthday was coming as well. Happy birthday to them as well. Happy belated. I ain't gonna hold you. Y'all know what it is, man. Let's get straight to the video, man. Let's go.
Oh, baby. Oh my gosh. Dom's about to intercept.
My credit score is currently 571.
You ready for this? Go ahead. $56,000 in negative equity.
All right, as always, we're looking at bad credit, negative equity, and just all around bad financial decisions. These are the exact situations we want to avoid if we're trying to get ahead financially.
I wanted to buy a vehicle. I only have credit card debt of $4,000, which I'm clearing most by that time. I'm ready to purchase a vehicle. My credit score is currently at 571. Thinking of buying a Jeep. Do you think a Jeep would be a good option, or should I purchase something else? I also have a second job that is $800 bi-weekly. She makes about $5,600 a month. Let's give him a call. Hey, how are you? This is Yusuf. I know you're looking for some advice. Break it down for me.
It's actually my first vehicle. I'm interested in the Jeep. I was thinking like a Sport. My credit score is currently 571.
With a 571 credit score, I wouldn't even consider financing a vehicle. At that score, the interest rate is going to be brutal, and you're going to be paying far more than it's not worth it.
Why is your credit score so low?
I just started building my credit, and then I was out of the job last year for almost 12 months. I used my credit card, and that's the only thing that I have building next.
Have you missed any payments?
Yeah, I missed a few. I've been on track since May.
You have about 4 to 5 months of good payment history. You might want to wait a little longer. Do you have any money down to get into a vehicle?
Not right now.
It's not going to be smart for you to get into a vehicle. The dealership can get you into a vehicle. It's going to be 25-30% interest rate, and they're probably going to tack on a bunch of fees and whatnot. Is there a reason why you don't have any money saved?
Because I had some stuff doing for the past
5 months into getting back on track with paying her bills. A 25 to 30% interest rate is going to push her right back into the same situation. No money down, $4,000 in credit card debt. This is not the time to be financing a vehicle. Pay down the debt, build up some savings. Find a vehicle that fits your budget and that you can pay for in cash.
You don't have anybody that can co-sign for you on a vehicle?
Yes.
Do they have good credit?
in the high.
The thing is, once you bring on a co-signer, you're going to be responsible for their credit too. So if you miss a payment or two, it's going to affect them. And now you're in a situation where you might fight your friendship or your family. But right now, I would just wait till your credit is better. Save up a couple $1,000 or ask to borrow $1,500, $2,000 and just go buy a cheap Honda. I think you should definitely just take a step back. Let me know if you see anything on our website, autocafe.com. Thank you.
We don't know her exact financial situation, but with a monthly income of $5,600 and only a small amount of debt, she should have no problem saving up a few $1,000s and buying a cheap car with cash. No borrowing, no co-signers, no debt. And that'll always be the best move.
How much negative equity do you think we're going to have here?
Oh, 50,000.
Oh man, this payoff is higher than the MSRP.
Yes.
Social media is going to have a field day with this when I tell you what the trade number is.
This is a lease, right?
Yeah, it is.
Still, he must have rolled. He had a G-Wagon.
Well, clearly he did, because his payoff is still higher than the MSRP. The adjusted cap cost at the beginning of the lease was $138,937. The deals with what they were even a year ago, with all the incentives that we had, to still have a cap cost 18 grand over MSRP, he would have had to roll a massive amount of negative equity. I don't think he's a stranger to that. But you said that he wanted the GLE?
450E, and as low as you get it with aromatic.
So this guy clearly looks dead, and he's always looking for more of it. With the kind of cars he's buying, I'd imagine he has a strong income. But the way he's buying vehicles, he's throwing an unbelievable amount of money away. His payoff is higher than the MSRP. Having money doesn't mean you're good with it.
The problem is that unlike on this car that had big incentives, that has the lease cash, but that's it. Unless he would be coming to the table with a big down payment, because he is looking at, you ready for this?
Go ahead.
$56,000 in negative equity.
That's the highest I've ever seen, but it goes.
How many miles are on it? I'm sorry, actually, I forgot to update the miles. Oh no, 62.5. I think that he needs to keep this for a little while longer. Here's the thing, if he was even a couple payments further in, we could do an LEP, but you've got to have less than 2 years left on the lease. So right now, we have to take it in straight payoff, which is not optimal.
$62,500 more than the vehicle is actually worth. You're just refinancing losses. Every time he trades, the negative equity doesn't disappear. It gets carried forward plus interest. So even if he has a good income, it doesn't matter. The structure of the deal guarantees he keeps losing. And this is exactly how people with money can go broke.
Here's a fun one. Guys, pretend like you're holding up the building behind you. Ah, the picture. Yeah. That's
Okay,
right.
now give her phone back.
How do y'all know each other?
I say the car loan I took out 4 years ago taught me a very valuable financial lesson, and that is that I will never, ever take out a car loan again. That car cost me $23,000 back in 2021. I have paid $3,000 in interest in the last 4 years, $9,000 in insurance, $2,400 in registration, and I would say roughly $5,000 in maintenance, which brings me to a total of $43,000 in the last 4 years spent on a car that no longer works.
The money is gone and there's nothing to show for it. No reliable transportation, no asset. If that same money had gone towards something reliable, or even just been saved, she wouldn't be in this position today. $43,000 over 4 years is a significant amount for any vehicle. When that level of spending still results in a vehicle that doesn't run, it shows how expensive car ownership can become when things don't go as planned.
Versus if I had bought a car cash for, let's say, $5,000 and checking up pushing it, I would have spent nothing on interest, roughly around $3,000 in the last 4 years, maybe $400 in registration and tax fees, and I would say around $2,000 in maintenance, a total of $11,000. And more than likely, I am sure it would be guaranteed that that car would still be working, because in my opinion, older cars are much more reliable. And I think that's because they've been around for a while, so owners have already discovered their common issues, their weaknesses, their recalls. It's just much easier to check reviews, reliability reports, or YouTube breakdowns to know what to expect versus brand new model cars. You're going to be the test subject.
It would be impossible to estimate maintenance costs exactly, but overall she would have saved a significant amount of money. Even accounting for repairs and upkeep, the total cost would have been far lower. Some of the best cars up the line were under $5,000. They weren't flashy, but they were reliable. And they did exactly what a vehicle is supposed to do. Get you from point A to point B without destroying your finances.
I make good money, and I'm still drowning. Let's be honest for a second. I'm a nurse. My husband works in the oil field. On paper, we should be fine. But the truth, we're in debt. I'm exhausted.
Hello? Nope. No.
And I was quietly panicking about how the hell I would make it to retirement without losing my mind. My husband is gone for long stretches. I work full-time. I run the house. I manage the bills. I handle the kids. And no one talks about how heavy that gets. Here's the part I'm afraid to say
What
out
kids?
loud.
You're like
I
7
don't want
years
to be a nurse
old.
anymore. Not because I'm lazy, but because this life is costing me my peace and my presence with my girls.
She makes good money. On paper, her income probably looks good, but most of it is likely already spoken for. Bills, payments, obligations. Probably nothing left at the end. And when there's nothing left, even a good income turns into stress. That's how someone ends up burnt out and feeling like they're drowning.
It was recently the wreck pretty much destroyed my fiance's car, which she had covers for, but both of our insurance, I had my own insurance too, but both of our insurance company had denied coverage, so now I'm stuck with an extra car payment every month for a car that's not usable, can't even sell it. Or if I were to sell it, it would only be worth, roughly $2,000 or something for the junk car that it is now, compared to the $26,000 I owe on it. Trying to figure out when would be the best time to consider bankruptcy.
99% of people who call in saying, I think I need to file bankruptcy, absolutely don't. What they really need is hope and a plan.
He owes $26,000 on a vehicle that's already wrecked. The vehicle is gone, but the debt isn't. That loan still has to be paid, even though there's nothing left to drive or sell. This is one of the hardest lessons with car financing. The moment the car disappears, the obligation doesn't. And if there isn't proper coverage, you're left paying for something that no longer exists.
Because right now life is scary. Because you're broke, you've got this car situation, you can't afford this payment, and you feel like there's nowhere left to turn. But what was the situation where they denied coverage completely?
What it was, I was excluded on her policy for her to keep her premiums down, and then my insurance is it's denying coverage because that vehicle, I had co-signed on it, and they considered that I'm part owner and it wasn't under my policy, so that's their loophole. So both the insurance company had the loophole announced. The only hope I would think now is that I can minimize it because I did have gap insurance on that vehicle, and then we got it from the dealership. I'm stuck paying this $26,000, and we had to get her a second car, which they managed to approve, and she has a second car, which is now another a month. So we're making technically 3 car payments now.
3 monthly obligations tied to depreciating assets.
Hey.
That's a lot of fixed costs locked into vehicles. Even with a decent income, carrying multiple car payments adds constant pressure. There's no flexibility, no margin, and no room for anything unexpected. It turns transportation into a permanent financial strain instead of a tool.
And on top of all our other, rent, because we don't own a home, but we have our rent and our other living expenses.
So you guys are living together? Have you combined finances, or are they still separate?
They're right now, we have 2 separate bank accounts, but I've started putting my deposits in her bank account, so we have our bank account and I have my old bank account.
We need to keep our lives separate right now. She needs to worry about her debt, you need to be worried about your debt, and now you have this new payment on the line here. What other debt do you have?
Well, we have roughly about, I would say, $5,000 in credit card debt.
Okay, and then how much total in the car debt?
Probably $55,000, maybe average total.
He's depositing his paycheck into his girlfriend's account. That's risky, no matter how strong the relationship feels at the time. Once the money goes into someone else's account, it's no longer under your direct control. But things change. Access to that money can become a problem very quickly. It creates unnecessary risk, and there's no upside that justifies it.
The goal here is that you're not underwater, meaning the car is still worth 26 or more, and you could sell it and get out from under this payment and get something real cheap. So you're A1 right now, you need $1,000 in the bank for you. And right now, you guys aren't married. She needs to worry about her debt, you need to worry about your debt. The goal is for both of you to become debt-free. But combining bank accounts and both of you making bad financial decisions that you're both liable for, we gotta quit that. No more co-signing, no more refinancing, no more consolidation, and I got a plan. The only way out of this is to get out of this, and that's selling the cars, getting the income up, cutting expenses down to nothing, and no more debt. Just tell yourself, debt is not an option. What am I going to do if debt did not exist?
The best solution is getting out of debt. That usually means making uncomfortable decisions. But that discomfort is temporary. Debt is what keeps the pressure on long term. If you want to see more, you know what to do. See you in the next one.
Peace out, Mike.
Join Delicious Rewards and turn points into free Culver's favorites.
You know, I consider myself a bit of a prophet as well. You know, I think I might have started the previous video out like that before, but when you're right so many times, I only feel like I can say it twice. All of my car trends that I expected to happen in 2025 became true. Yeah, and I want to talk to you guys about what car trends you think are coming to the community.
Are you looking at your 2026 right now?
Yeah, just my forehead, mostly. Which, by the way, welcome to Martini Works. MonteCarlo@MartiniWorks.com. Dakota, you got any ideas on what car trends you think are coming in hot?
Yeah, I gotta ask the Magic Conch.
Yeah?
Do you have it? Yeah, Magic Conch told me. Oh, clean builds, and what I mean by this is stuff with less aero. I think people are gonna start dialing it back. We've seen a lot of the over fender kits, big wings, all that stuff. I think people are gonna step away from that. They're gonna do a lot more minimalistic kits. I still think there will be aero, you know, maybe hoods with some vents on them, ground effects kits like lips, side skirts, slate diffusers. They will be color matched. They won't be just like black plastic or carbon fiber. It's all going to be sleek. It's almost going to look OEM plus. Sure. I'm thinking a lot more people are just going to keep it peaceful. I think we've gone the route where everything has went really crazy and wild, and we've kind of started to peak where it's like, You go further than that, and it's just getting plain stupid at this point. So I think now the trend is, because the trend always ends up being the opposite of what's, you know, getting super popular, is to dial it back and go clean again.
Interesting. That's a good one.
Yeah, I know.
I think repossessions are gonna.
That's crazy.
Hard trend.
Jesus Christ!
2026, ladies and gentlemen.
It's 2008 all over again.
This
time they're coming for the cars.
I can't tell you enough that I just think repos are going to be a car trend.
Does that mean
of 2026? I think what's going to happen is you're going to see a lot of individuals with new generation M3s and M4s sell their car, and they're going to come in and be like, guys, I just had to go back to the basics. I had to go back, you know, I just wanted to get something more. I just had to.
Legally.
Legally obligated.
Is there a lot of big loans in 2025 or what?
The amount of, what do you call it, leverage that is in the automotive market right now in terms of new car sales is insane. And I do think a lot of people are going to get into probably halfway of 2026 and realize, man, this car is really cool. I bought it for $80,000. I don't know how I've only owned it for a year and now it's worth 56, but I should probably get rid of it. And I do think you're going to see people go back towards more modestly appropriate car builds, even if they have the money. I think, and what I've seen in 2026, or what I think I'm going to see more in 2026, is people are like, they're kind of turning their heads around saying, man, maybe I don't need all this stuff. I don't need all these things, the most expensive glitz and glam out there. I've been over influenced by makeup and clothes and things like that. And I think a lot of that has to do with cars as well. Like, you go out there and it's like, man, the amount of people that are buying, you know, new BMW M240i's was insane. People that are spending money on M4s right now is insane. And like, they're great cars, fantastic cars, and if you can financially afford one, they're hats off to you. That's great. But there are some people that I think really overspent on maybe their second car, maybe their third car, and they're like, man, I don't know if this is worth it. It's like, no, I think they're gonna sell it. I think they're gonna back to like get a E46 or something like that, or even like an E90, and they're gonna be just as happy.
A year ago or so, that repo guy on TikTok was like blowing up. I know. I was just thinking, coming back, or what? Is he gonna come back and like the dances in front of people and shit? That was my favorite account. Sitting on their repos.
That's insane.
Well, that's a wild take that a trend will be repossessions. So.
Well, you know, I just have to hit him with the sideways one. I would say a more appropriate one is just affordable builds. I think affordability, I think, is going to be more important than ever before. I've seen a lot of people that have like stopped following big brands, and there's this new wave of people being okay with, you know, counterfeits, and people are being okay with like fake stuff, like even like in the apparel world, like the lifestyle world of things. And I think that is the clearest indication of like a recession. Like, people are justifying.
You're saying a recession's gonna be a trend? Recession indicator.
I might just be, what's the guy that always talks about the money that's like got the crazy hair on the TV channel, the television? Close enough. There's always an indication of a recession, and you know, this, I think something's coming. So I think people are going to get more into affordable bills. They're going to find ways to enjoy their car the same amount, just with less expensive parts.
I don't like yours. Joe, what's yours?
Listen, I said a resurgence in VIP builds, specifically with a lot of the newer platforms, like the lesser known platforms of like the early 2000s becoming available from Japan. So we've seen it with, was it like the Crown Athlete 5 wagon or whatever that it is? Huge, dope, awesome, not incredibly expensive for like what it is and like what you can get them for. And I think that every year that we, you know, that 25-year law allows more vehicles in, is every year that we get to see some like newer, cooler stuff. I know I seen like, there's that like Mirage, like that Mitsubishi Mirage wagon that was available like down in Wisconsin not that long ago. They had like a VR4. It's just like the crazy stuff like this that I think like would often get overlooked, but you dump it and throw some dope wheels on it like every VIP car should have. I think we're gonna see a resurgence of that, and kind of going along with like the more like clean OEM plus look, you know, just making the normal stuff look really sick.
Galan VR4, cool car. Nobody knows about it. It's absolutely awesome. I
love the Galan.
My friend had one, super sick. The only problem is you say you have a VR4 and everybody thinks it's a 3000 GT VR4. You have to be like,
yeah, no, it's a 1460. It was weird.
There are so many good Japanese big body sedans out there. Like there's a million, and I feel like every year there's
they're decently affordable. Like a lot of them are going like between 8 and 12K. Now a lot of them are automatic because it's a 4-door sedan luxury vehicle. But manual swaps are possible. I mean, Alex had Gloria swapped, and that was awesome. It was really sick. So that's doable. But my second one that I was leaning into kind of ties into my first. So we're talking about the clean builds. I think liveries blew up like crazy. This is going to be a two-sided coin. Oh, they got crazy. Everyone's doing liveries. They're going nuts with them. A lot of like the brand ones, you know, like the Twisted Teas and Coors Light wraps, all this stuff. I think it's gonna be clean slates again. One solid. We're not doing two-tone cars. We're not doing three-tone. We're not doing half livery. I think it's gonna be clean slate, one color across the build.
What if the color's like?
Don't say brown.
Like a very light brown. Do you like that color? Like a
that seems like a loaded question.
Caramel creamer color? One color.
If you're asking me if I like the color of the S2K, I don't.
Damn.
At the same time, you got decals all over that car.
Okay, but here's the other side of the coin. I said it was a two-sided coin. Okay. I'm dead wrong. Completely wrong. People double down on liveries.
The weatherman tactic over here.
And I see
50% chance of rain.
Drift liveries getting super popular in the stance culture. Yeah. And I see that exploding and going further. I seen at some events this year the meme liveries that went crazy. Like the entire car's a meme. I can easily see that transferring over to the stance culture. And I really haven't seen any of it in the stance culture. Maybe a couple slammed cars with like a drift inspired livery.
They'll have a little bit of like the chrome like tribal on.
But I think they're gonna go even further into that. So it's one or the other. I'm not sure.
Fair enough. This one's 100% going
Don't tell me I'm going to be broke in 2026.
More domestic cars getting built and enjoyed and loved. I see it. I see power. I think people want their cars to be affordable. I think people want to have fun with their cars, and there is really no better car to have ridiculous, stupid, back of the road style fun than like a C5 Corvette, or even like an S550 Mustang, or some of the older, even like early 2000s Mustangs that you can do some pretty simple stuff with and still have a good time with them. Like the sub 10 grand cars. We talked about the RX-8 being like one of those things. But man, like as the years go on, the older Japanese cars continue to get more expensive, unless you're getting weird stuff from Japan that's like an automatic four-door. But the domestic cars are continuing to go down in price. Like outside of like very specific trim,
like the really high rare.
Yeah, but like the Corvette's still a Corvette. Like the base model Corvette with the manual is still fun, right? It's just if you want to go get the Z06 that you're going to be, paying an arm and a leg for. And I think people are going to enjoy that. And I've seen friends, both girls and guys, actually go back in time to get older and older cars. Like there's a girl that I used to know, her name is Claire. She bought like a C4 Corvette because she liked the way that they looked. But then I started looking at these Corvettes, and then I went on Instagram, and all of a sudden there's tons of people that are buying these old C4, C3 Corvettes and like lowering them a little bit and just kind of like making them cool cruiser cars, and that's pretty much all there is to it. And so I think with how expensive most Japanese cars are, like sport tuner cars, I think people are trying to have fun for like, $6 grand. Sure. It's hard to do that in any other car than the old bow tie.
My next one is audio setups being incorporated into more builds again.
Oh, I think audio is coming back.
I'd like to see it too, and I think it makes sense. Like we kind of talked about when we were first getting into cars, like, it was such a big thing. Like we all put subs in our cars for some reason, but I still think it's cool, especially like with the older stuff. Like it's almost like a period piece at this point of like, oh, there was like that RX-7 that you showed me. It had like the air setup, but then it also had the audio incorporated. And I've started to like see that at the shows that we've gone to. If someone has a really wild trunk setup for their air setup, they kind of incorporated it with some sort of audio setup too. And I thought that was really dope. There was actually even a guy with WRX that was up at Wisconsin Modified that did a completely custom audio trunk setup, and it was really sleek. But like the whole floor, I think he like cut out like the floor of the back of the car to build this box that was like vented and everything, and it was super dope. So I think seeing that come back in like a way is very possible, because I've already started to notice it.
Hell yeah.
People getting more creative with their builds again, custom application. especially because parts, like we kind of talked about, and cars themselves are getting more expensive. We talked about tariffs raising the prices on everything, and brands like HKS, for example, announcing that like, hey, we've held off for as long as we can, but we need to raise prices of already a pretty expensive brand here in the United States. So I think that's going to continue to happen until something changes there. Prices are probably more than likely going to go up on those sort of parts. People are going to look, okay, well, how can I make something my own? I kind of want to do something original anyway. I'm going to go learn how to fab up some sheet metal, or I'm going to go learn how to do this thing in fiberglass or carbon fiber myself. I'm going to 3D print something. The technology and AI generative stuff to even design a piece for a car. It's like, hey, I scanned this, build me a lip for it. I feel like is not that far out of the realm.
No, you can
possibility.
Literally get like a wireless scanner now for like $300 and like scan a fender on a car and upload it right to your computer and start doing shit on the 3D printer. It's insane how accessible it is now. And then obviously in the age of media and content, you can find a how-to for literally anything you want nowadays too.
And then the last one I had was custom engraving, aka more influence from the lowrider scene. I think we saw that with Richie's car that we saw up at Final Bout, but I've even seen it pop up just on my Instagram Explore feed. Even like the lower part of like their mirrors engraved, like, you know, just little things.
Which it's insane because it's so expensive. It's so time consuming, but it looks so dope.
It's so sick, and I don't mind that at all. I think that's super cool.
The lowrider,
done correctly.
like the lowrider and Chicano car culture continuing to be one of like the primary artistic influences of automotive culture will always be my favorite thing that we talk about every once in a while because they deserve it.
Yeah,
The culture of automotive enthusiasts are such an underrepresented group of people in digital media.
They are.
But man, the stuff that they make, curate, and engrave, and build is just, you look at it, and you don't have to be a lowrider enthusiast. You don't even have to know what car it is. You see those cars, and you're like, that's art.
Yeah.
Like, that is art with four wheels. It looks incredible. It's insane.
Anytime it does pop up on an Instagram, like carousel or reel, or in like a video or something like that. I remember, did they have one in like one of the Gymkhanas or something?
Yeah.
A while ago, and it was like, dude, that's so sick.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like anytime they are present, you're like, I respect that.
Yeah, I think it's one thing too when you see it online or you see the videos of them like bouncing and stuff. It's like, oh, that's cool. That's weird.
So all you do is close this top up, close this little plastic lid, and
see myself doing something like that. But the first time I saw a lowrider, like an actual true lowrider done up in person, was at SEMA.
Yep.
And it changed my life and it changed my perspective on them. I have so much respect for what they do to those cars. The amount of work and the attention to detail is next to none in the car scene. Like, I can't think of another car group. It is just insane. Like, I can't even imagine, not alone like the money put in, but the amount of hours that are put into those vehicles are just insane.
So if you want to be super cool, just get rid of all your Japanese cars, get rid of all European cars, go get yourself like an old Nova, an old Chevelle, an old Impala, maybe even a Dom, you know, and just live that lifestyle for a season so that you can understand the horrid baselines that those guys have to start off with those cars. Because for the longest time, I just thought like all examples of those like types of lowrider cars were just great examples to begin with. 90% of those things before they get them are just absolutely pieces of shit.
Yeah,
you know,
they're like
just
complete restoration.
garbage. They're complete restored from the ground all the way to
those are like $1 million cars.
and they stay. The coolest thing is, and this is something I learned when I was in California, is like some of those cars, they stay in the families for like decades, generations. Like they've passed them along to their kids, and they're still in like the family. Like a good old best friend of mine, like Shaw, his dad had a Bel Air, and I remember he had owned it since he was like in his early 20s. And I remember talking to him like, "What are you gonna do with this when you get older?" He's like, "Oh, it's simple. It goes to Michael. Michael then can have the Bel Air, and hopefully Michael passes it along to his son or daughter when he gets old enough." And it's like, that's so cool to see.
So here's your rule book for 2026. You're gonna grab about 10 grand in cash, because we're not taking a loan out on it.
No, to get repoed.
It's gonna get repoed. You're gonna go buy either older domestic car or go find a 4-door saloon from Japan. You're going to keep it simple. You're going to put it on some dope wheels. Maybe a little bit of subtle aero. You're going to put a kick-ass audio system in it, and you're going to do some custom engraving, and you're not going to put a brand livery on it.
That's right.
There you go. You just won 2026.
You got it.
All you got to do.
And you're gonna get wheels and tires from martiniworks.com. You guys let us know what car trends you believe are coming in 2026. So let us know in the comments below or wherever it is that you're listening to, because I want to get your guys and gals' thoughts on where you think the season or the culture is heading as.
Embrace it. Embrace it all, because understand something. If you want to be a CIA man, a confident, intelligent, and assertive guy, understand something. You are going to be insulted because you're a winner. Winners always get insulted by losers. They're going to call you arrogant. They're going to call you condescending. They're going to call you... They're going to throw a bunch of insults at you, but what they're not going to do is they're not going to be able to beat you. It is going to dog it. Anytime someone is a winner, they have haters. Name me how many people hate Tom Brady and the Patriots. But you know who doesn't hate them? Patriots fans. People hate the Dallas Cowboys because they're called America's team. All winners have haters. Now, we understand that at the high levels, you know, as sports and entertainment, elite levels into the top 10%, I need you guys to understand something. People are going to come at you. They're going to say, you're, like I said, one of the biggest ones they're going to call you is you're full of yourself. You think you're so this. You think you're so that. You know who's going to say that? People. They're not telling you that because less of you. They're telling you that because you have the nerve to believe in yourself and stand on what it is you believe. You're going to have men throw it at you, but what you're not going to have is some guy who's above you or better than you throwing it at you. You're never going to have somebody that you're trying to compete with saying you're arrogant. You're going to say, all right, that's what I mean. Do it. Be courageous. Push, push, push. That's right. Matter of fact, you're going to have winning kind of guys. They're like, yeah, do that, do that. You know the guys who are going to throw it at you? The guys who don't want to do the work. Guys that don't want you to make it so hard for them. Then, of course, they're going to call you all these things. Look at him. You're over there trying to be opportunistic, and you're over there trying to schmooze, and you're over there trying to glad in. I'm going to keep it real. It's always the keep it real dudes. What they're really saying is, I want you to stay down. You to shine so bright, it makes it hot on me. Could you not be so good? Could you not shine so bright? Could you not make me look like I'm just average and mediocre? That's what's at the basis of all this other kind of stuff. And I get so tired of guys who are smart, who are accomplished, who are capable, who have the stuff that it takes, dumbing themselves down to make other people. Listen to me when I tell you this. Man, there have been so many times that guys have thought, if I just failed, they'd like me more. And what you're going to find is if you fail, you become just like the people that you think would like you more. They're going to still not like you. Matter of fact, they're going to resent you. They're going to say, look, I understand why I'm a failure. I understand why I didn't do it. But look, he had all these opportunities. He ended up right here. You don't do them any favors by failing. You know what you do? You go ahead and become the man you need to be. You go ahead and get up to the top of the top, the tippy top. You get your name up on Mount Rushmore. You climb Everest. You make as much. You go as high. You go as far as you can, and let the haters stand outside and call you whatever outside of the gates. That's right, outside the gates of your mansion, outside, while you're flying on your G6, let them call you all that crap from coach on the bus. I'm a firm believer in this. That's why I was going to make notes on this, but I'm sorry. I'm just going off the cuff because I have seen this stuff so much in my life. I've had the people throw stuff like that at me, but you know what? I've never had somebody doing better than me call me into this stuff. And it's one of the few things that you can rest assured that if you want to be better than the 90% of people, you're going to have people throw shit at you. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. Especially the men that you are beating. Now, let's flip it up. The women that say it, they don't understand why. Why they're saying it? Because you make it harder for them to actually keep your attention. Oh, did I say that out loud? See, I've never had a woman call me arrogant or take that back. Take it back. Let me not be hyperbolic. Arrogant is a compliment for most women. Arrogant is a compliment for most women because it's like, damn, you got balls. You have courage. You actually have the courage of your convictions. You have enough to stand on it and say it directly to their face and not flinch. So embrace it. Embrace the arrogance. What's the difference between cocky and confidence? It's not bragging if it's true. If you're a winner, you're a winner. It's not bragging. The difference between cocky and confidence, I look at it, you can be cocky when you have the confidence that you know you're going to put the work in to get it done. There's one thing to sit around and talk about something, and you don't have the work, the hashtag show your work, you don't have the receipts, you don't have the numbers, you don't have the facts, you don't have the data, you just have the belief in yourself. Well, I'm still a proponent for that because here's the thing, only you know whether or not you're going to do the work. But if you can say you're going to do great things, you're going to be great because you know that you're going to do the work, then do it. Say it.
Let's go.
Say it and make it and put the pressure on yourself. Put the pressure on yourself to hold yourself accountable. So when you do make the result, when you accomplish what it is you say you're going to accomplish, nobody can say anything other than he may be arrogant, he may be cocky, he may be this. Yeah, but he also got it done. He delivered. Don't have to like him, but there's the result. This is why I love this whole business of image. It's about outcomes. It ain't bragging if it's true. So like I say, embrace the arrogance. You might as well go ahead and get to learn to like it, learn to love it. Because you do no one any favors by saying, you know what, I'm gonna dim my light. I'm not gonna wear my suit on Saturday. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna dress better. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do that. Matter of fact, I'll just sit around here and be like everybody else. Then they'll like me more. No, they won't. They won't like you anymore. You won't like yourself anymore because you know good and doggone well you're cheating yourself. I don't want you to cheat yourself to make somebody else feel comfortable. I want you to make your competition sweat. I want you to make it hard on your competition. I want you to make it hard on the women who want to be in your life. Because if you're going to win, you're going to get out there and do what it takes to succeed. But I want you to get all the results. What do you think? Client people out here that are millionaires and billionaires, people who are rich and wealthy, what do you think they do? They still eat. Well, you know what? I'm going to eat spam. I'm eat peanut butter and jelly because I don't want to be able to get that mess. Many people don't know how rich and wealthy people actually live, but I tell you what, they don't live worrying about what people who have less than them think about them. They really don't. They may say it in public, but they don't. Tywin Lannister, the lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of the sheep. What do you want to be? If you want to be a lion, guess what? You're going to have to eat some sheep. You're going to have to eat a whole bunch of stuff, and none of your prey likes to be eaten. What are you going to do? Become a vegetarian? Go eat some grass? Go be nice to it, talk to it, man, be a lion. Do what you have to do. Embrace the arrogance. It's one of your superpowers. Peace. Hey guys, whether looks, style, or life, whether personal or professional, you can level up and be your personal best each and every day. If you're interested in any of that, do us both a favor. Follow the link in the description and book your one-on-one session with me. Details down in the description. Peace.
You know, I started playing Fast Play from the Hoosier Lottery. It's quick, easy, and instant fun. Might be a good break from your latest hobby of the week.
Welcome back to It Is What It Is. This episode is presented by Underdog. If you're new to Underdog, today's the day. Get $75 in bonus entries when you play just $5 on fantasy. Code It Is What It Is. So Underdog is bringing the playoff magic all postseason long. Every playoff weekend, make sure y'all open the Underdog app to see what promos are running for you. is available right now in most states, including Florida, Texas, and California, just to name a few. So make sure y'all support the show, lock in your bonus, and start playing today with code What It Is. I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with host Cam. Mace will be back, and today we are joined with our analyst, Michael Irvin.
Mike, what's up, man? Alright, I just got back home. I literally just got back home. Damn, I ain't thinking about you showing me this. Let me tell you about this Negro here. This Negro here, right? I'm in Miami. Let me tell you what Cam does. He texts me all the other bad stuff somebody sent it. Man, look at this here, Joker. I didn't put it out there like that. And then as soon as he finished texting me stuff, his ass pop up on my timeline with the same stuff. Bam! I texted right back to him. Nigga, stop sending me what they said. I see what you said. You know what I did? I said it right there. Come on. Listen, I ain't seen the belt in a couple weeks, man. I ain't seen the belt in a couple weeks, man. That's what I ain't seen it in a minute, man. How you doing, Mike? I'm okay now, man. I'm okay now. I worked for about a day or so. I went through it right there, dog. Listen, man. First of all, the game, right? I was so exhausted by the time because I was doing too much. I was doing all these appearances at the convention center. There was so many people everywhere you went. It was an incredible week leading up to the game, and then of course, you know, you guys know what happened in the game. And when the game, it was just that we could have just controlled their special teams. Those special team plays would have made a huge difference. You know, missed field goal and then the block a touchdown for Indiana. So yeah, man, I was depressed after the game. I'm not gonna lie. I was depressed. Everybody was already calling me and said, man, let's go out and party. I said, I ain't going nowhere. And get this on camera, tell you, I ain't going no damn well. We just lost, right? And you know what I like in this too, right? Because as I'm trying to leave the stadium, all the Indiana fans, but I'm a Cowboy fan. Can we take a picture? Can we take a picture? Hell no. I ain't taking no picture with y'all. You know what I mean? It's like jersey swapping. I told you I wasn't going to jersey swap with somebody, and I'm not going to give you a picture on this field so you can remember whooping my ass on this field. Are you crazy? Get on out of here with that. So I just went back to my room and I just went to sleep, man. I didn't want to be bothered with anybody. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't do anything. I just went to sleep and try to get past the depression of losing that game. But I'm feeling better now, getting better, coming out of it.
Good, man. But you know what I take from all this is, first of all, Stat conveniently gets sick, so she can't go to the game.
Not convenient. I wanted to be there.
So convenient. After I said you're gonna be the Jake, she's sick. I thought she was in Miami because Mace went to Miami. You might as well from right after the game. Everybody's in Miami. Mace flew to Miami. That's why Mace hasn't been. His whole schedule's off because of Stat. Because we thought she was in Miami. She's not there. But it's mighty convenient. I'm just telling you the truth, Stat.
Apparently, I'm always the Jake for everything. Scheduling.
No. Listen, one thing I will say about you, your attendance is immaculate. It's in the last couple years. Your attendance is great. It's just a little confusion on location. But she didn't go to the game, and now what I'm hearing from Mike, which is just preposterous, the reason they lost is because he had a full schedule. He was tired leading up to the game. Like he was out there. He's going to be on the I was exhausted. So leading up to the game, I was exhausted. I had a long week, so therefore I couldn't give him that energy I usually give him on the sideline. So that's why y'all Miami fans. I love y'all loyalty, but listen, what I will say is this, and we talked about it on the show. Y'all listen. I thought y'all were gonna get blown out. This game went down to the wire. Even though y'all lost the game, I thought this was a great look for the program the last couple of years. It was a very, very good game. It went down to y'all had a chance to win. I didn't even think y'all had a chance to win because of what Indiana was doing to everybody else previously in the playoffs. You know, smacking Alabama and Oregon. Y'all really put up a really good game and y'all had a chance to win. But I do like the story about Mendoza, how he wanted to go to Miami, wanted to go on as a walk-on. They didn't walk on. They didn't want him as a walk-on. Grew up in Miami, and then to win that game on his hometown was great. Not only that, the interception for the game-winning interception, it was a Miami kid also. So Miami won.
They're all Miami kids. That's the whole idea. That's what I'm talking about. That's why this was so important. And Cam, you hit something. Even being on that stage was so important. Because ultimately, what it comes down to is all of this great talent decided, do I take my talent out of Miami because I'm born and bred in Miami? Do we go someplace else or do we play here in Miami? Because now Miami is on that stage. And that kid, all those great recruits at all those other schools coming to Miami, so this win. Their families were there. They're going to say, man, if you go to this school, you can recreate those moments. We can have another time in the city like that. So I think just being on that stage is going to help Miami greatly, even though they lost the game. And Cam, you're right. That was a good game, and we still had a chance in the end. Even I understand what Carson Beck saw down the sideline to Daniels Jr., and the play was there. Throw that ball maybe a full second sooner. That ball needed to be up and down before that safety get over there and over that cornerback, which was a tough throw. Right in the middle of the field, Malachi was wide open. Even if he had thrown the ball there, because he had like 40 seconds, 40, 50 seconds, they had a lot of time. If he had thrown the ball there, gotten up, spiked the ball, maybe you had a chance. But listen, it was a great season. After I got over the pain of the loss and trying to console everyone, you fall back on what a great season. The season before that, I wanted to go to a playoff run and we never got there because they didn't put us in. We lost those last games. This was incredible because every place we went, we were basically underdogs, and we went in and we took those games, and then we came in, like you said, and played a great finals game, but it was their year, and you got to give them credit. They got all them old ass niggas out there, and they won the game. They went from them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Yeah, you knocked my whole camera off over with that, Mike. Yo, Mike knocked the whole camera over, man.
I saw a few of them jokers. I remember I was in the crib. Them niggas was in the crib with me. That's what I was saying. Like that.
Mike knocked my whole camera over with this, man. I gotta fix the camera. Hold on,
So I didn't dig it, man. I understand. I'm happy for them. I just
listen, Mike. Carson Beck is older than C.J. Stroud. What are you talking about? Yeah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on.
We got one player. That's been well. They got every player that's the youngest player on their team. Right, with 23, 24 years old. I mean, and I don't blame them. They're working within the framework of the system to get this done. And it was smart of them. Indiana said, we don't get the top recruits. We wait till the 3-star, 4-star become mature and grown, and then they play like 5 stars. I mean, it's a brilliant way of approaching the system. I wouldn't be amazed. I would be amazed if other people didn't try it.
I'll just add really quick, and I know Cam brings up the quarterback age, which is valid. People are going to do that, but definitely one of our biggest playmakers on Miami's team, Malachi Tony, literally 18. He up there with the big dogs. So Of course, congrats to Indiana.
Fresh
but
out the womb.
yeah, literally. So
And to keep it 100, and to y'all guys' credit, he should be in high school. He should be classified.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
one way or another.
No. They got too many old niggas. It don't balance out.
But I digress. Right.
What you tried to say.
Right. Okay. So now we're...
Mike, just real quick, because we talked about this on the show earlier this week with Maurice, and you brought it up, and that's the same thing I said. You can't fault him for using what the system is presenting to him.
Right.
And it's going on in basketball. And we talked about it's going on in basketball too, because we talked about how John Calipari's upset that now people are leaving the G League, going from the G League back to college because they didn't use all their college eligibility. What do you think about this? Do you think that? Well, let me think how I want to phrase the question to you. Do you think that? Of course, you're not. Me, I don't think it's fair. When I grew up playing college basketball, pardon me, I only went to school 1 year before I got a record deal, but I redshirted my first year because I tore all my ligaments in my ankle. Then I got a record deal next year, so I never knew what my potential would be. But it wasn't all these years. The new rule now is you can play 9 games and then redshirt. How are they going to fix this problem? Yeah, how are you going to fix this problem moving forward? Because to me, the coach for Indiana, if this doesn't get fixed or they leave it the way it is, he could possibly be the new Nick Saban because some people are going to stick to getting high school kids. And the phrase that I used when we was talking to Maurice, I was saying that, look, you go recruit the best 18, 17, 18-year-old kids to come to your school. And they sit there, now mind you, they've probably been the best at what they've been doing since they was 8 or 9 years old. And now with NIL, they're like, yo, I need this. I'm gonna need $5 million if I come here. I'm gonna need my own house off campus. I'm gonna need this. To where you go recruit somebody who's 23 years old and you say, look, I got $52,000 for you. And you like, nigga, this is my last chance. I'll go kill that 18-year-old kid. And go kill him. I'm gonna kill him, man. So how does this work moving forward? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, and I'm with you on that. And honestly, ultimately, and I heard Coach Calipari talking about that, ultimately, and he mentioned it, who's going to lose are the young kids, right? That's not necessarily Malachi Tony, but are good players. And where do they go to be developed now? Because those spots are being taken up by grown men. You see what I'm saying? That's the whole thing. I don't know what they can do to fix this system. I certainly believe that these athletes should have a chance at getting a piece of the pie that we didn't get, and athletes didn't get for a long time. I certainly believe that. But they gotta put something in place. I think like I don't mind you hit the portal one time. The second time you gotta go and see somebody. The third time you want to hit it 3 times, you want to sit out a year. Because I mean, you just bouncing. You know what I mean? It gives some kind of sense of stability to make a decision. Life is, once you make a decision, you gotta most of the time live and deal with that decision. What is it teaching our kid? Make a decision. Oh, that wasn't a good decision. Let me change. I'm going here now. I'm gonna change. It takes away teaching them how to fight. Like when I got to Miami. There was somebody in front of me. There, Kenny Oliver and David Kintai. They were starting in front of me. I was a freshman, 3rd string. And do I say, oh, I'm just going to transfer a little dollar? I'm a transfer. No, I had to stay there and work and fight and win the starting job. That ability to fight for something you're going to need in life. And it's supposed to be getting taught and engraved in you during your college years as you go to that cocoon of coming from young man, from kid to young man. That's when you put that fight in you for the rest of the world, for your family, for your kids, for your wife. And we're not putting that kind of fight in a kid. Go fight for a position. They're just saying, no, I'm out of here. Somebody gonna give me more money. I'd rather just go take it. So yeah, there's some things that we are losing. But all in all, I'm happy the kids are getting a piece of the pie.
Okay, one more question, Stat, before we go on, because Mike made me think about this as well. So we had another question that Maurice brought up. Maurice has some really good questions. He's talking about that moving forward, it seems like kids are losing development, player development, because they're getting money in college, so on and so forth. It's a clip going on, a viral clip, to where it's high school kids that playing football. They're really good. Not just any high school kids, really high-level high school kids. And this clip going around. They was asking them what they thought about the playoffs for the NFL. And they said, "We don't even watch the NFL." And you asked the whole team. They they wasn't even there. We're not watching NFL. We're not watching NFL. Oh, I don't know. I watch college. It's better. Because to me, and this is just my opinion, I want to get your opinion on this. Because now when you're in high school, not just high school, I just seen my shorty just told me about a high school girl signed with Adidas. You know what I'm saying? So now when you're in high school, you're saying, okay, I don't have to wait to get to the NFL to get paid. I can get paid at the next level in college. Where does that stand to where you're saying, okay, I don't care, I'm not paying attention to the NFL. I'm about to make some millions in college. That's what's more important to me, to where they're not even paying attention to the NFL. What do you think about that? And also with player development.
What it says. Right. What it says to me, and you're tapping on something here that's very important. What it says to me is there's no more desire to be the very best. There's just a desire to get some of that bag. You see what I mean? And I don't mind. I don't mind that. Because the way I saw it, if I go be the best, I get the biggest bag. You see what I mean? So being the best came first. Now, how they see it is, I ain't got to be the best. I ain't got no desire to be the best. I just want to go get a bag. I get it in college, and you're not even watching the NFL, so that's it. I don't even know if I got a desire to play in the NFL. And if you're doing it right and you playing great enough, you can make enough money in college. If you put it away the right way, you could probably live off of it. At least that's what they think right now. But you and I know by now, Cam, and we all know. When you make that first million, that felt good. You want another. You make that second, third. Oh, that felt great. You want another. It becomes as addictive as anything else. You know what I mean? In order to get that kind of bag you want, you're going to have to come up trying to be the best. So when I saw that clip, I'm like, wait a minute. So no longer is the destination the NFL. Destination is just college now. So I can go and get me some money in college. I don't have to worry about putting that real work in to get all the way to the NFL. So yeah, I think that's an issue, and it goes back to what I'm talking about. We take the fight out of the kid. The kid's getting treated like an NFL player, basically in Optimus football. High school's ready to give up some money now and paying the kids. So, I'm happy you're getting some of the bag, but I'm worried about what we're losing in the young men. And not just what we're losing in the young men on the football field. What are we losing in young men as they move forward in life? Football is supposed to help you learn to be better and do things better in life. What are we losing there? So yeah, it's a situation, and it's something that has to be addressed. At least even this next year, you got to address the timeline. You cannot, you can't have these coaches, dude. I was at a game where they had fired the coach already and hired a new coach, and they announced him at halftime of the game Miami was playing. I was thinking to myself, what the hell is that? You got a new coach while the team is in the locker room, and the coach is trying to get the team up to come out and play the second half. They're hearing their new coach be announced, and they're looking at him like, why am I listening to you? You ain't gonna be here. Why are we back out here? You know what I'm saying? It's amazing, man. They have to do something with the timeline. At least move the portal back to after all this playoff stuff is out the way, and move back hiring coaches so all this playoff stuff's out the way. Or do it like the NFL. Don't have that long break between the end of the season and the start of the playoffs. You go right into it the next week and finish it sooner. And then you can start that Porter stuff sooner. But you gotta do one of the two. You can't leave it this way.
The Acrobat Studio is all new. What can PDF spaces with AI do? For your marketing needs in one spot. An AI assistant? Show me what you got. AI breakdowns on trend reports. Unlock key insights on the rise of shorts. A quick summary, show me what to read. AI.
Yeah, but to your point, Mike, that's an excellent point. What do you do when you're saying how team knows when coaching their plan, and that's a great point. What do you do when Lane Kiffin just leaves him right before the playoffs start? You know, this shit is wild.
Right.
It's wild all the way around the board. It's like, you know, it goes from, in my opinion, okay, you're robbing these kids, talking about growing up, all the great players who could have got caught, pardon me, Reggie Bush especially, thinking about all the great college players who could have made money. Okay, cool. So where now it's just a wild, wild west. There was no medium. It went from this, no money, to now this shit, everybody's just wilding. It wasn't even a transition period for me, because Lane Kiffin just walked out like, yo, like Ole Miss wasn't shit. Like, yo, I'm out. Like, these niggas a playoff team and you just left. So I just thought about that when you talked about the announcement at halftime. It just got wild, man. It got wild.
Yeah, and Kim, Lane left and said, well, I'm going to bring those other coaches with me, but I'll leave them there and let them coach the playoffs. And then when they won the first game, Lane said, oh shit, I can't let them win a championship without me. You coaches, get your butts over here right now. Hey, so he took those coaches too. That is insane. That's insane. The day before game, coach, I got to go. My next job is already called. I thought I could finish this out.
I didn't know that.
He took them right before the Miami game. Ole Miss in Miami. He took those. He took the running back coach, somebody else. He took them, and I think that's, to me, that's low class. Low class. Low class. I don't like that at all, man. So yeah, we got to do something about all of it.
I feel like a lot of morals, integrity, all that stuff is out the window because money is being waved around. And I know, Mike, you're saying like you want people to fight to be the best, but it's like people would rather take a big chunk of change for like a viral moment or a moment instead of striving to be the best that they can be. So I don't know, it's weird because I mean, and we've talked about it before, even seeing like what kids want to be these days. A lot of people want to be YouTubers and influencers. They feel like it's quicker cash as opposed to like taking the route to be like the top of whatever profession it is they choose. So it's a real different landscape, and I don't really know if we can ever go back unless some rules do get strict. But then we talked about it a bit yesterday, then we see these kids who are seeing some people get away with some of the rules and they want to sue different organizations. So it just brings a lot of aspects in it that are hard to kind of track. So I don't know if it's ever going to get better, but see, we can only just hope.
That's a great point you bring it up. That's a great point you bring it up that I didn't think about. I wish somebody would have had the forethought to ask those same guys that we don't watch the NFL. Do you know many YouTubers? Oh, yeah, we know all of them. We got all of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that's a great point. I had, we didn't have YouTubers and anything. We looked at the NFL as the only way out of that ghetto. You see what I mean? And they don't have to do that. They want to be, I guess, more than just athletes, and that's cool. That's cool. But I just think we lose some fight when we're able to do this.
And Mike, to get last thing on this topic real quick, what you just said, how the NFL was your way out. So I got a lot of friends in South Florida, Miami, be specific, Broward County as well. And I'm gonna tell this story real quick. A friend of mine, his son started playing, Pee Wee football, whatever it's called at that level, 6, 7 years old. And he was kicking ass in practice. He had just started killing in practice. Killing. This is probably about 10 years ago now. And the first game came and he froze up. He's 6. And he froze up, and his dad beat him You know what I'm saying? Not saying this right or wrong, beat him another thing out. I'm like, God damn, man. So I stepped to his mother. I say, yo, what's going on? Like, yo, you gotta tell him to chill. She said, nah, Cam, he's showing off in practice and shit, skipping all down the field. And the fucking game start and he freezing up. What kind of shit is that? Then his uncle was there. I said, yo, you approve of this? He said, yeah, he's showing off in practice. And then his father, which is my friend, came back and he said, Cam, you made it out. This is our way out. This nigga, he ain't gonna be doing that no more in these games. This is our way out. So you please, no disrespect, mind your business. I said, I'm never gonna tell nobody how to raise their son, but that's how it used to be looked at. You know, they beat this kid in front of everybody. Next game he went off, 112 yards rushing, 50 yards passing, everything. So I get like, that's a lot of people's mentality, especially in football states, Florida, Texas. You know, it's not a lot, you know, not a lot of, you know, in New York, it's a basketball court every other street. Our average height is 5'6" up there, and everybody want to, because there's no organization. Everybody would want to be the quarterback. Same thing with baseball. Nobody want to play an outfield. Everybody want to be pitcher. That's why so many basketball players in New York, and not necessarily football or baseball players. Not at least not in New York City. I won't say the state.
Okay, but Cam, what you bring it up is a good point too, though. That's how a lot of us came up. A lot of us came up with a ticket to bring the whole family out of the ghetto. And your brother, my brother used to say, hey man, I had a bullet name was Chuck. He said, hey, you gonna face Chuck. You gonna either face Chuck and fight Chuck, or you gonna fight me. You have to do one of the two, you know what I'm saying? That's how we came up. You do that now, these kids gonna get on the phone and call the police. They're trying to make me fight Chuck or either fight him. You see what I mean? They're a little bit different here. And they're not having you bullying them to try to take on the bully. They're gonna call the police and get on you. That's just what it is now. Things have changed in that way.
Okay. Stages, we discussed college football. Now we got to talk about the NFL, because NFL actually got a lot going on. Starting, Terry Pagula had a press conference where he addressed why fired coach Sean McDermott and made comments on Keon Coleman, but we're going to start with what he said about the coach. So he said, I did not fire a coach based on a bad officiating decision. If I could take you into that locker room, I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall year after year. He also explained the feel and vibe of the locker room, seeing Josh Allen sobbing, and one of the first things he told him was that and that's in reference to one of the controversial catches that I think was called an interception by the other opposing team. A lot of discussion on that in general, but Mike, how do you feel about his reasoning for saying that he fired the coach? And we didn't talk about that catch, that's not a catch, but what were your thoughts?
Culligan of Greater Indianapolis helps you take control of your home's water with the world's most efficient softeners and drinking water system.
Check this out! 5 things that women lie on social media and claim to not like, but they actually love it. First thing you gotta understand about most women is that a lot of them are liars, and they have selective morality. So they pick and choose when they want to have integrity.
Stop it! Y'all heard that selective morality part?
We heard it.
They chose when they want to stand on code and when they want to be a 304.
Carry on. Coming in at number 1, because it's my favorite, is cheating. I done said this before. Women do not hate cheating. Women hate being cheated on. Majority of, if you have a conversation with them, you'll find out that at some point in their life, whether they were young, old, they've been another woman, right? They've been the other woman to a man who was cheating. They had no problem being a side chick. They had no problem messing around with a man who they knew was taken. I done met so many women throughout my life. I have had to cut women off because they can't seem to stop messing with other people's men. And I don't do that. Right? I don't hang around people that do that. That's a no-go for me. I don't play that. But They will sit up in your face and tell you how horrible cheating is, but the truth is they only care when they the one being cheated on. And a lot of them, contrary to popular belief, don't actually hate being cheated on. They hate the embarrassment that comes with being cheated on when people find out. But if the man would cheat on her in secrecy and only him and her knew that the cheating was going on, most of them, they really don't care.
Stop it. Cheating is a rich man's sport. It ain't for the weak or the broke. And most these women be cool with that shit till they hit social media. And now her friends calling her phone, asking her to cheat if it's real or it's fake. Y'all see what's going on with Cardi B? It was cool when she knew about the cheating. But soon as it hit goddamn social media, everybody calling her phone, everybody making her look crazy. Now she wanna turn up. That's when it hit their emotions. That's when she feel like she gotta put on the show to make you look crazy just to get even. And as far as cheating, women are the sneakiest species on the planet. They feel like they could use that box between their legs to get everything straightened out once they get caught. So they don't need to feel the consequences of cheating. They just feel the embarrassment of a man choosing another woman over them. Carry on.
Number two, a lot of women mistreatment the same before, right? Like you can actually mistreat them as long as the money right. They'll give up their dignity and respect for money. A lot of them can be bought. So it doesn't matter how disrespectful that man is. It don't matter how terrible he treat her as long as the compensation adds up and makes sense. Literally.
Stop it. That's a fact. That's a snapper fact. You can't be making a certain type of money and then treating your woman a certain type of way. She ain't going for that shit. But if you making 6 figures, doing random vacations, paying all her goddamn bills, you giving her, you know women love diamonds. She gonna sit right there and be boo-boo the fool. Dumb as hell though. Boo-boo the fool. Some of them ain't got no daddy though. Boo-boo the fool. And put right up with that goddamn bullshit. She gonna deal with it. Cause she know that finding another man that do what you do is highly unlikely, especially at her age. Carry on.
Number 3, deadbeats. Women actually love deadbeats, right? Especially when he could give her all his time. You think that while she out going on these dates and he taking her out of the country and doing all of this stuff that she asking him, well, why you ain't spending this time with your kids? No, she don't care that he ain't spending this time with them kids. She don't care that she don't never hear him talking about going to get them kids. She don't care that she ain't never seen him talking about sending no money to them baby mamas. Only person she care about is her. Right? As long as he treating her good. And if she got kids, she only cares about the treatment that he gives to her children. Biological, not biological, she only cares about her and her situation.
Stop it. That's a fact. A woman don't care about your kids that don't come from her. Them your kids, as long as your baby mama ain't in her business with that bullshit. She cool. You could be all the deadbeat that you could be. She'll never ask about them other kids. That's F. She ain't shit. A lot of women they ask about them other kids when they're a good woman. But when they don't care about your kids, especially if they don't like your baby mama, they don't care nothing about them kids. Them kids that goddamn go to hell for all they care. As long as you spending time with her and treating her child from another ninja good, she don't give a damn about nothing in your past. Just look at NBA Youngboy now. Look at his baby mamas. All of them seem unbothered except Yaya. But carry on.
And number 4, women love attention. They'll sit up and tell you and lie straight to your face and tell you that they don't do this for attention. They don't do that for attention. They absolutely love attention. They love male attention. As long as it's from the man that they want the attention from. Right? It only gets questionable when it's a man that they don't like. But if it's a man that they like, absolutely. You think if her and her homegirls go out and they see a table full of 5 men that they don't want to be approached and they don't want conversation had by those people? Yeah, they do. I don't care what they tell me. Alright? It's the ugly dudes that's coming up and bothering them that they got a problem with. But they absolutely have no issue with attractive men shooting a shot, talking to them, conversating with them. They love that. They like attention. They go out of their way for attention. They'll throw other women under the bus for attention. They'll do a lot of things to get attention. Don't believe that.
Stop it. That's facts. Money ain't the root of all evil no more. Attention is. In fact, women love attention more than money. They can't stand to be ignored or looked over. They want to be seen and approached. If men ain't trying to talk to them everywhere they go, they don't feel pretty.
In postseason football, you need to find that extra gear. Playoff mode.
Carry on. And last but not least, number 5, marriage. Majority of these women absolutely wanted marriage. A lot of these women who accepted these babies in no ring, yeah, they wanted to be married. Right? When you go into the comment section of women who get proposed to, women who get married, look at that comment section. Just full of women just wanting that to be them, wishing that had been them. Right? It just didn't end up being them. And, you know, they'll sit up and tell you stuff like, if I wanted to be married, I could. Yeah, you could to some loser, some ugly loser. But the man who you actually would want to be married to, no, you couldn't just be married to him. Because he'd actually have to ask you. And he's not doing that. You know that. We know that. The men that you want to marry you are not marrying you. So, no, you don't have the ability to marry the men. Could get married. Anybody could get married. Get married to the person that you actually want to be married to is a completely different story. But yes, if they could actually be married to the men that they want, they would.
Stop that shit. She 5 for 5 like goddamn Wendy's. All facts. Women naturally want to be married and secure, especially if they found Mr. Pay for shit. Because, see, they got their whole entire prime from 18 to 25 to find security with their beauty. And most of the women that say they don't want marriage are the women that know ain't no man trying to lock their head down. But, see, this generation of women is built different. Because, see, most of these women are married to the street. So having kids and coming home to one man, that's a no-go because they're going to take them from the street. They married to the street. You heard Future, she for the streets. They don't want to be with one man unless he in jail. Because then they can do whatever the hell they want to do while he out the way. But out of all 5 of these things that this woman just said, shout out to DD. Y'all make sure y'all follow her on TikTok too. She doing her thing. Out of all that shit she said, which one of these goddamn things she named on this list shocked you the most? And what did she miss? Comment below. I want you to comment your 5 below. I'm reading all the comments too. Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe and make sure you follow right now. And make sure you share this video, baby. Share this video. Wait a minute.
Old Spice gentlemen. Guess I've always been a gentleman.
DJ?
Son, what's going on in there?
I'll be out of view. Hours.
Lemon is done. Oh my god. So one thing I despise above all is when people play semantics in efforts to misguide their audiences, or in some cases, just outright lie to them. And that's exactly what Don Lemon is doing. And what makes Don Lemon so heinous is that he's aware of this. There's a difference between Joe Blow, who has a page or a video, and is now repeating or regurgitating this misinformation. I understand, right? I understand. This is not what you do for a living. I get it. You may get some things wrong. But when you have Don Lemon, who's going out into the public and preying on people's ignorance in order to try and promote a narrative such as asinine as trying to defend illegal immigration, okay? Now, listen, I, including many others, or millions of other people, may not agree with how ICE is handling the situation. Absolutely not. Because they're making a spectacle out of people who are less fortunate. In some cases, yes, they're going against criminals, but we've seen before, as I've done videos on it, they're wishy-washy. One second they're targeting someone who's at a dry cleaner. Another second they're trying to say, oh, we're arresting a guy who's, accused of child trafficking. And it's like, you know what? I don't believe anything you say. That being said, this is unacceptable when you have Don Lemon going out and just lying to people. Because in this clip, and it's gone viral for a reason, because he looks like a complete jackass. In this clip, you have this Latina woman who's saying that, hey, it's illegal to enter the country illegally. Now, Don Lemon responds to that and says, no, it's not. It's not a criminal act. It's a misdemeanor.
Okay, crossing the border illegally is not a crime?
No, it's not a criminal act.
Okay.
It's a misdemeanor.
What?
Let's pause right there. This man is a complete POS. And this is why I say it's dangerous. Because if people were to actually listen to what he's saying and go off of it, this world would be chaos. More chaos than what we already have. This is tantamount to you when the officer pulls you over saying, hey, officer, I'm not breaking the law. I'm just driving without a license.
Shit, that's how you turn a red flag into a green flag.
I'm 8.5 inches. Man, dude, this guy's tiny. He must be a dwarf. Sorry, I'm not interested in being friends with midgets. Midgets piss me off. Fanny.
Go, Kylie, go. Good job, Kylie. You're doing amazing, sweetie. Wow, look at her go. Great job!
I knew you would shine.
Oh my god, those poor dirt bikes.
What are you wearing? I don't know, yoga pants, top.
You gotta take the risk, buddy. You gotta take the risk. You don't want to be driving around in a Honda at 45. And I'm not saying this in a douchey way. I financed the car. I mean, I didn't pay for this all in cash. I got a lot of equity in it. What I'm saying is, you gotta take the risk and you gotta take it young.
Guys, you gotta take the risks. There's no better time than now. Make 2026 your year. And if you ain't got nothing to lose, then what is it anyways?
Oh, proof of citizenship seems evil, a burden, unconstitutional. How about showing you had 2 vaccines and a booster to go eat inside of Chili's? What was different energy? Different?
Damn, remember that. But guys, I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's all of us versus tiny hats. Let's keep it real.
Beer, cigarette, money, beer, I need a beer, cigarette, beers.
Let's just be honest. A lot of those mental health issues, they disappear when you got money, don't they? Yeah, when them bills paid, that rent paid, that fridge full, that insurance paid, your car no paid, you be kind of happy, don't you? That kind of make you happy. A lot of that shit disappeared then, right? So before we start going and saying we got mental health disorders, let's try to get some money first. Now, if the money don't fix it, then go see a doctor. But if you're complaining about certain shit and you're broke, try that first. And I'm not a doctor, but I'm just saying, sometimes being broke be the problem.
Guys, I'm gonna keep it real with you. The most painful thing I ever been through was being fucking broke. Swear to God, missing out on opportunities and shit I wanted because I was too pathetic to do what I had to do to get that shit.
You ever say to a woman, what does a man get when he's with you? Well, they get me. Say, you get me. Me. I'm immune to female beauty. It doesn't work. Your beauty doesn't work. Your magic tricks don't work on me. Love is gone. Women are only with men for money now. If you want to come along, give me stress, cost me money, and you're offering love. Me.
Nobody makes you feel anything. Nobody makes you feel angry. Nobody makes you feel tense. Nobody makes you feel upset. You always decide how you're going to feel, and then if you're not careful, you will fall into a negative habit pattern of blaming the other person. Blame is the core of all negative emotions. When you stop blaming, you cut down the negative emotion tree. You cut it off, you kill it, and all the negative emotions die simultaneously. The conscious mind can only hold one thought at a time. It's the thought that the conscious mind holds that determines how the emotions will react, how the subconscious mind will react. Since it can only hold one thought at a time, what you do is you knock out the thought that is causing the negative emotion, the blame thought, and you replace it with this affirmation. I am responsible. I am responsible is the most powerful, positive affirmation you can use, because the instant that you say, I am responsible, you exert complete control over your emotional life. The instant you say, I am responsible, suddenly you are back in the driver's seat.
Guys, I gotta tell you, I just remember when this shit was so confusing to me, but it just really is too fucking simple, and I totally fucking get it. It's insane how often I practice all the things they talk about and how well it's fucking gone.
We have one last exercise. Strap up.
What's up with you?
I'll be right.
Huh? No. I'm about to say, you still at work? Hold on a second. Hello? No, you have the wrong number. Yo. Somebody calling for Della Rosa. Where that is. Somebody named Della Rosa. I have no idea. Never met a Della Rosa. Oh, hey man, you have the wrong number. Yeah. Yeah, sure does. You work tonight? You going in at midnight? I'm not going in at 4. Time I'll be leaving. I should be there today. I'm gonna be back there tonight around 7:30-ish. 8 o'clock. That's the traffic. And I gotta go to Jersey tonight. But I should make it today. Well, I will make it today. Right now I'm about to stop and fuel up at the last exit in Ohio. And then drive through Pennsylvania. I'm hungry. I'm trying to get to, waiting to get to the truck stop so I can fuel up and make my sandwich. Chicken on butter bagel. That sandwich, grab the rest, go to the gym, dinner. Shy stuff. You must have really been busy. You ain't sent me much of nothing today, except for this morning early. What you doing for lunch or dinner? You don't know, you said. Well, what you want to do? Huh? What you want to do? Pizza! Sounds good. What kind of pie? Meat to do. Sound exhausted. You sure you don't want to take a nap? This is true. Oh, did you watch the other Fallout? We'll talk about that later. 'Cause it was pretty good. I don't know if it was. It was more like story filler on this one. More like current story, but not really much going on. And yeah, there was a lot of backstory in this. The Bull's backstory, pretty much. Lord knows I ain't playing that game. No, I don't know none of it. Only thing I could have told you about when they made the movie was the Resident Evil, but I think I only played the first game. Jump scare game. Those guys are fun though. They're fun. Run around, shoot shit, and find clues. They were fun games. like a scavenger hunt combined with a shoot 'em up. Ready to go. Oh man. Oh, with which one? Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, it is 4 in the morning. They tired. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's because the tractor trailer can only go so fast, and then the other car is just holding shit up. Uh-huh. You have to stay late. Like them cheeks. Oh man. Oh man, Christy. Oh, which one? Corey Holcomb doing what? Oh, what? Oh, I watched the 5150 show, but I don't know what people were saying about it. I know he was. Yeah, he called the daughter out. Yeah, he went all the way in. He told his wife he could come get something. He told the girl he brought you to come get something. Like, if you want to be on the show, all you gotta do is lay on your back. I was rolling. I was like, oh shit. This nigga's going, yeah, but why do you have to bring the little girl into it? That was great. Called your kids ugly and everything. That was extra. I was like, man, that's a lot. I can see you cracking jokes on the wife and the girlfriend, but she did make a good point. Like, why is the girl mad at Corey Holcomb and not Anton Daniels? Because he's the one that brought you all the way to California, telling you that you're gonna be somewhere that you wasn't even, that they didn't even know you was gonna come. No, so Anton told her 2 weeks before, but the Anton didn't bring it up until they got to the show. Yeah, I had to watch the whole thing. I'm like, yo, so old boy told you that you were gonna go, that you were gonna be on the show, got you to travel with him and go out with him, and the whole time he knew your ass wasn't gonna be on that show. Or he thought that, oh, if I bring her, they'll let her on. But it was never okay from the beginning. Yeah, why are you gonna put her on somebody else's show You got your own platform, and you didn't even tell him that you was bringing her. Yeah, so you're looking like a whole dickhead. Yeah, but she was supposedly upset at Corey for not being on the show, instead of him for bringing her, telling her that she was gonna be somewhere where she wasn't even invited to. Yeah, Anton lied. Anton told her. Anton told her, you gonna be on the show. Come on with me. You gonna be on the show. And the whole time knowing that he ain't even ask her. He ain't even say he was bringing anybody to be on the show with him. Or wanted to. But damn. You don't play old girl like that. That's funny. I was about to watch some more of that Anton Daniels shit. Corey Holcomb. I was about to watch some more of the Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels stuff. Girl out and all that. That was a little extra. No, that was a lot extra. Corey should have did that. Called the poor girl ugly. That baby didn't do nothing. Yeah, that's me. Like, don't y'all got kids by the same thing? Talking about the kids, brother. I don't know. I can't keep up with this shit. Sure enough. Man's tapping everything. He sure is. And you know they gonna want that child support. Tens of thousands of dollars. This nigga's bugging. That's funny. Wow. They ain't gonna do that because you're messing up the economy with that. You need more shoppers. You need more consumers. Every child is a potential customer. That's facts. They ain't gonna stop people from having kids unless it's kids that they don't want you to have. Yeah, but that's only the select groups. truck stop. Over there, one's like over there. Alright, go clean yourself. Alright, Stinky.
Mission Beach, everybody, my home. Anything is possible if you put your mind to it. You can make it happen. You can be my neighbor. I'm sure you can afford it one way or another.
Delicious rewards? You earn points for doing what you love. Digging into your Culver's favorites. Yum! Earn 10 points for every $1 you spend and turn those points into free menu items. Because the more you love Culver's, the more we love rewarding you for it.
God dang.
Alright, y'all, let's see what I got for you today. Well, guys, I just want to remind you that you can get it and you can climb it. I see a lot of people, a lot of men that feel like they want to give up. They feel like all the odds are stacked against them, that there's no way that they'll make it. The government's corrupted, the housing market's jacked up, there's all these problems, right? It's not true. It's what they want you to think. Anything is possible. There's people that are rich as fucking Africa. It's like, it's all a decision that you're making, and the problem is you're giving up on yourself. There's people that got rich during the Great Depression. There's people that got rich all the time. It's because they decided to.
So Jose just dropped another video. This one's titled Anton Daniels cheek clapping is causing this problem. Man, I don't know what's going on in this space. All I can do is say, O'Shea, cheers to you, brother. Whiskey to you. You have a phenomenal way of putting together the news, the hot topics, man. So cheers to you. Anton, man, let's just go see what's popping off in the space, man. I hope bros are all right, man. I don't know what else to say, but we're just gonna go ahead and be some spectators to the current events. Let's go ahead and check this out, guys, together. Y'all let me know what we think.
If y'all think that ain't nothing going on with them, I don't know where you've been. It's definitely something going on, okay?
It's almost been a week and the Anton Daniels saga is still being talked about. Not necessarily the beef between Corey Holcomb and Anton. And look, Mika's an attractive lady. What woman or man allows their, wife to go out with somebody that's attractive as her Like, would he allow his wife to do the same thing? I'm not sure, okay? But this was the commentary that she gave. Now, I went back over to listen to what Anton Daniels said about Corey Holcomb, basically saying that he's with his side chick, all right? Now, Anton said, listen, if I'm with my side chick, why would I put her on the podcast, right? He didn't mention that. But then again, he started mentioning other things that kind of didn't match up with that argument.
You don't mention what nobody else got going on with their family. Under no circumstances do you, if I beef with anybody, if I have a disagreement with somebody, I never, ever, under no circumstances, say some shit about that. Don't even, I could see it with my own eyes, man. I don't know what the you got going on over there. That ain't my business. It ain't my business. I don't know nothing about what you got going on in your life.
So now he's saying, you don't mention what somebody else has going on. You don't put that information out there. Okay? This is what he's saying. All right? Then he says this.
And yes, I did have Mika with me, and she was looking gorgeous.
Mika looks good.
Damn.
That's, again, like I said, he's a married man. I saw a post he put up and took down about Anton Daniels. He called Mika his baby. I did see that post. I didn't screenshot it. I didn't see a need to do it. But then he also talked about this.
Hey, anybody that's friends with Corey, anybody that hang around that, hey man, don't do nothing. Don't say nothing out of pocket. Is a snitch. Is a hoe. He a hoe. He a snitch in every facet of the word. Is a snitch. He a hoe. And then will backdoor you.
Because anybody is a friends with Corey, he is a snitch. Don't trust him. Okay, so why would a person say that? You would only say that if you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing. And instead of saying, well, I shouldn't be involved in that behavior, that person is a snitch. Don't deal with it. Because that person will tell on whatever you're doing. All right? But then when you're talking about snitching, you come back and you say this.
5 hoes over there. Why I care about what is saying? I always got a bad chick with me. 100% of the time. I don't go out of town unless I got a bad chick with me. But he don't know that. He don't know that I do what the I want to do when I want to do it. And so the thought he had one up.
Boy, y'all sit your stupid ass down.
He says, I got 5 hoes over there. I'm always out with a bad chick. He don't know what I got alone. I can do whatever I want. So he thought he had one up. Woo! So I gotta talk about this because this is the problem that I would have. Number one, Anton Daniels, he could have whatever situation going on. He said he got 5 holes over there. He talks about the fact that Corey Holcomb don't know what he got going on. If anybody is hitting right now, I mean, obviously, it's you. I mean, you telling everybody else that, you can do whatever you want. So that means you can have whatever kind of woman you want and your wife is okay with it. And that's fine. So if you want to live that lifestyle, it's okay. Here's the problem that Anton's going to face.
What we do in our community, and we don't have any real heroes for the culture, right? And I'm not saying that because my hero is Jesus, right? So I look at it from a completely different lens. Regardless of where I am in my journey, the person that I pedestalize, and the word is the word. It doesn't change. It has never changed. So I have a blueprint for what I think success should look like.
Anton, as a black conservative, is saying he loves the Lord. He loves God. He loves Jesus. Jesus is his motto. All right, so we want to put that to the test. Is Jesus the motto of Anton Daniels? Well, then firstly, we got to look into see, because since he can do whatever the hell he feels like doing, we got to look at what the Bible clearly says about adultery and fornication. Okay? Now, for those of you who don't know the difference between adultery and fornication, basically fornication is sexual activity between people who are not married to sexual sin between unmarried people.
sexual sin involving a married person. So if Anton Daniels is living whatever lifestyle he wants, you know, he's admitting it, what you're saying is, I'm a person knowingly committing, number one, adultery as a married person.
Adultery
is sexual sin. Then you're also fornicating, and then it's likely to believe that if you're dealing with women who are not married, it is sexual sin between unmarried people. So you're a person that's an adulterer, and then you're also fornicating with a person that's unmarried, meaning that you're killing two birds with one stone. So then what does the Bible say about a person like Anton, who knowingly says he loves God?
Hey,
adultery. Exodus 20:14, you shall not commit adultery. It is actually one of the 10 commandments. Leviticus 20:10, if a man commits adultery with another man's wife, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall be surely put to death. I mean, you follow Jesus, so then you would also follow the Old Testament, okay? Proverbs 6:32, he who commits adultery lacks sense. He who does it destroys himself. This is Proverbs 6:32. Matthew 5:27-28. You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. This is what Jesus is saying, a person says he follows. But I say to you that everyone who looks at a woman with lustful intent has already committed adultery with her in his heart. So when you call this lady that she's looking good, she's looking beautiful, and you're a married man, even if you are not sleeping with her, you are committing adultery. There are many other scriptures that I can talk about, but clearly that would be an overkill. And I really don't want to do that, but I want to talk about the fact that Anton Daniels, he is putting out to the world that he's a black conservative. He's a Christian. He loves Jesus. And it's interesting because this is also the same persona that Pop Culture Mika is trying to do, which to me, it looks like it's a grift, okay? She's having all these black Republicans and black conservatives that are doing whatever they want to do. She is the Black Conservative Federation Legacy of Freedom Ball. So these people are putting themselves out there as if they don't do the same things that Democrats are doing, and they're doing all of the same thing. I mean, they're just as hood. I mean, they're just as ghetto. They're basically dealing in the same debauchery, and they're just grifting the right. So basically you're grifting the white conservative movement or the black conservative economy, but you're still living like Pookies and Ray Rays from the black community, and then you think that can't nobody see this shit when we all see it. And that's the whole point that I have a problem with somebody like Anton. The thing is this, if that's like how you're living, okay, yeah, you're being honest about it to a certain degree. But then to the majority of your non-black audience who may or may not know that, the thing is, you're acting as if you are Christian and you're striving to be better, but you're continuing to do a whole bunch of other stuff. You're going city to city, showing up with bad chicks and all of that, but then you're talking about Corey Holcomb is fake for telling on you, and you're talking about these other guys are fake, he's a snitch, and real N-words don't do that. I thought real N-words don't behave in the same stuff that you're doing. Woo! Dang, that's what I thought. Like, again, you criticize and say there are no leaders in the black community. You come and say there are no heroes. Anton Daniels got the opportunity to be a hero, but he's also falling short like the same people that you criticize, because if you give a guy enough clout, you give a guy enough opportunity to be famous and have, you know, some choices that he got to make, then all of a sudden he's not standing, you know, 10 toes down with what he's preaching out here. And so now people can see it. Now Corey Holcomb is the problem. You wouldn't have to worry about it being a problem if you lived in the way that you do. Let me give you an example. There's a brother that came to see me about 2 years ago. Go Black to Africa, okay? I want to give him a shout out. He's a married man. And he's also put that out there on his channel. And Uganda got some very, very, very beautiful ladies, okay? Sure do. And when I was out here and he was out here, I mean, a lot of beautiful ladies out in Africa. This man was just like the way he present himself online. I mean, this guy is just like that. You know what I'm saying? He's committed to his wife. He wasn't asking where the club at. He wasn't asking, but no, he stayed right there in that apartment. He was doing his work by himself. He was calling his wife every night, because what he lives and what he preaches on here is important. And it's okay to live a lifestyle that you want to put out there for the world, but you can't mix Jesus in it. Okay? You cannot mix the word of God in that. You know, you talking about the word of God is the word. Well, then what will God say about how you're living your life currently? What would the Lord say about that since you love the Lord? And you know that God would not approve of the things you're talking about. So why do you even mention that? Why do you even represent him in that way and representing the faith as a married man? And you build your whole persona on this. You build your whole talking points on this. You build it as a part of your credibility, but you're moving around like an athlete would. You're moving around like you don't respect what you have built your whole reputation on, and then all of a sudden it's somebody else's fault when they catch you up in that. And again, it's something that you just can't really respect. I'm just being honest. It's like, not that I have a particular issue with that, but it's not matching up to the people he criticizing. The reality is this: he's no different than who he's talking about. Anton Daniels is in the same class of the same people that you talk about every day. The only difference is his work ethic and his concentration is more astute. That's all it is. The same pookie behaviors is the same shit. He not no different or no more different than the people we talk about every day. The only thing that's different, more different with him is he's more business savvy. He's more of a harder worker. Everything else is the same. You give a Negro some money, they gonna stunt, they gonna flash, they gonna be having all these bad chicks when they get new money. He doing the same thing. The only difference is he's coupling Jesus with it as if somebody don't see that he's clearly living a lie. Well, the shit, and I don't care what you say. If you coming out here and saying your situation is like that, your wife accepted, that ain't the problem. The problem is God don't accept it. If your wife accepts whatever you are doing, the word of God don't accept it. That's the problem. And then you know the word of God don't accept it because your wife accepting is one thing, but Jesus Christ could never accept that. The word of God could never accept it. That behavior, according to you, is punishable by death in the word of God. And again, I understand being a content creator. I understand, having it your way. I get it, but don't ain't here talking about you striving to be a Christian when we know that you're not striving to be no damn Christian. Woo! So guys, what do you think? It's your boy Yoshi Jackson. Back at it again. Another episode of The Celebrity Junkie. Thank you for all that you just heard tell. Bro.
Side piece! I got hurt bad in a car wreck and need help. I don't have money to hire a lawyer.
It doesn't cost anything.
A few days ago, Myron Gaines decided to weigh in on the Corey Holcomb Anton Daniels situation. And of course, he was disrespectful as F. He pretty much dissed Corey Holcomb, said that he was emotional, saying that he was a black liberal, a black apologist, everything underneath the sun. I mean, in typical Myron fashion. And this is interesting language coming from a guy like Myron, who was basically criticizing Corey Holcomb for not holding black people accountable. Now, here's what's interesting. If Corey Holcomb would talk to Myron Gaines, he would confront Myron with the same energy that he would confront Anton Daniels with. And intellectually, what he would say is, you talk down on black people, but you don't hold white conservatives or white people accountable at all. Now again, Myron got all the smoke for the blacks, but none for the whites. And I want to prove today that Corey Holcomb is going to be made true by what we're going to reveal in this podcast. In 2022, Nick Fuentes was literally on his last leg. Nobody would touch him. He couldn't get onto anybody's podcast. He was there in serious trouble. Like, he had a ban where I don't think he could have left the United States. He couldn't get a federal bank account. I mean, he was just completely out of whack. And there were some people who would reach out to help him. There was Just Curly Things, and there was Sneeko. But the person that helped out Nick Fuentes the most was Myron from Fresh and Fit. Now, Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist, and he's anti-Semitic, all right? And at this particular time, Fresh and Fit were on top, literally. They were on top of the world. They had their monetization, they had everything literally to lose, and Nick Fuentes was down at the bottom. But what happened? They brought Nick Fuentes onto their podcast. Nick Fuentes and many others like Just just pearly things helped Nick Fuentes get platform. So much so that they introduced him to a larger audience. Not only did they introduce him to a large audience, even the New York Times talked about Nick Fuentes, saying that he's a problem for the right. And this made Nick Fuentes eventually a lot of money. Recently, there's talks that Nick Fuentes is about to get a deal in gold. That's right, not in cash, but in gold. And so when Nick Fuentes was basically trying to come up, nobody would touch him. Patrick Bet-David wouldn't touch him. Candace Owens wouldn't touch him. And so all of his fans would go into these popular, people on the conservative right and ask, like, when are you going to bring Nick Fuentes on? When are you going to bring Nick Fuentes on? That's exactly what you kept hearing. And then Nick Fuentes would get an interview with Candace Owens as he rose the ranks, and he would also get one with Patrick Bet-David. He would also get one with Patrick Bet-David. But look at what he's going to say.
These other people, they've got employees, they've got a business. It's risky to have me on their show. As you know, it's a real risk. And credit where it's due. Think about all the people that have platformed me over the years before this stuff was popular. I think about people like Myron, Sneeko, Pearl, and there's so many, but I think about those three in particular because they all had me on their show in 2022, 2023, really right before all this stuff became mainstream, and they got shot out of the sky, every single one of them. They got in right before it became mainstream, literally right before the censorship let up, right before it became popular. And so it's all, in a way, it's sort of like tragic. It's like Pearl, her whole company blew up. Myron got demonetized.
So he literally is admitting that Myron, all these guys helped him and they lost out because they helped Nick Fuentes. But then,
meet Jan. She's enjoying a beautiful day outdoors with friends and family. She's also managing her type 2 diabetes by taking charting.
They lost out because they helped Nick Fuentes. But then there became an issue.
That to Myron. I told Myron, I said, I don't like that you hang with people that are talking shit about my family and he knows how I feel about that. And I told him, like, it's hard for me to work with you if that's going to be the case, And I'm not trying to say, oh, anyone that has a problem with me, but it's like, these are people that go after my family. These are people that go after my family, they go after me physically. And I go, yeah, it's hard for me to actually work with you if that's going to be the case. So, and I made that clear to Myron, and so that's just how it has to be, I guess, And here's why. And I don't want some big drama. I like Myron. Myron's a good guy, smart guy, everything like that. But, I know a real friend is not going to hang. If you're really my friend, you're not going to hang with somebody that's attacking my family.
You see, Myron has this Jewish manager that, for whatever reason, does not get along with Nick Fuentes. So Nick Fuentes is saying that, listen, I know that you've helped me. I know you've done everything for me. But the situation is this: if you keep allowing your manager to do everything, then you know what? I can't do anything for you. Like, you can't be my friend. And this is interesting because, when Nick Fuentes almost got assassinated, it was Myron defending him. Myron has defended Nick Fuentes. He's been so loyal to him. And then Nick Fuentes is saying that, hey, this is the issue that we have. And now Nick Fuentes is getting all kinds of opportunities and all kinds of money. And Myron is not able to monetize in the alt-right like that, simply because, number one, Nick Fuentes is white and Myron is non-white. And Myron can't grow at the same level as Nick Fuentes, and Myron sacrificed his career to help Nick Fuentes grow. And then now, people started to realize it.
Kind of Monday, and you kind of just ignored it. Admit Nick's engagement versus Musk on X is weird. Used to do friend work, and Nick has only been with mainstream people while avoiding your writings on the wall.
Now, the audience is saying, listen, man, Nick Fuentes is avoiding you. Nick Fuentes is avoiding you, bro. and he's going on with all the other people in the mainstream, and he doesn't even talk to you anymore. And then this happened.
Me and Nick aren't talking right now. Okay, guys? We had a disagreement. We said some words to each other. It is what it is.
So now Myron is describing the problem that he has with Nick Fuentes. Now this is interesting. Myron is Nick Fuentes had words behind the scenes, but look at how much class Myron can use when it comes to Nick Fuentes. You know, he can settle his differences with Nick Fuentes in a respectable manner. He cannot throw shots at Nick Fuentes. He cannot be upset with Nick Fuentes or publicly embarrass Nick Fuentes, even though he has issues with him. And there's this other guy by the name of Clavicular, where Clavicular has a relationship with Nick Fuentes and Myron. And so what you're seeing is that Nick Fuentes and Myron happen to be in the same place, and they still don't get along, but they briefly give each other a hug, and you know, they just continue on doing whatever they're doing. Now this is interesting because when it's the white racist conservative man who talks down on the community, and this same white guy who you have helped with your platform, a guy that you brought, pretty much raised him from the dead, and you made him or helped him go mainstream, but at the same time your career is suffering, you can speak about him in a respectful way. But when it's the blacks who have not done anything but to help you, and I could talk about so many blacks that have helped Myron. I could talk about Kevin Samuels. I could talk about the legendary Solo TV 84, my big bro here on YouTube, who is the reason why Fresh and Fit even got together in the first place. And so we talk about people from the black community or the black manosphere, which is responsible for how Fresh and Fit even got, you know, to who they were. And then you can disrespect those blacks all day. Kevin Samuels helped put Fresh and Fit on, helped them reach a wider audience. And then now you got a lot of respect for this white man who is a racist, you know, who basically has turned his back on you after you've helped him. You have found a way to be respectful to this white man. And again, it just goes to show you how they treat these white people that don't like them, that dislike them, and you'll hold the black community accountable all day. But this white man who goes around saying the N-word, this white man going around disrespecting blacks, and he's done it even in the studio with Fresh and Fit, calling a black woman the N-word. Now you two fall out, okay? It just goes to show you that kissing white supremacists don't go anywhere, because eventually they fall out with you. And then you want to talk about apologizing for the black community and doing X, Y, and Z. Well, I'm going to tell you how much you've apologized. You've lost everything for the most part dealing with this guy. You've lost everything that you've had dealing with this dude. All right? This dude has gained everything from you and still don't want to deal with your ass at all. And then you got the nerve to come out and disrespect Corey Holcomb. You got the nerve to come out and disrespect Tariq Nasheed. You tell me, when has Tariq or have Corey Holcomb lost anything by dealing with people who disrespect them? The only person that is silly enough to do that is you. You don't even realize, bruh, that they don't even need you no more. And see, you're trying to be useful to a system that don't need you. Let's look at this again. Look at this link here. Nick Fuentes. On the New York Times, okay? The magazine. Myron, your ass has never been there, okay? When he goes out there and he gets interviewed by all these big time people, he's not talking about you. He doesn't mention you. He doesn't discuss you, all right? This gold deal, he could never call you and say, hey, bro, I know you did a lot for me. You know, here is $500,000. I know you lost your platform dealing with me. So this is what I want to give you. He ain't thinking about your ass. He don't think about that, all right? He don't look at you like that, bro. And you're the one who is not even intelligent enough to know that you've been used. But you go and you talk about people such as Corey Holcomb, Tariq Nasheed, you know, people like that who are, you know, Dr. Umar, and Dr. Umar has a lot of problems. But the one thing that they have done is they have stayed loyal to the communities. You're staying loyal to a community that don't even appreciate you, which makes you even silly. For example, you go around and talk about the black unaccountability all day long. You talk about that, and yes, we do have unaccountability in the community. But when you want to talk about white racism, unfair treatment, we see you getting treated unfair. We see them talking about you, talking about how if they got control of the world, your ass will go back to Sudan even after helping them, all right? But you don't want to call them out for that. You don't want to call them out for unfair treatment. You know, the unfair treatment of how Walter got kicked out of AmFest. He was crying racism. See, when things like that happen, you don't want to talk about it. And that's simply what people have been discussing. You have also been a victim of these same exact things. And obviously, when it all is said and done, nobody paid a bigger price for dealing with white supremacy head on than you, okay? You can talk down on Corey or anybody else all day long for complaining about white supremacy. You got in bed with white supremacy, got your cheeks clapped, and they didn't even kiss you. You knew how white people felt about dealing with blacks. You got in there and tried to work with them anyway. They used you, okay? They used your platform. You lost your platform. They got bigger than you because of your help.
Let me know if you agree or disagree with the following clip.
I once had a second date where I decided to pull out my impression of the old lady from SpongeBob when he's selling her chocolates. You know, the what are they selling? Chocolates! Needless to say, there was not a third date. So if you're wondering if that's the time to pull out your impressions, it's not. Maybe wait till like date 5 or something.
Let me know if you agree or...
That was a good one.
Hey, Natalie, give us 4 inches.
Oh, same exact one.
Hey, Naomi, give us 6 inches. Ah! Oh, let's go. Hey, Emma, give us 3 inches. Hey Cam, give us 7 inches. Ooh!
No,
Hey
no,
Nisi, I just want a 2-inch trim, please.
Oh, I need...
No, they inches.
Stop using Stripe or Square. Use this instead. Tired of losing profits to high credit?
That way you feel better that you can just main gain, which isn't a thing. And then you go, hey, can I half-ass this shit?
How is main gaining half-assing it? Main gaining is in fact harder, and you know why? Coach Greg, in today's video, Michael Hearn, he has to be trolling me. I don't know what's up with this guy. I mean, he's always making fun of me, calling me a midget, a hobbit. He's out here doing it again. This time about main gaining, of all things. I mean, has it not gotten to the point where people realize that you can put on just as much muscle by main gaining as you can from bulking? It's 2026. You have to understand this. We even have Gress O'Gallagher defending Coach Greg, and so in this video, we're going to see what Michael Hearn says, as well as Greg O'Gallagher. We'll call him Gress because we both have the same name.
Can you build the same amount of muscle on bulk as you can while main gaining?
What do you guys want to hear on these kind of questions?
Mostly the honest truth, the answer, mostly a yes. Yes, you can. Hey, when I was younger, I thought you had to bulk and cut, but now that the research has come out and people have proven that this to be false, you can main gain and build just as much while doing that.
I say yes to this. That way you feel better. You can just main gain, which isn't a thing.
What do you mean it isn't a thing? It's clearly a thing you're talking about. Does anyone think that nobody main gains? That it's impossible. This guy right here, me, I've been main gaining for years. I haven't gone on a bulk in probably Mexico. Since before she'd even met me, I haven't put on any fat. And I weighed under 180 pounds not that long ago when I had pneumonia and stuff. And now I'm over 190 pounds. I'm over 10 pounds bigger. Just as lean. Actually, I was leaner on a DEXA scan, which doesn't really prove anything. But I was leaner on the DEXA scan and I was much bigger. And so me, at 50, I've main gained and put on muscle. I haven't seen Gress or Gallagher ever go on a bulk. And so if I can do it at 50, and let me remind you, only in a bunch of steroids, tren and the whole thing. And while we're at it, does anyone actually think that Michael Hearn is natural? Why are we going to listen to him? And so clearly, I myself have proven it. Me, at the age of 50, have more muscle than when I was, 48, 47, whatever. And so if I can put on muscle without bulking, so can you.
All of you see people every single day go into the gym and train their asses off, and they're doing pretty good on the diet, and they still don't change much.
But on the other side of the spectrum, we see some people go into the gym, guys like Hussein Farhat, and in 2 to 4 years, they put on 40 pounds of muscle. And so we see both sides of the story. Some people, without bulking, they put on a ton of muscle. They just slowly do it year after year. Other people, they bulk up, they say, hey, I'm 20 pounds bigger, and then they diet it off, only to realize they haven't put any muscle at all. Now, when I was younger, I bulked and cut. I've also main gained. I've done both. And my experience is they're equal. The thing is, though, when you bulk, you think you put on more muscle because you're holding a lot of water weight, and you're a bit fatter, and you're stronger, and so you think, wow, look how much stronger I am. And then when you diet down for a bodybuilding competition, of which I've done 59 times, you realize all that extra weight I put on to put on 3 pounds of muscle. And so I would compete at 150, 154 pounds. I would bulk up into the 180s, and the next year I'd diet down back into 150s. And I'm thinking, oh, at least 10 pounds of this is muscle. I mean, out of 35 pounds that I've added, at least 10 has to be muscle, right? I mean, my bench press has gone up about 80 pounds. It has to be 10 pounds of muscle. You diet down and you end up weighing in 3 pounds bigger at the same percent body fat, and that's a year's work. Year after year after year after year after year, I did that. Perhaps gaining 3 pounds of muscle each and every year. But here's the thing. When you do that for not tell I'm on the peptides. Do I not look like I'm living my best life? What exactly is a peptide? Well, the first thing here's is 60 pounds. 20 times 3 is 60 pounds of muscle. And so if you start training and you're 15, 18, whatever, and you keep doing it for 20 years and you peak early 30s, it's when I think that you're going to peak naturally. That's about the time when you're not going to put on any more muscle. And for me, that's the time that I started to use steroids. I was main gaining up until that point. Now, when you first start, like as a teenager, you have a lot of muscle memory, and so it's easier to put on muscle. So you might put on 10 pounds at first year. You might put on 15. Some people are lucky they're going to put on 20. And then every year it gets a little bit harder. You put on 5, 4, only 1 pound of muscle, then I'm like, yeah, this is probably it. And now is the time to move on.
And then you go, hey, can I half-ass this shit?
How is main gaining half-assing it? Main gaining is in fact harder. And you know why? Because you need the mental fortitude, the discipline to not go on the bulk. Winter's coming.
You know what? Oh, I'm gonna go on a bulk. It's so fun. I'm gonna eat some cheesecake. I'm gonna throw in some extra burgers, some fries, or whatever, a lean bulk. I'm gonna throw in an extra 400 or 500 calories. I'm gonna bulk up. I'm gonna eat more.
That is so much more of a cop-out or an easy way than to stay on the exact diet that you're on. Whatever maintains a single-digit body fat, it doesn't. And so when you bulk, you're in a surplus. You gain some muscle, but you also gain some fat. All good things come to an end, and then you end your bulk, and you then have to go on to a cut. Now, if you're accustomed to logic or thinking reasonably clearly, you're going to understand this. If it's easier to put on muscle while bulking, it's easier to lose muscle when cutting. Bulking is the opposite of cutting, and so it's easier to put on muscle bulking. You're likely going to lose muscle cutting. And so even if you do put on more muscle when you're bulking, that extra muscle you're likely going to lose on that cut. And here's one of the big problems. Once you bulk, sometimes you don't want to cut. You bulk went too far, and now you can't get back in shape.
Yeah, so it's completely wrong. Food is not a stimulus for muscle growth.
Once you're eating enough calories and maintains adequate protein, you have removed the bottleneck of food.
Yeah, so what he's saying is, once you hit enough macros, like once you've got enough, like 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight, let's say it's 3,000 calories your baseline. Once you hit that, adding more to that doesn't build more muscle. If I need 4,000 calories a day, I'm not building more muscle. But the problem is, these stupid studies, they'll use something called a DEXA scam, or in-body scam, and then they'll weigh the people, and the people eating 4,000 calories, what do you think happens? They have extra water weight on their bodies, extra glycogen. And so when they do the test, because the DEXA scam doesn't know the difference between muscle and water, it says, wow, you put on more muscle than the person that was main gaining. Main gaining is 3,000 calories a day, the other person goes on 4,000 calories. They gain 5 pounds, let's say it's in a month, oh, see, they gain more muscle, but it's water. And then when the main gainers get tested months or a year later, everything they gain is muscle. And so if you start at 150, now you're 155, you put on 5 pounds of muscle. The bulkers, they start at 150, and they go to 170, but then they go back down 155, and then at that point they realize all that was for naught.
Muscle growth is also rate limited by biology. If you're natural, if you've been training for a few years, muscle growth is a slower process, and no amount of excess calories will speed up muscle growth.
Right, and so what happens is people are bored of main gaining. It's boring. I'm not denying this. I'm not saying main gaining is fun and you need to do it. I'm saying it's just as good in terms of building muscle. I prefer to main gain. I'd rather have 8-9% body fat year round than have 8% and then go up to 15 for the winter and then diet back down to 8 or 9. I'd rather just always be 9, let's say. And if I couldn't, I'd rather always be 12 and go from 9 and suffer and then go up to 15 in bulk and then go back down to 9 and suffer all the time, back and forth, back and forth. I'd always rather be 12 and always be happy with my body. Not a body dysmorphia. Bulking, cutting, and cause body dysmorphia, because trust me, you're going to like the look when you're at 9%, but then when you go into your bulk, you're going to be like, nah, I got to cover myself up, my gut's a little bit, I have to have a different wardrobe. I'm not really happy about that.
The only thing you can do to speed up muscle growth is really jump on a bunch of anabolic steroids.
And so main gaining, you'll go 3 months straight and you put on 1 pound of muscle. You don't even notice that because it's such a slow process. Think of it, you're putting on like 0.1 pound in, let's say, a week or a month. You don't notice that. But when you bulk, the first month you're up 5-10 pounds. And you notice that you're stronger. Your bench went from 4 plates for 8 reps to 4 plates for 10 real quick because you're bulking. But it's not muscle, it's mostly water. But it's tricking you into thinking the scale's going up, I'm making progress. In comparison, main gaining, you don't feel the progress. It's a slow and arduous task. It's kind of like when I'm learning Spanish. I don't speak Spanish! Every week I don't notice that I'm better at it. It takes a month. And so that's kind of like main gaining. You don't notice how the words are coming in. But in bulking, cutting would be like practicing Spanish for a week, 10 hours a day. But then you don't practice for a month, and then you start forgetting some of the words.
Going on a bulk is a dumb thing, and then guess what? You'll put on fat and you'll spend more time cutting, which is not optimal for gaining muscle, and so you actually go slower with that approach.
So I agree and disagree with O'Gallagher, with Gress O'Gallagher. It's not stupid to bulk. It's not worse to bulk. It's equal. I'm not saying I'm better, my methods are better. I'm saying it's equal. I'm not here to brag or say I got the holy grail secret of dieting. I'm just saying if you're bulking up and you're going to cut and the other person is just main gaining, at the end of the day, week, year, at the end of life, both of you put on the same amount of muscle. And so we got comments saying, well, I was 152 pounds and I couldn't have gone to 170 unless I had bulked and cut. You could have gotten to 170. You're 152 pounds and every year you put on 3. 6 years you're up 18 pounds. Your weight is slowly going up. When you're main gaining, it doesn't mean you're in a calorie deficit. You're eating enough to maintain your body fat percentage. So let's say you're 10%, you're always 10, but your muscle mass goes up. Your body fat can always be here while your muscle mass going up. And listen to this, you probably don't know this, but let's say you're 150 pounds and 10% body fat. That means you have 7 years. You go up to 170 and you maintain 10% body fat. You've kept equal fat. You're just as ripped. I would argue you're going to look leaner at 170 pounds at 10% than 150 pounds at 10% because you have more muscle pushing through. It just looks leaner because you have more muscle. But think of this. 10% body fat of 170 pounds is 17 pounds of fat. And so despite the fact that you've gained, by definition, you're still 10%, you still look great. You've actually put on 2 pounds of fat during that process. And so you put on 18 pounds, remember the 6 times 3 is 18 pounds of muscle, plus the 2 pounds of fat. And so you went from 150 to 170 while maintaining, but you actually got fatter, but your body fat percentage is the same. And so you got fatter and more muscle, but leaner at the same time. All three somehow are physically possible because I just proved it right here. You're going to look leaner despite the fact you gain 2 pounds more fat. And everybody wins. Now, if you bulk, you can be 150 and you bulk for 5 years. And you go up to 200. And then you die for the next year and you go from 200 back down to 170. At the end of the 6 or 7 years, both of you are 170 and both of you have 10% body fat. One bulked up and was 20% body fat or 15, whatever you decide to do, and then cut down to 10. In the end, both people look the same. You're going to argue, no, the best bodybuilders in the world, they all bulk and cut. I'm going to say they technically are maintaining because of this. When Samson Dona, Chris Bumstead, the likes get into competition shape, sub 5% body fat, and they bulk up in the off season, they're actually bulking up to the main gaining weight. Let's call it 10%. Do you ever see Chris Bumstead over 10% body fat or Samson Dona over 10%? These guys in their off seasons when they're bulking, they're merely going back to a reasonable main gaining weight. My methods, if you don't bodybuild, would be always be 10. And so how is it better to go from 5 to 10 versus always being at 10? Do you really think that if you cut to 5% body fat and then go to 10, let's say once a year, you go from 5 to 10, 5 to 10 every year and you do that you'll have more muscle than the person who main gains at 10 all the time? You think something magically happens intrinsically within the body that causes more muscle growth to occur because you're actively in a deficit and surplus throughout the year versus you're always maintaining at maintenance? If that didn't convince you, nothing will, then I don't care. You can move on to the next video because I'm right and you're wrong, and that's okay. I couldn't go from 68 kilograms to my current 80 kilograms while main gaining. Lean bulking is the way. Gress O'Gallagher's response? Yes, you can. See, what people don't understand is the average IQ is like 100. My IQ is probably more than 100 by a little bit, at least. A lot of people's IQs are 79, 14. Smart people don't understand that there are dumb people out there who watch our videos. And so if there's 100 people disagreeing with you, chances are those 100 people aren't very smart, so it's not really their fault. I couldn't even understand the proper way to get off the boat today. Guys, like, don't touch this. It's bad arm here. I touched that. I listened. He's like, weren't you paying attention? I was locked in. I was first. Couldn't remember it. And so it's kind of like learning how to dance. Somebody gives you instructions and you're copying it and they say left arm up, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the whole thing 8 counts, and you watched it and they're like go, and you just screw it all up. Some people have brains like that when it comes to gathering information about dieting, and so it's not really their fault. They're trying their best and they just kind of don't understand, and so you have to forgive them. But I couldn't gain any size without a slight surplus and training. I would weigh the same as I did back then. Gliss O'Gallagher says,
Parents, if your child plays Roblox, listen up. You could qualify for up to $300,000.
Mince calories already includes the energy required to support muscle gain when training provides the stimulus. And it's like 60 calories at most, which is true. This is what you don't understand. Maintenance calories already includes enough calories to build muscle. Every day, did you know that your body is destroying your muscles and building them up at the same time? There's a term known as catabolic, which means to break muscle tissue down, and anabolic, which means to build tissue back up. All of this happens all day long. Right now, my body might be breaking down muscle. I might be getting small. Or right now, I might be getting bigger. It happens at the same time. And so imagine it's like this. There's 20 construction workers at your house. 9 are tearing down the house and 11 are building it back up. You want more people working on the body, building it up, than tearing it down. If you do get that, you're building muscle. If you don't, you're losing it. And so if you don't go to the gym for a month, most of the workers out there, they're tearing it down. And so you're losing muscle. Within those maintenance calories, the body assumes, hey, every day we build things up and we take them down. It's just a thing that happens. And so Maintenance calories includes calories that are needed to build the muscles to where they are. It's always happening. It's already happening right now, whether you work out or not. If you don't ever lift weights, your body's still building muscle. It's still tearing down muscle. You don't need to lift weights to do this. When you're a growing kid, 5 years old, 6, 7 years of age, perhaps you need 1,800 calories a day. That's your maintenance. You're still getting bigger. You're getting taller. You're not eating in a surplus because surplus calories are used to make you fat. You eat too many calories in excess and it becomes known as adipose tissue, which is the fat on your body that many of us don't want to have. And so thinking that you need some form of a lean bulk, a bulk of some kind, anytime you eat to the point where you're gaining fat, that you're getting fatter, that your body fat percentage went up, it's a bulk. Oh, it's a lean bulk. It's not actually a lean bulk if you're getting fatter. It's a slower bulk. It's a less grotesque bulk. If you're eating in excess calories and your body fat is going up, you went from 10% to 11 to 12, it's always a lean bulk because I didn't get all that fat. It's still a bulk. Mean gaining doesn't involve gaining this excess fat. It involves staying at the same body fat percentage, whatever. If that's enough, any here, don't forget to buy Turk Builder Max, Turk Platinum, GO2 Max, perhaps Delta Sleep. I'm looking around the room, Perry Light, the creatine, all.
I'm so tired of being a homeowner.
I pay $4,150 every single month for my mortgage.
I am selling my house, and I'm getting ready to move back with my parents yet again.
Okay, so today we're going to be talking about some home buyer's remorse. Because at least for me, I'm at the very early stages of buying a house right now. Basically just seeing what's out there. And clips like what we're about to see constantly pop up on my For You page. And it really does get me a little bit worried. We have a ton of stuff to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave the comments down below. But let's just jump right into it.
I am selling my house, and I'm getting ready to move back with my parents yet again. I am single. I do have a 9-to-5 job where it does not pay me nearly enough to cover the bills. And I've had this house for about 3 years now, and I am just exhausted. I am drowning, barely surviving, not being able to make repairs because the house is now falling apart, and I have no money in my savings to fix it. I have been saving for the past 3 years. All I've been doing is working and going straight home. I don't go out. I don't spend money on like coffee or anything. I tried to save as much money as possible so I could get some money to make repairs for this house to make it nice and comfortable and livable. But I am at my wit's end now, and I'm just tired. I honestly want to leave my job. My 9-to-5 job is not paying me well enough to even cover the bills. I'm exhausted. I want to leave, but then I'm stuck with this house, and I just don't want any of it anymore.
A Wawa's $5 big breakfast deal gets you any sizzling, any coffee, and a hash brown for $5. Gotta have a Wawa.
Here you go.
Nope.
All right, kids, let's go. Oh,
hey, guys.
Oh, sorry.
Hi. For a little more precise measurements, try the Matterport 3D tour on Homes.com. It's the true digital model of a listing.
That's better.
Yeah.
Hop up, kids. We're not doing the sofa.
Homes.com, the place to find a place.
So I'm selling it.
So before I say anything, let's go over to the comments. Owning a home is no joke. It changes your life. If you're not married, it's very hard to maintain because of repairs and taxes. It's basically a necessity to have a dual income household to be able to survive in 2026. Everyone tells me to buy a house, but I'm happy renting and saving $25,000 a year. Being house poor is not worth it. Just imagine the people who have no parents to go back to. That's what I thought about as well. People are drowning out there. Now, I'm not too sure about her entire situation, but saying that she's only had the home for about 3 years means that she bought it around 2022, 2023, the absolute peak of the housing market. Either there wasn't enough research beforehand to see if they could legitimately pay all the bills, or various things could have increased. The insurance, the taxes, on top of repairing things that are falling apart. It seems like she got way in over her head. Just overall a pretty terrible situation.
I pay $4,150 every single month for my mortgage. Honestly, when I first purchased the house, this mortgage was $3,000, which was really affordable. We have a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house in South Florida. However, after the first year, they increased the mortgage by $600 because it's a new build and they didn't properly account for taxes. Now, this is something that typically happens to homeowners who get new builds here in Florida. It's just something that we didn't know about until it happened to us. A year after that, they increased it to $4,150. So we've been in this house for 2 years, and that is our current mortgage, and we've been paying.
God damn. Ooh, Lord, it's rough. Keep going, work to that retirement. Let's go, get it done. Get it done and get paid. Get it done, get paid, and then relax a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. It sounds good. Sounds like a plan. All right, let's throw some diesel in this bad boy. Oh, shucks. All right. Hold up. What's up with you? How you doing, huh? You got to keep me for a good time, not a long time. That's what you're saying? Stay right where I'm at. What's... No, this isn't a plain bagel. These are Hawaiian bagels. Yeah, Hawaiian. Let's know about that there. Me neither. Let me see. That's a blunt. That's not a car. Oh, that's a car. Okay. Ooh, nice. Very nice. $3.69 a gallon. I'm at a half tank, so let's see. Well now. Oh well now. Well, I like to keep my own regular accountant, the one who takes years to do things. I don't need no 48-hour turnover. No, no. Oh, okay. All right. That's what I'm talking about. I'm all right with that. Well, damn. That's crazy as hell. Okay. An EKG for your head. Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. That's what we're looking. That's what we're shooting towards. Yep. That's gonna make things different. I'm such a fatty. I sat here and made a bagel with chicken breast. Went in there and bought 2 hot dogs, some chips and a soda. And I'm gonna eat all this shit on this ride. I hear you. This is my first meal myself. Yeah. You said she gave you some bread. Well, how old are you now? How old are you now? How old are you now? Now, in 37 years, I think you know where this is going. You ask for something, you ain't get the last 37 years. You expect to get it now? Is this what's happening? Yeah, I need your help right now. Yeah. Lord, do I get? I wish I could call my mama for some help. You know what I'm gonna get? Nothing. I'm glad the little boy's all right. That makes me happy. He happy too. And this sandwich is amazing. Right. Yeah. Got that. Let's go. What's that? Alright, set receipt. Got that. What's next? Yeah, how can I give you the information? It's not how that works. Yeah, as you should. Get it on over here now. Not now, but right now. Right there. Noise. You should have, just like the sandwich, nutritious and delicious. Rest of the gator. I don't advise women to eat the water with dolphins. Me too. What you think? right, Jungles. Yeah, you can miss me on the monkeys. You win. Yeah, where'd you do that for? Come on, now spit it out. Oh, damn. That's rough. Okay, damn it. Thanksgiving Day special. That sounds terrible. Why do you need the mayonnaise if you got the dressing? Mayo or something there. Ooh. Gotcha. We right here. We right here. Right here. All right, sugar. Hey, the lady's talking to me. Nah, they'll put my ass back to work. They see my taxes. You're better off driving. Bye.
since I believe October of last year. Actually, it was 6 months later that they increased it. Out of saying this to say I am ready to get out of this mortgage just because I just had a baby and I really want to stay home with her. And it's so hard to be a stay-at-home mom when you're literally banking on $4,150 every single month just towards your mortgage.
I don't even know what I do if my mortgage increased by a third within just 2 years. That sounds insane. Now, we've gone over this before. A lot of people don't realize with new builds and escrow, your mortgage
That's
payment
$48,000
along
every
with
year for that
South
mortgage.
Florida. The insurance prices are not great there because of the storms. And her trying to sell and move someplace more affordable is still going to be difficult. Not too many people want to live in a place where the insurance is either so ridiculous that it makes most homes not worth it, or the insurance companies just straight up won't insure you. So if there's a storm and your house gets destroyed, tough luck. That's definitely not a place that I'd want to live.
I think I fully regret buying a house now. Like, it's not the worst choice I ever made, but it's so expensive. But at the same time, it's exactly what rent would be costing me anyways. I'm almost an hour away from where I want to be and almost an hour away from work. It's a lot of upkeep, a lot of maintenance. I feel like the house will crash at any minute. And interest rates were high when I bought it, and so were prices. I rationalized it by telling myself, well, it's the same amount in rent and I should get something back out of it at the end of the day. Which honestly at this point might not even be true. And I'm far away from everything and I have a long commute and I'm tired and I'm in a 3-bedroom house and I live alone. I'm thankful, very thankful that I'm able to do this. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know if it was the right choice. I'm stressing over it right now. I've only been here for like 8 months. I don't know what to do.
Before I say anything, let's go over to the comments. I bought a house in Austin and I regret it daily, but it's fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Am I the only person that thinks an hour commute is normal? Maybe it's more common than you think, but I don't want to be in that situation. It sounds like he doesn't either. Racking up the miles in the gas bill while commuting as well. I need to touch on this a little bit. I think there will be a very big difference in opinion if you decide to buy your house before COVID and after COVID. Obviously, it's a pretty good choice if you bought your house back in 2015 and saw all the appreciation in just the past few years, but that doesn't seem to be happening anymore, especially if you bought in 2021, 2022. You're just now most likely drowning in monthly payments. And another aspect of home ownership right here, a comment from you guys. People buying homes and not realizing there's maintenance cost involved is crazy. Whatever your mortgage payment is, every month is the minimum you're going to pay.
It is up to you, the home buyer, to do your own due diligence, guys. You cannot rely on other people to give you the most accurate information for the largest purchase that you're going to make in your life. And listen to this. According to Lexer Capital Management, the typical homeowner pays nearly $1,800 more per month than renters once you factor in taxes, insurance, maintenance, and a potential HOA or PMI payments included. So they're just looking at the mortgage payment when you're coming up with that $900 per month difference. They're not factoring in all the additional costs of homeownership, because when you do, that difference now doubles to $1,800 per month difference between being a renter versus an owner today.
So with all the people that stretched themselves thin over the past few years to buy a home, they're probably not going to be able to afford the almost $2,000 more a month just to be able to maintain everything in the house. And that's why we have so many clips of people talking about being house poor and wanting to get out of their home entirely because it's just not worth it.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. If you want to earn double miles on United flights so work trips can pay for fun trips.
I like fun.
Then you should probably have a United Explorer card.
I want that.
This one's fun.
And I love these because they're individually wrapped, so it's like perfect. Then I got eggs. I wanted to make some egg bites or something this week. I've been using
And wanting to get out of their home entirely because it's just not worth it.
As someone who bought a condo in 2022 and regrets it, let me tell you about the things they don't warn you about when buying a condo. You think you're buying an affordable home with a low maintenance lifestyle, right? The cute pool, the landscaping, all of that. But what they don't warn you about is the HOA and how it can literally destroy the value of your home. And if you have a bad HOA like I did, you have absolutely no control of the fees, no ability to know where the money is going, these question marks of what happened with spending, and if they're really bad, they'll make your complex unwarrantable. Which makes it essentially unsellable. And when your condo is unsellable and the fees are going up and up, the value of your property crashes.
HOAs are a scam, absolute theft. I learned this lesson the hard way. I did that too. The realtors lied to me about what the HOA covers. That's why I'm sharing my story on here. This condo was the biggest financial mistake of my life. It destroyed me. And now that I'm a realtor, I feel like it's my responsibility to share my story and educate people. I know we talk about Florida a lot on this channel, but with the condo and the HOA issues, that happens a lot in that state, where the fees become so unbelievably ridiculous that people can't afford where they live anymore. But then you try to offload it and there will be zero buyers who want to take on that responsibility. So you're just stuck bleeding money constantly. It is an absolute nightmare.
I really can't decide if I regret buying a home at 25. Because it's so hard. Like, it's way more expensive. You got to fix everything yourself. It's nice to say that you own a home, and legally it works out great, I guess. Property taxes. I have a townhome. We pay $4,000 in property taxes. I don't have a backyard. Like, I don't even have a front yard. Like,
but you have a property.
I think everything's a scam. I think this whole world's a scam, and I feel like I fell for it. But at the same time, renting feels like a scam. And then I buy a home, and I still feel scammed. And I'm like, ugh.
I don't know, at least for me, I would never own a townhome. Same thing with a condo as well. Unless the entire area that you live in drastically increases in value, townhomes are a pretty tough sell to people, especially if you compare the appreciation to a single family home. AC unit needed replacing, $15,000. New water heater, $4,000. Fridge and tumbler dryer broke, another $1,500. Then property taxes and HOA fees. Yep, bought in 2021. Had to replace a furnace, windows, siding, garage door, light fixtures, tons of plumbing, electrical stuff. Bathroom needed a remodel. Even buying lawnmowers, rakes, tools, so many tools. All things that I guess people don't think about while purchasing the most expensive thing you're going to buy in your entire life.
Can anybody tell me if I can, like, sue the flippers that I bought my house from? Has been a never-ending disaster since I bought it. I bought it in 2022. Prior to me buying it, it was unoccupied for like 4 years. It was foreclosed on, bank owned. Somebody bought it, flipped it, and they really didn't flip it right. It's just been a non-stop issue here, and I'm like at my wit's end. So this is the situation in my kitchen. But just to give you like a brief synopsis of everything that's been happening here, my plumbing does not work. It's currently being like diverted into my backyard because like the exit to the house, I won't show you because it's a mess. It's in my basement and I keep having to like bleach it, but it's like the main sewer pipe to my house backs up into my basement. And apparently, homeowner's insurance doesn't cover it. I can't get like a loan. It's just been a nightmare here.
Okay, so I'm cutting it off there because this is just a fraction of the full video. She has a lot more problems with this house, and unfortunately this sounds like the Home Depot DIY flippers that made a substantial amount of money from people buying during COVID times, and now she's left with something that is falling apart. I mean, the sewer is getting backed up into the basement. Oh man. We can go over to the comments. That's what an inspection is for before you buy. That should have all been listed and taken care of in the house inspection. She replied, nope, the plumbing was in working order, but immediately started malfunctioning when I moved in. It was something where you wouldn't notice until you started showering and running the water. The inspector did not catch it. Now, we have seen instances of this as well. It really makes me want to hire one of the content creator inspectors that their entire channels are dedicated to ripping apart any of the homes that they're inspecting, because then at least it means they're going to find something, not just walk through the house, open and close a couple of doors, turn on the shower, turn it off, and walk out saying that everything's all right, because then you could have the same type of problem. If you had an inspector, then it's his fault. You should sue him, sue the real estate company and owners. Here's my advice. Never, and I mean never, buy a house that's been flipped. I can guarantee you they cut every corner possible. While it is getting more difficult to find a house that's older, that hasn't been renovated or flipped with good bones, and then your other option is to buy some sort of new build, which we've talked about on separate videos with this channel, that is just as bad of a decision as well. You really cannot win.
We just bought a brand new Lennar home, new build, and I have just filed now our second warranty claim for crappy plumbing. The first claim was because the cold water tube The master bathroom was crappy and was leaking behind our wall. And the second claim was because the toilet on the first floor was leaking at the base. And I am so sad and frustrated. And if I see the building manager, I'm going to take him out by the knees. To top it off, they found an empty beer bottle behind the drywall when they cut that shit open. So thank you, Lennar, for our quality home.
And unfortunately, this happens a lot more than you think. We've even seen the beer bottle clips a few times on this channel. Different instances. So, okay, you're freaked out with the new build. You're not going to do that. You're going to find an older home that isn't already flipped. Buy that and then start fixing things up yourself as they fall apart.
So this morning I got a quote for one window, to replace one window in our house. Anyone want to take a gander? How much that's gonna cost? You don't want to know. I'll tell you anyway. $3,700 for one window. Nice. They offer 0% financing, 20% down. So yeah, that's gonna help. But
okay, so this is obviously so ridiculously overpriced, we go over to the comment section. Don't pay a penny more than $400. It's just a window. Anything over $500 is fraud, unless it's not a standard window. But this adds in yet another headache. You then have to start shopping around, calling all of these different companies. Finally get a somewhat reasonable price, probably still not affordable. But then what's your other option? You're supposed to fix everything in the house yourself, become a handyman, while you're already working a full-time job to barely cover the bills in today's world. It's starting to seem like it's really not worth it.
Hello, this is attorney Mark Lopez with the Mark Lopez Law Firm. And I want to talk to you about a very important
Cover the bills in today's world, it's starting to seem like it's really not worth it.
Starting to see all these stories crop up, especially on Reddit, of people saying buying a house was one of my worst financial decisions, and we did everything correct. We went and we were told buying a house, we got a house, we saved for a down payment, but we're underwater from what it's worth. They're in Austin and values have dropped 25%, and they have to come out of pocket 70 grand, and they're asking, what can we do? Because I don't have the money to sell the house, and it's not going to cash flow if I rent, and I'm stuck here.
That's right.
And the common advice is, well, you either have to take on a job to pay for the, a second job to pay for the house, or rent out rooms.
Or prepay the negative equity. Believe me, like I did coming out of South Atlanta.
But I think that story is going to be a lot more common.
You don't lose anything until you actually sell, but if you're hemorrhaging money and you can't afford the bills that are coming in every month, you're definitely losing something.
Renting is throwing your money away. Buying is building equity. That's such a lie. It's such a lie. Okay? They're the obvious ones of throwing your money away. Property tax, insurance, okay, and interest on the mortgage, which is substantial, and that goes to a bank and you never see that again. So those are like the main obvious three. But the one thing that people don't talk about, this is what they don't talk about. They say to budget 2% of your home's value a year on maintenance, maintaining what is there, just keeping it the same, okay? 2%. If you own $1 million house, which in Toronto is low, 2% of $1 million is $20,000 a year. Gone. How much is your rent a year? Like $30,000? Okay, those are comparable. And if you don't get maintenance costs back, that's just keeping it the same. That's just bugs eating and mice burrowing through stuff and plumbing breaking, glue letting go, and like blah blah blah. Like it's, you throw away your money constantly in home ownership, okay? Get this out of your head.
And now we can take a look at some of the comments. Cool, bought my house 8 years ago. I could sell tomorrow, pay off what's owed, and I have $160,000 in the bank. Well, I can guarantee you that most people won't be in that situation if they buy a home in today's world. I've got over $200,000 in equity. It most certainly isn't a lie. I'm willing to bet that this is almost the exact same story. You bought your house years ago. Buying a home right now is taking on a $500,000 slopped together pile of wood and plastic liability that'll most likely be unable to be insured or lived in by 2035. I get that people are in two different camps right now. If you bought a while ago, good for you, but if no one in today's world could afford those house prices, it's never going to sell, so you're not actually going to see your appreciation.
Raise your hand if you bought a house when the interest rates were low a few years ago, thinking, oh, this is like a little starter house and we'll just live in this for a couple of years, but then the interest rates are like over 6%, and now we're stuck in our not forever house. It's kind of looking like our forever house because I can't afford like a 6.75 interest rate on a mortgage. Like, what? Am I the only one? Are you stuck in your house too? Because this is wild. And we live in a metroplex where houses are at minimum like 500 to 600,000. So this is insane.
We have a comment from you guys talking about getting approved for a mortgage. I was approved for a $144,000 mortgage. Realtor couldn't understand why I wouldn't go over $100,000 when my gross annual income was $45K. I'm definitely starting to see that too. Banks are giving out loans to people that they really have no business in getting. And I don't think I have to tell you about the '08 financial crisis. Hopefully history does not repeat itself.
Let's break down my mortgage payment of $7,120.
Damn.
My principal and interest is $4,350, and that's the actual loan. My escrow payment is $1,800, and this is the account the mortgage company uses to pay my property taxes and my homeowner's insurance. And since my property taxes increased, I have a shortage in my escrow account that I have to pay an additional $970. Not many people know that the escrow is separate from the loan. So I started documenting my real estate journey just so I can share my real numbers, the good and the bad. That way you can learn from my experience.
Okay, so I just had
Hello. How you doing, my son? Did you go to, did everything come out? Oh. Oh, you... Oh, did you look and see? No. You just didn't see anything shiny? Okay. Well, we know it's coming out then. Right? All right, good. How you doing? You feel good? What happened? Okay, did you go back and get your backpack? Boy, you better go get the damn backpack. You can't just leave it there. Go get dressed and get your backpack. You can't just leave your stuff there. What are you going to do? You going to leave it there forever? All right, then, go get your stuff. Get your phone. Put on your jacket, your hat. What bench were you at? Where were you? There ain't no benches except for at the park. Which school? Where's your mom? Someone got to walk with you. Yeah, someone got to walk with you. Have Johnny or Chris or mom walk with you. You got homework to do. You can't just leave your book bag where there. Someone's going to take it. Where's your phone at? Okay. All right, tell your mom to walk with you. She needs to get some fresh air. Well, mom can get some fresh air. She can walk down there with you. You have to get your bag. Tell her that you left your bag. Put your mom on the phone. Kyle, put your mom on the phone. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. Put your mom on the phone. Give her the phone. He needs his book bag. Walk outside with him so you can watch him go get it so nothing happens to him. I don't understand how this is a problem. All right, good. Get dressed, put on some warm clothes so you can walk down there. All right. Love you, kid. Brave and strong. I am. I become. Focus goes. Where energy flows. If it's to be, the 5 P's. Discipline. If. Fast. All right, now go get that book bag and do your homework before I bust your ass. All right, let's go. All right, kid. All right, love you. Make sure you put a hat on. All right, love you more. Later.
Put this in because of the crazy number $7,100 mortgage. I really don't know how people are doing it. And there was an escrow shortage, so the price was still rising. If I was put in that same position, I would definitely regret buying that house.
Being a pro doesn't start under the lights. It starts in the kitchen, where factory chefs dial in balance, the way coaches fine-tune plays, because what you put in is what you get out. Factor, eat like a pro.
I got hurt bad in a car wreck and need help. I don't have money to hire a lawyer.
It doesn't cost anything up front to hire the Ken 9 Law Office, so you can keep your money in your pocket. It's just...
Still
Need cash
if
now?
I was put in that same position, I would definitely regret
Call
buying that house.
J.G. Wentworth.
These are
877
the three
cash
things that I
now.
wish someone told me before I bought my house last year.
Number 1, your mortgage. That's the minimum you pay. Repairs don't schedule themselves, and they never wait until you're ready. Number 2, I didn't just buy a house. I bought less freedom. More responsibility, more weekends fixing stuff instead of actually living. And number 3, this is the one that surprised me most. It's not even financial. It's mental weight. The feeling of being stuck because you just committed to 30-year, 25-year mortgage. I'm not saying buying a house is bad. I'm saying timing matters more than people think. If you're young and thinking about buying, don't rush it like I did. Make sure you're okay with it because I didn't realize how much they'd change my day-to-day.
And I know in these videos I just sound like a complete hater, like renting is the way to go, even though at the very beginning I said that I'm somewhat looking at buying a house. I just think a lot of it is not worth the price headache right now, and it seems like I'm not the only one with this thought process.
Of homeownership is just discovering new ways that water can ruin your house. You know, you think I bought a house, I made it, but really all you did was enter into a lifelong war against water. You know, and you start learning new words like seepage or grading or moisture barrier, and then the next thing you know, it's 1 a.m. and you're Googling like, what does mold look like and how much is too much? And it's always something like that tiny drip that sends you into a panic, or the small leak that somehow turns into a $1,200 bill. You know, you get one drop of water through the ceiling and you're like, my house is decaying from the inside out. And basements, forget about it. Like, I used to enjoy thunderstorms, not anymore. Anytime it rains now, I'm in the basement looking for leaks like some sort of Owning a home is really just entering into one long, expensive battle against moisture and humidity.
And insurance won't cover it 80% of the time. It's always something, and it's always $1,200. The creator response, $1,200 is the absolute minimum. And we got another example right here of something that everybody's been dealing with over the past few years, the constant tax increases.
All right, so new property tax bill just dropped. It's $4,961 for half the year in Michigan, where I live. It's almost 10 grand a year now. It goes up 5% a year, basically. My house is probably a little overvalued, but we are just renting. I keep saying this, it's gone up at least over $1,500 from last year to this year. About almost $5,000 for just half the year. We're renting from the government.
And he makes a very good point. Even if his mortgage was completely paid off, just to be able to live where he does, it would cost $10,000 a year. Nobody ever legitimately owns their home, whether you're renting, you have a mortgage, or not. But to end off this video, we got a pretty crazy clip of somebody going all in with the rental empire. We got a comment from you guys right here. People need to get back to thinking of a house as a home rather than an investment. And this person definitely did not think that way.
I bought 22 rental units in only 18 months. And honestly, regret it. Just to show you, here's a 2-unit property I own. Here's another one that's a 6-unit apartment building. And here's another one. And here's another one. And there's even more properties, but I'm done driving around wasting my gas, and I feel you guys understand. I thought owning rental properties would be a great source of income, but boy, was I wrong. Yes, we were cash flowing around $600 a door. Yes, that's over $13,000 a month. And yeah, we were successful on paper. But in real life, I was equity rich and cash poor. And when I'm telling you broke, I had to check my bank account before I could even get gas. Sometimes the account was in the negatives. Honestly, the more properties we bought, the more broke I felt. You know, if something went bad, literally cash flow would be going like that. If a roof went out, if we needed new windows, if there was a leak, money was just going. Social media honestly won't tell you this. If you own a lot of rentals, that does not mean you make a lot of money. And if you're building a rental portfolio but don't have another side of active income, you're definitely going to regret it because you need some money set aside in reserves.
So that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks so like this video popping up on screen right now. But hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
File your taxes 100% free in the app if you didn't file with us last year. Just file with TurboTax Do It Yourself by February 28th.
Good. Breathe.
48 hours away from impacting the southern United States, which will lead to days of heavy snow and crippling ice. This winter storm is shaping up to be the most severe winter storm since 2021 in the southern United States. With a dangerous mix of heavy snow and significant freezing rain persisting. Evidence has shifted noticeably farther north, which has major implications for where the worst ice accumulations and potentially days of power outages could occur, as well as what parts of the country may instead see historic snow. On top of that, some of the coldest weather that we've seen in years is on the way. Temperatures could drop to as low as 30 degrees below zero Friday and Saturday, with wind chills plunging to 60 degrees below zero. This brutal cold will eventually spread into the southern United States, prolonging impacts and worsening conditions as the storm unfolds. So in today's forecast, I'm going to break down exactly what you need to know about this historic winter storm that is about to hit the United States. Now, we have a lot to talk about in today's forecast, and I want to jump right into what we're expecting with this winter storm and what has changed over the last 24 hours. And I want to begin with our future radar. We're going to start out with Friday, late morning and early afternoon, as that is when the winter storm impacts will begin. So right around the late morning, we will start to see some freezing rain across the Texas Panhandle and western Oklahoma. This will be pretty minimal in general. It's going to be very light, but it's going to be enough to really glaze over the roads and make travel impacts really significant pretty early in the day. As we go into Friday afternoon, our cold rain will continue across most of Texas and southern Oklahoma. Notice how there's really no pinks down here. So if you're in DFW, if you're in Abilene, we are leaning towards it being a cold rain for most of Friday. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of freezing rain down that direction. And that's really one of the biggest changes with our forecast, is that all of our wintry precipitation to begin Friday is expected to be further to the north. And that includes even areas down the line towards the Ohio Valley and the southeast as we go into Saturday. And we'll talk more about that here in a moment. As we go later into Friday afternoon and right around rush hour, that is when freezing rain and sleet are going to intensify quickly near Oklahoma City, Tulsa, back into the Texas Panhandle just outside of Lubbock. Light to moderate snow will ramp up across parts of Kansas and even back over towards Colorado and even New Mexico. We have winter storm watches and warnings in effect, and that is another area that snow and freezing rain is on the table. Things are going to intensify very quickly during the late evening on Friday and into Saturday. That is when freezing rain will become moderate to heavy. That goes from Wichita Falls and Childress, Texas, back towards Little Rock, and we'll also have snow starting to ramp up across parts of the Central Plains, including Kansas, Nebraska, and also Tulsa. If you're over in Tulsa, we're going to be right on the freezing rain, sleet, and snow line right around 10 to 11 o'clock on Friday. Now, overnight Friday and early Saturday is when things are going to start to shift a bit further to the east, and this winter storm is going to grow in size very rapidly. To begin Saturday, I think the bulk of our freezing rain will be located near DFW, back towards Memphis, most of Arkansas, and also towards Tulsa. Sleet is also going to be on the table. Thin corridor, that brighter orange color, kind of that pink color is, that goes from just north of Memphis back towards Tulsa, and moderate to heavy snow will continue, including St. Louis and also Cape Girardeau. If you're over in Springfield, Joplin, you are expecting snowfall Saturday morning, and snow will begin to ramp up in western Kentucky as we go into Saturday during late morning, early afternoon. Freezing rain is going to get a lot more widespread Saturday afternoon. We are talking about a large swath of freezing rain stretching from Nashville back towards Lubbock. At this point, I do believe Nashville is going to be at more risk of ice instead of snow. I think if you're in Nashville, you need to be preparing right now for an ice storm rather than just snow, because there will be some snow, I think, in Nashville, but I think predominantly during Saturday, it's almost all going to be freezing rain, which means significant ice accumulations on the table. By 2 to 3 o'clock, freezing rain will really start to ramp up back over towards Dallas, Fort Worth. Areas along the Red River back towards Lubbock will be dealing with moderate to heavy freezing rain. This is a region right here where I think our most significant ice storm is going to set up. That is over in eastern Arkansas, southwest Tennessee, and extreme northwestern Mississippi. This corridor is where I think the most significant ice is going to happen. We could actually have some isolated over an inch of ice accumulation, which is, in all honesty, catastrophic. So this is definitely a very dangerous situation that will likely evolve there on Saturday. And then during the overnight hours Saturday to Sunday morning, notice how much heavy freezing rain we are going to have. We will have heavy freezing rain in those purples, and it's going to stretch across Dallas, Fort Worth, Lubbock, back towards Memphis, and then over in Nashville, still a little bit of freezing rain is on the table, and then back over in the Carolinas, and also even in northern Georgia, freezing rain will continue overnight Saturday and early Sunday just outside of Atlanta. And this is also where a cold air damming event is going to happen. So I do think significant ice accumulation is on the table for North Carolina, upstate South Carolina, southern Virginia near Richmond. If you're in Charlotte, North Carolina, you definitely have to be staying weather aware as well.
I don't know what last mile is either. What is last mile, driver?
All on the northern side of this. I mean, we are going to have snow from New Mexico and Oklahoma City all the way to Maryland, to Washington, D.C., and even back towards Philadelphia. It is going to be an absolutely crazy winter storm by Saturday night. And then Sunday morning, we have freezing rain still going across most areas in the mid-Mississippi River Valley, even across parts of Little Rock, back towards Memphis, and just outside of Nashville, and then that freezing rain will continue as well in the mid-Atlantic. But again, notice the darker purple colors. That is where significant ice is going to be on the table, and this is what's going to make this winter storm so incredibly dangerous. The amount of freezing rain that's going to fall over the next few days is just going to be unbelievable. I mean, we are talking about the possibility of power lines easily snapping and just being weighed down by all of the ice accumulation. So power outages in some of these areas could last days, if not even weeks in some locations, where we do end up seeing some significant infrastructure damage with ice accumulation over half an inch being very on the table. Now, as we go later into Sunday, we will have significant snow ramping up back over in the northeast, including Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New Jersey, Long Island. All of you are likely going to see a major winter storm. We're talking 10 to 15 inches of snow in some of these areas.
Indianapolis empty nesters. Does your house feel too big, too much work, and honestly just too much? I'm Todd Howard.
These areas. Light to moderate snow will continue as far south and west as the North Texas region, including the Dallas-Fort Worth area, St. Louis, and then just south of Kansas City. If you're over in Little Rock, I do think it's going to be mostly freezing rain throughout this event. However, I do expect a transition to at least some snow on the backside of the storm on Sunday. So it's not all bad news. It's honestly mostly bad news for Little Rock and Nashville at this point. However, there's at least a little bit of good news that we might see a little bit of snowfall on top of all the ice. Now, if you're back over in the Alabama area, if you're in Georgia, this has been a big wild card, and models are continuing to show a large warm sector in this area, which means we might not end up seeing a whole lot of ice, if any, back over in the Atlanta area and even back over in Huntsville. It's still very 50-50 though. If I were in your shoes right now, if I'm in Atlanta or Huntsville, I would be preparing for this winter storm still. I would still have everything ready to go and also buy groceries just in case, because in the case we do end up having an ice storm, again, it could shut down travel for multiple days, and it could also lead to some pretty big power outages. So just continue to take preparation seriously there. I would not be panicking by any means. Just be ready for the possibility of an ice storm. If we don't have an ice storm and we don't really have much ice in this area in general, a low pressure system is going to try to form on Sunday along the East Coast. That could actually bring isolated severe storms, including a risk of an isolated tornado, to areas like Alabama, Georgia, and the Florida Panhandle. So talk about a complete turn of the events here. We actually could see severe weather on Sunday. By Sunday night, we are going to have a major winter storm across the Northeast and impacting Ohio, Indiana, Pennsylvania, and most of the Northeast, including southern New England as well. If we had a Patriots game over in Foxborough this weekend instead of Denver, it would be an absolutely crazy game. I mean, we're talking about snowfall rates upwards of 2 to 3 inches per hour. And on top of that, that snow is going to stack up to probably over a foot of snow by the time we go into Monday. And one important thing I do want to point out, there will be a risk of freezing rain.
Yo, I wonder what this accident is. It must be bad because they put up accident ahead signs. Usually they don't do that. This shit gotta be something serious. And it's gotta be a big cleanup, because in order to put them signs up, that means they've been cleaning this shit up for a while. So I'm assuming it's a truck, maybe even 2 trucks. Maybe even there's some freight on the highway, something. I wonder what the hell's going on. I wish this box truck would fucking drive. Oh, man. Message.
Across almost all of Virginia, North Carolina, Maryland, Delaware, and even New Jersey. It's going to likely be a pretty quick transition to freezing rain, but towards a 1/10 to even a 1/5 of an inch of ice is on the table if you're in Washington, D.C. or New Jersey as we go into Sunday night. Monday, things start to clear out, and then by the middle and end of next week, we're hoping we don't have anything too crazy happen, but Arctic air is going to continue to spill out of Canada even by the middle and end of next week. And this is very long-term, but even the European model and the GFS model are hinting at another winter weather event across the southern plains and the southeast by next weekend. I know this is very far out.
I'm glad I'm taking this
definitely
weekend
not
off.
another winter
I ain't
storm
trying to
after
drive
this
in
one
that
with
shit.
all of this very cold air that is going to continue to sag across the southern United States. We are beginning to narrow down where the most significant snow is going to fall out of this winter storm. If you're anywhere in the dark red, that is where we're at least expecting an inch of snowfall. That is an over 90% chance of seeing at least 1 inch of snow. Anywhere further south towards Dallas, Fort Worth, southern Arkansas, and even towards Nashville, the probabilities are rapidly dropping. We're down to around a 40 to 50% chance for a lot of those areas. I truly do think at least Nashville will see a little bit of snow. Same thing with Dallas, Fort Worth, and Little Rock.
All right, that's enough of that.
Here's a fun one. Guys, pretend like you're holding up the building behind you. Ah, the picture. Yeah.
I ain't going nowhere where I need any snow chains, so we are gonna be good.
Very high interest rate.
I'm paying off a 327% loan.
This video is a perfect example of how people get trapped.
320% loan?
We've got bad car loans, a whole lot of
God
credit debt,
damn.
and a woman trying to pay off a 327% interest loan. If you think your situation is bad, this should make you feel a whole lot better.
Customer went and sold his vehicle. Was we told get it on finance?
I said 300. He literally sold it for a lot.
He told me he can do only for 100, and I put the number. Even at 225, you got 79 bi-weekly.
Why does he think that he can do 400?
Vaguely went over it. Well, give her vague numbers.
But to them doesn't work that way. It's financing. We're trying to lose you money.
Yeah.
When we are never be able to get it done, this vehicle has done 30,000 miles. 2 years and a half, max 3 years. Since 18?
He sold his car before the loan was finalized. Selling the car before approval puts you in a terrible position. Now he's desperate. Desperate people don't shop for good terms. They take whatever gets them moving again. This is when bad loans suddenly start to look acceptable.
Yeah, this is a tough call.
I told him, like, get the insurance, let me talk to the finance department. Then we go from there.
You did make it up, man.
It's easy. So I'm the one who does financing. I discussed it with you before.
I did
Good,
so
good.
Mario.
I know, man. They tell me that. Guys, how much do you sell it for principal?
26. Girl that had it before the one I bought from.
No way. That works out somehow. Walk me through your income is $19 million?
Roughly.
I was very particular in telling you payment. Like you're 18 years old. What do you mean 19, right? No, Shay, this is like, you just started work in 5 months. You're saying the low end 19. What does that mean?
I've worked more than that sometimes. That's
Okay.
like
Did you get a quote from insurance?
320.
He's making about $1,900 a month. And the insurance quote alone is $320. That's before the car payment, before the fuel, before the maintenance. The math already doesn't work. One unexpected bill and this whole thing collapses.
320 insurance? I'm just trying to logically make sure you can afford this, man.
I know I can afford it. I don't have no bills to this car insurance and my phone.
Here's a few challenges I have with this deal. For an 18 years old person, you can go more than 2 years, which is 56 terms. You're at almost 3 years. This is unheard of, to be honest with you. I might be able to get that approved, but that's a 225 by week, just don't you know. No, that's 100. Only way I would get it approved just because we get you 3 years warranty. I'm gonna go try to get you approved at 225 by week, and just let's say 450 monthly. And you got 320, what does that put you at? 8 plus, let's say $100 in gas, plus another, give or take $200 maintenance. You're doing $1,000 monthly on your vehicle. 900 plus whatever you didn't make after. Room to blame.
He's just heard the numbers, nothing's been signed yet. And this is the most important part of the whole conversation. Because right now the math is clear. And when you're young, you likely don't have a reference point. You don't know what's normal, and you don't know what's excessive.
Are you mentally comfortable with that? Yeah. I'm just looking at me. I don't think I'm gonna easily spend $200 a month on it. Should work at a car.
Yeah, I know, but that's always like the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
The only thing you've got to know, your interest is as high as it can get. The bank gave you $10,000 for this vehicle because you're a first-time buyer, 18 years old, high risk. They're hitting you with 28.9% interest rate. Very fucking high interest rate.
28.9%. It's no longer about buying a car. It's about how long you're going to be paying for it. You can make the payment every month and still feel like nothing's changing. The balance doesn't really come down the way you'd expect it to. You think pain means progress. With a rate like this, it mostly just means you're staying in it.
You're saying that you have extra money. Don't let the bank take the money. Pay 300 extra 400, whatever it is. Because literally you save 6,000, you can make it like $2,000. We're gonna report you to Equifax, so it's gonna help you with your credit. Hopefully in a couple of years you're not gonna be in this situation. Out alone on your credit, pay it off, everything's good, right? Well, let me go submit it and I'll get back to you in 10 minutes.
Congratulations, my friend. Enjoying your ride. The issue with the car, give us a call, contact us. We're here to help anytime.
No issues.
Enjoy your ride, buddy.
Good
So after
old
hearing
traffic.
everything, after sitting with the rate, the terms of what it's going to cost him, he
That
goes
went
ahead
to
and accepts the loan.
28.
From here on out, every payment, every month, every decision around money has this loan sitting in the background. This is how people end up stuck early. Not with one massive mistake, but by saying yes to something they don't fully understand.
I'm back from the dealer. I got approved with Capital One. Okay. The first offer that they gave, they wanted me to get in this fucking Honda that I didn't want. It had 70 miles and it was like a 2017. And yeah, it just didn't make sense to me. So I found another one and it was Nissan Kicks 2020 with 49,000 miles. And the offer that they gave me was 1,000 down and it was gonna be 72 months, 25% MPR, whatever. $474 a month. I wanted to have warranty. The warranty that they were offering me was $3,000 and $3,070. There was like add-ons of $1,000. I don't know. The loan was gonna be $19,000, right?
The number she gave didn't include the warranty. That puts her car at roughly $16,000. But over 6 years, she's going to pay about $34,000 in total. That means she's paying more in interest than the car is worth. She's essentially buying the same car twice.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with
Get them to drop the warranty price to $2,423, and then the add-ons or whatever went down to $674, and then my monthly payment was gonna be $449, 72 months at a 20% APR, right? But I don't know, I felt a little bit pressured. I told them I was gonna go eat and I was gonna come back, and you know, I made it seem like I was gonna get it because I felt a little bit like they were on me, I don't know. So I needed to get out of there. That was the offer. I texted them and I told them that I needed to think about it a little more. But yeah.
You can hear she's uncomfortable with it. She's trying to get the cost down, and that's good. But tells you she knows something doesn't feel right. But even after trying to shape things down, the structure of the deal doesn't change. The rate is still high, the term is still long, and the total cost is still massive.
I am going to tell you exactly how much we are paying every single month in just minimum payments. I splurged today and let the hate comments begin. Starting with credit card number 1, which our goal is to pay off December 2025. Minimum monthly payment is $528. Credit card number 2, minimum monthly payment is $315. Credit card number 3, minimum payment is $284.09. Credit card number 4 is $267. Credit card number 5 is $296. And last but not least, credit card number 6, this one hurts. Minimum monthly payment is $620.64, which comes out to a monthly total of $2,310.64.
It comes out to $2,310 a month. That's not paying anything down, that's not getting ahead. That's just what it takes to not fall behind. Every month before anything else, over $2,000 is already spoken for.
Interest rates range from 9.99% all the way up to 29.99%. The first card that we're paying off actually has the lowest interest rate, but it has the second highest minimum monthly payment. So our plan is to pay that one off and then be able to take that minimum monthly payment and snowball it into the next card. There are 2 cards that have nearly the same interest rate, so the next card we pick to pay off will be one of those, and we'll start the avalanche method of credit card payoff.
We don't actually know what the balance is, but when the minimum payments add up to over $2,300 a month, the balances are clearly substantial. Minimum payments don't get that high without a lot of debt behind it. When the balances are big, there is no quick way out. Whatever the total is, it's going to take a lot of time, a lot of discipline, and a lot of money to work it down.
If you are in hot girl debt, I got you. Here's exactly what you're gonna do. This was my first year ever being in debt, and it has been one of the most stressful experiences of my life. I do not recommend it. Avoid getting into credit card debt. It's not cute. Anyways, back to the tray. My schemer dad taught me this. He's a self-proclaimed cockroach to society. Step 1, you're gonna research new credit cards with 0% interest for 18 months. You're gonna open up a new credit card. It will take you 5 seconds. While you're opening up that credit card, there's going to be an option for you to transfer your debt. I had no idea you could do this. Like I said, it was my first year ever being in debt.
Now, something like a 0% balance transfer can help, but only under specific conditions. And they only work for disciplined people, people who stop adding new debt, and people who actually pay it down during the 0% window.
I'm trying to get out of it real quick, but this changed my life. Now, I'm gonna warn you, there is a one-time transfer fee of like $200, but you're paying that in interest anyways. You're basically paying that transfer fee so that you can be interest-free for 18 months. Basically, this is gonna just buy you some breather time to get out of debt. Obviously, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just a girl in New York City chasing my dreams who already feels like a millionaire, and I got myself into a little bit of credit card debt because of it. Hope this helps.
This is where people mess it up. They move the balance over, they feel some relief. The old card doesn't stay paid off. It slowly gets used again. A little bit here, a little bit there. Now instead of one problem, they've got 2 balances.
Do I use my credit cards even though I'm $48,000 still in debt, 109 overall? Person says that every card is over limit and I'm paying late fees. Well, there's a very specific reason for that, and it's because I'm paying off a 327% loan. That is tying up $650 a month for me, and that loan, if I can get it paid by next Friday, will actually end up saving me about $250 a month in interest. You heard that correctly. 327%.
327% interest. No situation justifies it. Not cash flow, not convenience, not short-term need. A rate that high isn't designed to help you solve a problem. It's designed to keep the problem going. You're not borrowing money to move forward. You're renting money at a price that guarantees you stay stuck.
Not all of these cards are over limit like you're saying they are. My TJ Maxx credit card and my Discover are in hardship, and that is back pay, and I'm almost caught up. That's why you're seeing negative amounts. And TJ Maxx is closed. Capital One is not over the balance. It's actually under like $3. The last 2 that you're seeing, Citi and American Express, yes, they are over limit. but it's because I'm having to shift things around. Would I rather pay $40 in late fees, or would I rather pay 327% interest?
This is just a mess. Cards are maxed out. Some are over the limit, others are right on the edge. Minimums are high, fees kicking in. Interest is piling up everywhere at the same time. At this point, it's not about making progress. It's about trying to keep everything from collapsing all at once.
The long and short of it is, I would rather take care of my 320% interest and then go get those cards caught up. I did use my credit cards, however, at the beginning of this journey because I had about a $500 deficit. I know that a lot of people are new here, and that's why I thought I'd just come on and clarify this a little. But next Friday, come hell or high water, that stupid loan is getting paid off.
When you're $500 short every month, the cards are part of the problem. But the bigger issue is income. You can move balances around, you can juggle cards, you can try to optimize payments. But if the money isn't coming in, the gap never closes. At some point, the only thing that actually changes the situation
What kind of
is
accident
bringing the
was
income,
this?
not putting more charges on plastic. If you want to see more, you know what to do. See you in the next one. Bye.
Wait, where was the accident at? There's no goddamn accident! Just some traffic disruptors with cones? What the fuck? Well, at least there's no accident. Or it was an accident some time ago. Why are the cones still up? This thing is on break. Pick those goddamn cones up and get the shit out of the way.
With delicious rewards, you earn points for doing what you love. Digging into your Culver's favorites. Yum! Earn 10 points for every $1 you spend and turn those points into free menu items. Because the more you love Culver's, the more we love rewarding you for it.
Take the next step in treating your moderate to severe ulcerative colitis with Entyvio, the only gut-focused treatment for UC that helps block inflammation in the gut.
It's 70 miles an hour. What the fuck are you hitting the brakes for?
Talk with your doctor about the results you want, rapid response, and for many people, physical improvement of the gut lining. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only treatment for UC that works right where you need it. And ask your doctor about gut-focused Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen.
Gut-focused Entyvio.
All right, we got one by Jew Almighty, man. What is this one called? Sneeko and Andrew Tate are panicking after being banned from Miami. How do you get banned from a city, dog? You gotta be a real piece of dung to get banned from a city like Miami, bro. Vice City? Crazy word.
Sneeko and Andrew Tate are panicking. We're with Sneeko, is that okay? And he came along and he made a fucking mess. And I could sit here and blame it all on him. And even though he put the song on, I just don't think I get it. He's lying right now. I don't know where he got that, but what I think he's doing, I think Tate is strategically, I think he got scared.
Because they, along with the rest of the Rainbow Nazi Coalition,
the Rainbow,
Fuentes and Myra have been banned from Miami for being Nazis.
This is obviously not welcome in Miami Beach. It should not be welcome anywhere in the world. And by the way, I spoke to all the club operators. They are not welcome in their club. How they got into this club, open arms, I want to know how.
And maybe it's the year for fuck around and find out, because this is the second video I'm making in a week of racists immediately getting hit with consequences.
We're gonna sit around while you turn our children into a bunch of nigger lovers.
Oh yeah, bro. The fact, hold on, man. Well,
and it's amazing.
The fact that this clown ass dude saved that man's life just lets you know, bro. A lot of dudes wouldn't have made it back in the day, man. If we had the opportunity to be free, a motherfucker like him would have fucked it all up. Like, for real, bro. Let whatever happened to him happen to him. Straight up, man. You want to be compassionate and shit.
You gotta go,
He's
man.
still gonna be racist at the end of the day, dog. You got in the way of natural selection.
You're virtually banned from every single hospitality group in the United States.
But I'm Jew. Welcome to the channel. Please like and share the video. Don't forget to sub. Now, let's get into it.
People laughing and celebrating Heil Hitler and Adolf Hitler. I cannot believe we're even seeing this and witnessing Miami Beach.
A Miami Beach nightclub.
It's funny because their behavior is so normalized online, on stream, in their chats, in their echo chambers. I feel like I've been saying it all week. Whenever these extremists like Myron, Sneeko go into the real world, you really get to see how weird, French, and cringe they are. Imagine being such a geek that you party in the club to Hail Hitler. That's so stupid.
I cannot believe we're even seeing this and witnessing Miami Beach.
A Miami Beach nightclub catching heat, accused of celebrating hate with a song about Hitler.
Absolute disgust. Disgusted, horrified.
City leaders reacting to videos making the rounds on
City leader, you see that hat on his head? Bruh, that's one thing that black people need to get together, dog. When people mess with us, it gotta be consequences that come behind it, bro. They can do anything they want to us and nothing gonna happen to them, bro. None of y'all got the power to ban them outside of some goons and some YNs scaring them. Y'all ain't got the power to get the leaders of the city, the politicians, the business owners. Y'all don't have the power to make them let these races not be around no more. Like the dude in the beginning that got saved by those black dudes when they was mobbing them up, man. None of y'all got the pull to make a city say, nah, you not welcome here no more. But they do. They don't play that kind of shit.
social media featuring the Kanye West song with the lyrics Heil Hitler over and over again. The same men seen in the club, known as controversial influencers, are also in a video from a limo. In that one, they're singing, and one of them is performing a Nazi song.
It's a Nazi Rainbow Coalition. It's so crazy. There's only one white person in this whole entire vehicle, and it's the young dude Clavicular. He's a Sunnis Arab. Tristan Tate has a black dad. Nick Fuentes is a Mexican. Sneeko has a black dad.
No, this pathetic, bro. Senor Fuentes. Boy, you are Mexican. And he is leading a lot of white supremacist, incel, no coochie getting young men. And then they talk about things like the great replacement theory. Nigga, go have fornication with these women, man. Get them pregnant. But you can't because they don't look at you like, they're not attracted to you. That's why they hate the world, bro. Your own women are not attracted to you. That's sad.
What's wrong with these people?
We can have people in our city celebrating this.
This is obviously not welcome in Miami Beach. It should not be welcome anywhere in the world. And by the way, I spoke to all the club operators. They are not welcome in their club. How they got into this club, open arms, I want to know how.
The videos are from Saturday night. This one inside the Club Vendome at 743 Washington Avenue. On social media that reads in part, we want to be unequivocally clear. Vendome, our hospitality group, do not condone anti-Semitism, hate speech, or prejudice of any kind.
They made sure they put that anti-Semitism in the front because that's what it's really about.
It goes on to state, we are deeply disturbed by the harm caused by this incident and the circulation of this footage. The Post explains the business is looking into safeguards and procedures to make sure this doesn't happen again. As for the men in the video celebrating the song, the mayor has this message.
It's disgusting. It's shameful.
I think this mayor is the same guy that sent sheriffs to a woman's house because he didn't like a Facebook post or maybe an Instagram comment that she left or something like that.
Really? Say, bro, hold on, Jew. Check it out, though. Back to what I was saying earlier. You know how many black mayors they have across the United States? And I don't remember none of them saying, none of you races are allowed to come to the city. And then pulling the business owners in the city together and saying, if you see Jake Lane, if you see Nick Fuentes, if you see any one of these dudes, they are not allowed to eat in this restaurant. They're not allowed to do this, that, and the third. Man, you don't see that kind of stuff, dog. Because at the end of the day, bro, most of them still tap dancing, bro. It is what it is, man.
Crazy and against the Constitution, but he's not wrong in this incident.
Owners of the club or the management of the club also said in the statement that they are working to determine who allowed that song to be played so that they can be held accountable.
Sneeko actually reacted to the news on stream, as Andrew Tate called him, as smarmy as usual, until he found out that he was basically banned from Miami. Then his tone changed.
The videos make
oh my god, dude.
the rounds on social media, men in the videos celebrating the song.
Celebrating a song. Turning up in a Niggas can't even go to the club anymore.
He sounds so weird when he says the N-word. These dudes try so hard to be edgelords, to push the boundaries on free speech, and to offend people that when they actually get a reaction or meet the consequences for their actions, they then act surprised and like they weren't intentionally doing anything wrong. Nobody is turning up in the club to hell Hitler. Come on, what are we doing?
Sneeko the type of dude, bro. He'll say something slick to you, and then when you threaten to punch him in his mouth, now it was like, see, bro. It's not that deep, dog. I was just playing, bro. Nah, you wasn't playing. Now eat this knuckle sandwich, little baby. You look hungry. Stupid.
I'm outside the club. You can't even get in.
Sneeko is corny as hell.
You can't even get in. Just a couple niggas in the club.
The thing that gets me,
you sound racist
on Andrew Myron, is they hate on black people so much. They trash black culture so much every chance they get, but they continuously use black culture to try to look cool.
Are we celebrating Doja Cat when it comes on? When Ice Spice comes on and I'm having a little fun, and she's throwing it back. Am I celebrating? Sexy Red comes on. I don't promote what Sexy Red sings about. Her music is scary. It's good in the club.
There's nothing wrong with partying to music in the club, unless that music is praising Nazis or the KKK or another hate group. Like, we're not going to sit here and act like they were partying to a regular Kanye song. This wasn't Can't Tell Me Nothing or All of the Lights.
I'm looking for the hose. Obviously what she's doing is not positive, but it's like, it's a song, man.
It's shameful, and you are not welcome in Miami Beach.
Am I banned from the fucking Miami Beach?
Actually, yes. They banned you from, I think, every club and restaurant in Miami.
What are you talking about? I'm banned? How do you get banned? How do you get banned from a city for listening to a song?
They forced the DJ to play a banned song in the club praising Nazis. The DJ and other people in the club got fired for doing that. These dudes stay trying to act like victims.
What are you going to do about it, first off? There's nothing American. There's nothing illegal. We didn't commit a crime. There's crime in so many of these places all over. And you're gonna ban people for listening to a song. Ban someone from a city.
Yeah.
That's the weakest argument ever, dog. Them people don't like the fact that you playing that shit in they clubs and they businesses, dog. And they just so happen to be the people who you talking about in the song. Nah, bro, that don't make no sense. That's like hood nigga shit. Like, think about it. Like, that's like Crips playing disrespectful music towards the Bloods in a blood club, and you wondering why they won't go upside your head all of a sudden, dog. Come on, man.
Bro, you realize like this, something like this just makes the song out more people are gonna want to listen to it.
It does. And then shit continued to get real for Sneeko once he found out this was not a game, and he was literally banned from clubs and restaurants in Miami. Sneeko finds out from his promoter friend that he's banned from virtually all hospitality groups.
You know you're banned from everything, all right? You smoke yourself. He's been in my vlogs. Is this promoter who's been in my vlogs. He's been a friend of mine for a while. We've had back and forth. He's a Zionist, and he just said I'm banned from everything.
It's so crazy to make the news for being a cringe, corny, non-white, Nazi, white supremacist praising Hitler.
Let's see what's going on.
The racist.
Hey, what's up? I'm streaming right now.
I can see that.
You watching?
No, I'm not.
Oh, let's go. So I'm banned from everything?
That's what I hear.
From who? Who said that?
You're banned from virtually on my own stream. I don't want face looks.
Oh, okay, yeah, just put your voice.
You're virtually banned from every single hospitality group in the United States.
Like what?
Tower group, good hospitality, age group, virtually every restaurant, every venue, every nightclub. You're pretty much banned for your anti-Semitic remarks and your absolute racism and your hatred towards Jews.
If people like Sneeko, Nick Fuentes, Myron, I'm putting Andrew Tate in there because he did the Nazi salute like a week ago. It said we need to bring back Nazis. These people want to be racist, Nazi-loving, Hitler-supporting, fringe, alt-right weirdos, and that's how they should be treated. Ban them from everything for all I care.
Thought we were friends.
We are friends, but you don't want to be friends anymore?
Oh, I haven't been your friend in over a year, my man. Your anti-Semitism is blatantly disgusting. That's very, very offensive. I've hosted you thousands of times, taken care of you. I've been a true friend, and all I've ever received from you is hatred, racism, and just anti-Semitism.
When have I been racist or hateful towards you?
You always
I was about to say, what? Sneeko's definitely said racist shit against the Jewish community, against black people. But I guess he said, when has he done it directly at a person? I don't get how racists can act like that makes a difference if they weren't directly racist towards somebody, but they're still racist. You're racist no matter what. And he wasn't the only one that got the bad news on stream. So did Clavicula. Clap was dying after finding out he was permanently banned from Miami nightclub Vendome.
Clap, hurry the fuck up. Who banned? Let's check. There's no way they would have banned us.
These dudes really think actions have no consequences, and it's because they're so used to being on stream, saying and doing what they want, having the chat hype them up and support them. And when they get into the real world, they think that's how it works, and it just doesn't.
Surprise, motherfucker.
If anything, Vandal was the one that liked show, right?
That's
we might have got. I thought Vandal liked show. No, yeah, we did get permanently banned.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Yeah. That was, gone? Yeah. Wow. Is it permanently banned? Is that a new statement? Yeah.
Getting banned from all the Miami nightclubs or just this one particular won't bother somebody like Nick Fuentes or even Myron Ambrose, who are weirdos and don't go out and just sit behind the camera all day, every day. But somebody young like this dude who does want to be out and about in the streets and in the night spots, this hurts his soul.
3 hours ago? Oh my God.
Yeah, bro, that's because Nick ain't trying to go out there and get no females, bro. I still got hope for this dude right here. He probably still like women, hopefully. Nick Fuentes, we know what he like. His boy said his gator like women. Something really wrong with dudes, bro. Like, somebody need to tell the young dudes that's following Nick Fuentes that, like, yo, you following a loser, therefore by default, by association, you a loser too. Your leader is a loser, therefore the followers are losers.
Yeah. Well, who gives a fuck, man? I thought it wasn't great anyway.
They were having the time of their life. And then the denial starts. Sneeko responds after being accused of being a Nazi, which he is, he always has been. He's done Nazi salutes on stream, talked about Hitler, talked about the Nazis. If somebody acts like a Nazi and talks like a Nazi, I'm calling them a Nazi. Directly calling out Laura Loomer for claiming he was throwing a salute. Even if he did throw a Sieg Hill that night, he's done it on stream before.
Yeah, dog. See, that's the type of shit, bro. Like, you saying I'm a friend. What have I done to you? Like, bro, if I'm a Jewish person, dog, and you doing this and you call yourself my friend, like, nah, you not my friend, dog. Because even if you cool with me and you friendly towards me, I know how you feel about people who are like me. Therefore,
pay the rent debt today or I'll evict you.
I promise, I'll pay.
What if your rent could pay itself? Dropshipping with Ollie Dropship is simple from day one. You get a free
friend, bro.
Bullshit.
He denies it, says the screenshots were taken out of context, and reveals he's Jewish himself. Self-hate knows no bounds. He has a black father, but he's super anti-black. So his grandfather being Jewish makes no difference.
Laura Loomer, I'll just say the name specifically. You guys say she looks like Jigsaw from I Want to Play a Game. You say that's what she looks like? I don't really know the woman. She's tweeting at me nonstop. She's saying I was throwing salutes. I wasn't. She was taking a screenshot where my arm is up pointed. It's saying, oh, look at him throwing salutes. No, I'm not doing it.
Congrats, Nico. You didn't throw up a Nazi salute that time, but you've been on stream throwing up Nazi salutes before. Let's be real.
The way she talks about Muslims is exactly how insinuating that I speak about Jewish people. I'm Jewish myself. I'm 12% Jewish. Again, people are getting upset saying I'm promoting the Holocaust. I am a product of the Holocaust. I hope somebody clips this. The reason I exist is because my grandfather fled the Holocaust. He was a half-Jewish man. He went undercover. He changed his last name. My last name is fake.
Sneeko is also a Holocaust denier. He said that many people didn't die and the numbers were incorrect.
And then he immigrated to Haiti. He met my grandmother. She's black. And now I'm here because of that. My last name is because of Adolf Hitler. Because of what happened in World War II. Just like so many people in America. He fought my grandfather.
So grandfather is Jewish, married a black woman, and he shits on the black community and he shits on the Jewish community.
Against the Nazis. My grandfather, probably most of his family was wiped out. We didn't even find out about this. I didn't know this until very recently. He kept it a secret his whole life. His whole life, you guys are saying, oh, yeah, go ahead. So why would I be a Nazi when I'm a product of that? My grandfather fought against these people.
He's just such a confused person.
No, the boy look like he Asian. Somebody lying, man. Tell your dad to get a DNA test, man. You look like you ready to defeat the Hans. No offense, I'm just saying, bro. You know, it's the first thing I thought of. Let's get down to business, to defeat. I'm saying that, hey, bro, that's a cold-blooded movie, bro.
He's changed personalities and beliefs so many times at this point that you can't put stock in anything he says. And now after loving Nazis for the past however many years, he's claiming on stream that he's Jewish and not anti-Semitic. Okay.
It's just a funny song. They tell you can't enjoy this, you can't say this, you can't say nigga, you can't...
Why it sounds so racist when he said, dog? Is he sneaking the R on the end of that thing, or is it just because I'm biased and I know he basically a white supremacist? Is that what it is, though? Or do it sound racist when he says it?
Enjoy this, you can't say this, you can't say nigga, you can't. It's just, it breaks down the limits of free speech. And what is American values really?
They always try to tie American values in the Constitution to excuse them just being edgelords, because that's all they are for real. They want to say and do crazy stuff to get a reaction out of you. Except when they get that reaction, all of a sudden they're panicking, making excuses. Sneako's Jewish now. Come on, man.
Say, oh, you're brown, or you say you're American. I'm literally following the rights that we're given as Americans. Oh, you can't say this.
Part of that should also be respecting your neighbor, not trying to personally insult anybody for absolutely no reason. Respect other people, even if you don't like them or where they come from or anything. It's not that hard.
You can't say that, but really, what makes this country so great is that we can. Is that we don't have a dictatorship that doesn't allow you to say certain things. But now what you're seeing even in Miami Beach, police are coming up to people's houses.
And this is the type of community he's nourished. They're just talking about him being a Jew now. Jew nigga needs. Like, come on, bro. This is his own community going on him because he said he's a Jew.
And saying, oh, you said this, that was anti-Semitic for going up to people's houses in Texas. It's like, this was, you criticized Israel? We are seeing our free speech rights being infringed upon.
You're not fighting for free speech by being a Nazi. Shut the fuck up.
He
told that bitch ass nigga, shut the fuck up. Hey man, dog, Sneako, bro, you're real good, dog, for real.
And really triggers the people that are trying to destroy the rights that we have as Americans. I like it.
The people that are trying to destroy the rights that we have as Americans are in the White House. They are white supremacists. They do not care about him playing Hail Hitler songs.
Doesn't mean I agree with it. Just like I don't agree with everybody that was at the party and at the club. But this,
he was having the time of his life with that song.
Is what being an American is all about.
The face of somebody whose grandfather almost died in the Holocaust, escaped, changed his name, married a black woman, had his father, and then had him, I guess. And then, as all these right-wing crybabies do, Sneako started throwing out the whataboutisms of rap music.
Every song that you play in the club, why don't you have to see any clubs apologize when they glorify killing innocent people in Chicago or in New York City? The gang violence. Every single song you hear in the club is glorifying violence.
And then the number one thing that all of them do is criticize the black community. This is not a black community issue right here. How do the problems in the black community or the music from the black community have anything to do with you playing a racist, Nazi sympathizing, Hitler praising song in the club and getting called out for it? It has nothing to do with it. The whataboutisms are crazy.
Yeah, them dudes be conflating things, dog. Just because Lil Durk raps about killing the dude that killed his partner King Von doesn't mean that they talking about killing innocent people. Usually when rappers are talking about things like that, dog, and I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying it's morally right, but what I'm saying is this: they are talking about specific people that they know. We not from 63rd, Crips versus Bloods, GDs versus GDK, all that kind of stuff. It ain't like they just out here like that. Let me just go and start a killing spree against my own people. Nah, it be people that they know they beefing with, bro. You cannot conflate the two. And then most people who listen to this stuff are not listening to it on some hateful shit. But when you put on something like that, you're doing it to be hateful. I don't listen to Lil Wayne so that I can glorify violence, man. I listen to it because it's entertaining. You listen to that shit that y'all played in the club that ultimately got you banned because you're racist and because you're a piece of shit.
Every single song from a female rapper is about shaking ass and being a wet ass pussy, not cooking, not cleaning, shooting the op block, getting back, getting it back in blood.
Is there rap music like that? Sure. If that's all you listen to, sure. Rap is much bigger and more diverse than just that. And again, rap for the black community has nothing to do with you playing a racist song that you were trying to be an edgelord for and getting a response from the community that you offended. Don't make it a black thing now.
Up and pole. Every song is about killing innocent black people. And on MLK Day, it's just like, let's put this into context. You're mad because I listened to a song.
Using whataboutism to justify a Nazi slogan is a generational glitch. Of course, it's going to be one. Nah, he got a point. What the fuck is Sneako talking about, bro? Damn, bro, you down bad, huh? Right. I actually think the funniest response to all of this, though, is Andrew Tate, who tried to get away from this controversy as fast as humanly possible.
I didn't play it. I didn't ask him to play it. I didn't dance. I didn't sing. In fact, the only time you've seen me on there is me storming out of the bus, saying this is ridiculous and leaving. But I know why it was played. It was played because of this. It was played because it gets traction in a world where everybody is bored of everything all of the time. And that's why these young people are encouraged constantly to try and do the most shocking thing possible.
He is the shock factor king. He built his whole entire reputation and platform Paul saying the most shocking off-the-wall shit. For him to be acting like he's so against what happened is crazy work.
You see this not just with this song, you see this on all their streams. They're running people over, doing retarded shit constantly.
Oh, he's throwing people under the bus.
I'm not here to make excuses for myself. I'm not here to say it wasn't me. I'm not here to, blame someone else. But it is kind of ridiculous. It does feel a bit unfair that I'm standing in a nightclub. A song comes on that I did not request. A song comes on that I do not dance to.
I hate this nigga accent, bro. A song comes on that I did not request. Possibly. Dog, what, bro? Dog. Ugh. Disgusting.
Repeat the lyrics to. I just stand there. And then they want to attribute somehow the song playing to me and it all being my fault. I didn't play it.
I think Sneeko played the song. Yeah. I think Tristan explicitly told me that Sneeko played the song.
Sneeko played the song, Sneeko played the song.
I'm not here to make excuses or throw anybody under the bus, but I didn't play the song. Sneeko played the song.
Rat ass motherfucker, you. You's a rat, boy. You gonna fold under pressure.
Excuses, bust.
I don't think that any of them are deeply anti-Semitic genuinely. I think they're just kids. It gets a reaction.
What is up with these conservatives saying grown-ass men are kids? I feel like Myron Amber was like 35, 36, maybe 37. Sneeko gotta be 28, 29, damn near 30. His brother Tristan Tate, who gotta be 40, was on the bus. I think Nick Twitz is 27. These are not kids. These people are old enough to have kids and have families.
Hey, and that's another thing, Jew. A black kid could be 11 years old and they will treat him like he a damn grown-ass man. He should know better. But when it be the white boys texting all kind of racist things in group chats, the young Republicans and things of that nature, they're kids, and these people are in their mid-30s, bro. But a black person do something stupid when they 12, 13, 14, 15, they get treated like adults.
President Trump takes Davos. He backs off of those gigantic tariffs on the EU, but did he get a win on Greenland? That's the big question. We'll get to all of it first. 3 years ago, we announced the most ambitious project in Daily Wire history, and then went to work, writing an entire series, filming across 2 continents, building something so audacious no conservative media company has ever attempted anything like it. And now, the wait is finally over. The Pendragon cycle, Rise of the Merlin, is here, and you can see it. Episodes 1 and 2 of the 7-part cinematic epic are streaming right now exclusively on Disney Plus. Take a look at the Pendragon cycle, Rise of the Merlin.
What was it like, Merlin, to be alone with God?
Is that who you think I was alone with?
Merlin, I knew your father, and am yet convinced that he was not of this world. All men know of the great Taliesin.
Who am I, Father? Are the gods war for my soul?
Princess Garrus, savior of our people.
I know the bull God offered you. I was offered the same.
And?
It was in your power to work and go on. I've seen it. A God who sacrifices what he lives for us.
We are each given only one life, Singer.
Have I given another? I learned of you through the Christ, and I have begun this forward.
It's a great miracle, and I think you can give one. Trust in Jesus. He is the only hope for men like us.
Peterborough never rests in the hands of the great man.
Great light, great darkness.
Go.
Such things mattered to me then.
I can just walk in.
Makes no sense.
All racist, they're all anti-black, they're all Nazi sympathizers, they all praise Hitler, and everything they did was very intentional, and they were having the time of their life before there was consequences.
They think they're funny, they're on the internet. I really didn't do anything wrong. I understand why some people were offended. I got on a bus. Full-grown men made decisions while I sat on my phone.
Now they're full-grown men.
They got on the bus, stood on my phone, while other people played songs while I sat on my phone. So it's so clear. I understand how these things get attached to my name. It's very inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going.
This was literally Andrew Tate like a week or 2
Why you ain't got a heart goes out to all of you. You know, I'm kind of thinking we should bring the Nazi salute back. Because the people we've been arguing with for the last 4 years have no interest in objective truth. Hail SpaceX going on, and I get a mess from this crap too. I'm not here to beg sorry from anybody. I was in a band, and I was in a club. That club also played songs about beating the shit out of women and shooting.
The whataboutisms are crazy. I don't care what any of these other rap songs are talking about. They're not in support of a genocide of 6 million people. That's what that song represents. These are supposed to be alpha males, and they are the weakest whataboutism saying crybabies ever.
Right, dog. They sound like my kids, man. Stop hitting your sister. Why she hit me first?
He said I was ugly.
It's always that type of shit, man. These grown-ass kids, man.
People. I didn't put any of the songs on. I'm not the DJ. If the Jewish community want to come to me and say, Andrew, we're going to drive you out of Miami or put a bullet in your head, I'll say, well, then do it, because I just had a car. Could I have stopped it? Well, no, because I didn't even know they were doing it.
And by the way, I even saw a clip, I think the Nicholas guy was calling you out in a clip a few weeks ago. Yeah, Sneeko. He was calling you out at a couple
Sneeko does loads of clips insulting me all the time. It's Clav and Nick who reached out to me. You're in America. We've never met before. Come through. We're with Sneeko. Is that okay? My reply was, Sneeko always has some crybaby issue with me. If he's not going to cry his eyes out, he can come. And he came along, and he made a fucking mess. And I could sit here and blame it all on him.
You just did. You did.
But that's truthfully not. I don't know. That just feels wrong to me. I'm not going to sit here and say who else it was.
But Sneeko's not your friend, bro. Because in my opinion, those are the two biggest culprits. Sneeko and Myron. This and playing the song.
And even though Sneeko's insulted me 1 trillion times, and even though he put the song on, I just don't think it's prudent for me to sit up here and throw him under the bus.
You did it already, dog. We need a tow truck to get the bus off him now. Oh, this man tripping, man.
Maybe I should. Maybe most people in my position would say, Sneeko's insulted me a whole bunch of times. He's gonna...
I don't know.
He literally
saying it. He threw Sneeko under the bus like 5 times already.
Insult me again next week. That's all he ever does is flip-flop. I didn't even want him there. He got invited by the other guys. He put the song on. He got me in trouble. Perhaps I should sit here and just blame some other dude. But what I'm actually just gonna do is tell my side of the story.
And that Jewish community must have been on his ass, because Andrew and Tristan Tate released an entire statement from their lawyers. A controversial song comes on in a car full of guys. They put the song on, some to it, did Nazi salutes. Some saying, some do not. The same song comes on at nightclubs, some saying, some do not. If anyone wants to be angry, that anger belongs with the people who chose to play it and the people who chose to sing it. So right there, he's throwing everybody else under the bus. Because everybody was singing that song. Tristan Tate was singing it. I know Clavicula was singing it. Myron was doing CLs to it. Sneeko was singing it. And Nick Fuentes. So Andrew Tate is basically saying, everybody except me should be in trouble. And then later in the PBB podcast, they actually say these dudes aren't kids. Which is the crazy excuse that Andrew Tate tried to even say.
They're not all kids. We know Myron's almost 40. Yeah. You're almost 40. Yeah. Tristan's 35. Yeah. This ain't kid stuff.
The point was, Andrew Tate was trying to save himself and was willing to sacrifice everybody. Meanwhile, this is how doofuses like Myron responded. I would never understand anybody that follows him thinking he's cool or they should follow his advice. This man needs to go sit down, follow some of his own advice, get in a real relationship, have a family, and just get out the way. He is way too old to be acting this cool. And of course, somebody like Nick Fuentes won't care about getting banned from a club or Miami, because why would he? That's not his interest or lifestyle anyway.
So we pile into the Sprinter van, everybody is carrying on, having a great time. We go to the club, cut the line, pass through security, bottle service, hose, bring them forth. But none for me. And obviously, a song comes on the radio. The club.
Man, he looked like Canelo Alvarez if Canelo was like a legit bona fide loser dweeb. That's who he looked like, bro. And we all know Canelo Alvarez is Mexican. Senor Fuentes. That's what we're gonna call him from now on, bro. Straight up, man. This ain't no Nick. This is Senor Nicolas Fuentes. Because he be trying to get away from that Mexican heritage, bro. That man, now you Mexican, bro. Accept it.
People are throwing Roman salutes at me.
The club did not explode. Their little section of Nazis exploded.
It plays for 30 seconds. They change the song. We leave. We wake up the next morning. It's an international incident. The mayor has issued a statement. The club has fired 3 people. We are banned by all hospitality groups in the United States. The ADL condemned the outing.
Fuck around and find out.
This is what happens when I try to go clubbing. That was my first time at the club. Never again. I go to the club one time. Never again. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, you know,
I think I'm gonna give up my life of hatred and racism, and maybe I'm gonna turn over a new leaf. Maybe I can start a new life in this club. I wanna make love in this club.
Damn, that was an Usher reference. Even when they hate you, they can't stop using your shit. I want to make love in this club. That's an Usher song, man. You listen to rap. You probably know all Lil Wayne's verses, all Drake's verses, dog. Dude be losers, man.
I'm thinking, maybe I had it all wrong. I was wasting my life spewing vitriol about immigrants and Jews when I could be having a blast every weekend with my friends.
At least Nick Fuentes doesn't deny how racist and terrible he actually is.
I said, you know, I think I'm gonna resolve to become a club guy in Miami.
And then, of course, Sneeko reacted to Andrew Tate throwing him under the bus.
Even though he put the song on, I just don't think...
I did it.
Who put it on there?
I don't know where he got that, but what I think he's doing, I think Tate is strategically, I think he got scared. I think he doesn't want to face more pressure. You know, he wants to spend more time in America. I think he folded. He went against it completely, said double down, and maybe I'm the easiest target of the people on the bus. I think Cloud is more Cloud currently than me, so you're not going to attack Cloud. He's younger too, less of a culprit. He doesn't want to attack Nick Fuentes and say Nick Fuentes played the song, because Nick Fuentes' Gorgo Army, oh my God. You don't want them. They've courted him before, he doesn't want that again.
We have over 600 vendors worldwide. There's a lot on our plate. Way too many emails. But with Jim...
That sound good, bro.
Who else? Justin Waller? It wasn't him at all. Sneeko. That's the last one of the group. I pointed at him. I'm not afraid of Sneeko.
Whether Sneeko played the song or not, Sneeko was the hypest one listening to the song, other than Myron, rapping every single word. And then after getting called out by Sneeko for folding, Andrew Tate tried to get back some of his cool, racist, alt-right points by going to his Bugatti and playing the song again. All of this is very theatrical.
You can't unlame a lame, even no matter how much money they make, how nice of a car they drive, what type of crib they live in. If you're lame, you're lame. But it will be women who will try to exploit you and get the money out you. But man, genuine connection, I hardly believe that that's even possible for people like him.
A bunch of spineless loser cornballs. That's all they are, all of them. And Sneeko actually reacted to the other group.
Look at this.
Yeah, that's what I was saying when he was there on stream. It's like, bro, if you talk about Hitler all the time, Hitler would have, like, the Nazis were feared and respected during their reign because they had statements, they had good outfits, they had composure, they were professional, they worked as a unit, they had drip. There's not one bad picture of Hitler. He was so hyper aware of how everything was perceived. He was a master of marketing. This is the literal opposite, bro. Like,
corny as hell, dog. This too. Just corny. Even Sneeko has to admit how corny this is. What's the punchline?
Is he really upset you guys played the song Ours That Cap? Also, WTF Myron Simon man. Not making the situation better.
No, this doesn't happen.
Bro is in too deep.
Yeah.
It's super hilarious to see these guys that are supposed to be standing on business, make every excuse in the book and throw out every whataboutism they can to duck the consequences of their actions. The fact is, they were having the time of their life being with their racist friends and playing Nazi music, and they got consequences for it. Hopefully,
bro, where are the Inglorious Bastards when you need them? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Y'all seen that movie with Brad Pitt and they was Jewish and they was going around killing all the Nazis and things of that nature, bro? Where they at right now? They need to catch Myron lagging, bro, and do him dirty, man. The dude with the baseball bat, that would be my first choice. Or the other guy who they brought out to prison, the one that was like, he was real crazy, bro. He was real crazy. I forget his name, but where are they? Anyway, shout out to you almighty, bro. If you like what I was putting down, hit the sub button. Good.
My daughter's in ballet and
you need to set a bun, and you don't know what set means.
Retiring early. Doesn't sound too bad, right? Well, let's talk about it.
I want to retire at 40, so let's calculate my co-spire. Co-spire
basically mean you have enough invested right now. Money would grow on its own. You still work, but you don't have to burn yourself out or save aggressively anymore because your investing is doing it for you. Being able to have a $150K salary even when I'm retired, that means 150 times 25 equals $3.75 million. So if I wanted to co-spire right now, I would have to have $1.1 million. If I had $1.1 million, I could stop working a super intense job, just a job to cover my daily necessities, and hit $3.75 million by the age of 40. Obviously, I don't have that right now. I only have $88,000. Co-spire is kind of like the middle ground where you don't need millions of dollars today. You just need a small amount already invested because compound interest does the work for you. Basically, free money. It's the most realistic early retirement plan. That's my co-spire in order to retire early. I want to live my life now, not when I'm 65 years old.
Alright, so that's what we're talking about today. We're talking about individuals that are wanting to or already have retired early, who have invested for their financial future. We're going to talk about how they did that. We're going to talk about different strategies and also around the FIRE movement. And then also I'm going to give my thoughts, my opinions on retiring early and what I think I would recommend. Or maybe what works for me, I guess. I don't know. Let's enjoy it. But the number one thing here that I got to mention before we get into it is the overall health of our finances, right? The more healthy our finances are, the better off our financial future is going to be. Now, the same thing applies to your overall health. And that's why I've started taking my health very seriously lately, and I even haven't really announced this to anybody yet, so my viewers, you guys are the first ones to hear this, but February of 24, I ran a marathon, and I'm officially going to start training to run another one for the end of 2026. God help me. Now, with that, one thing I've really been focused on lately is consistency, especially when it comes to eating better since I just started training again for my next marathon. And honestly, that's where Factor has been a game changer for me. Factor delivers fresh, never frozen, chef-crafted meals that are ready in just 2 minutes. No prep, no cleanup, no excuses. When life gets busy, it takes the guesswork out of eating real, nourishing meals. What I love most is that these meals actually taste great and support my goals. Most of the meals have 30 grams of protein or more, which helps with recovery and staying full. I've been loving the high protein options, especially the filet mignon with chimichurri sauce is one of my favorites. Everything is made without refined seed oils, refined sugars. Whether you're starting your wellness journey or getting back into a routine or training for a marathon like myself, it's never too early or too late to build better habits. Now, also, one of my new favorite drinks that I've been drinking is the Factor Matcha Latte Protein Shake. Now, I just recently tried this flavor, and I have been hooked, and I've been seeing it everywhere. Matcha here, matcha there. This has absolutely been one of my favorite protein drinks to go to lately. So if you guys want to get...
Because I have a very long video, but it's not brief. You can go watch that. I got started when I was 42 years old. Before that, I had no savings. I retired at 48. In that time, for 5 years, I had a 6-figure income. Only 5 years. I also had RSUs as a part of my compensation plan. So stocks in my company as a part of my compensation plan at work. That was key. Now don't be mistaken, just because I had RSUs doesn't mean that's the only way I got there. Not true. I had to use my own income. I had to become an expert in my financial life and figure it out, and that's what I did. Right before I decided to focus on financial independence, I bought the home that I'm standing in now. What I did first was I paid off the $5,000 in credit card debt that I had after I left my marriage. Then I paid off the $15,000 used car that I had purchased. Then I paid off the $75,000 in student loan debt. I have a master's degree. Then I didn't have more debt, so I decided to do what? Pay off my house. I paid off this house in 3 years. Sometime during the course of this debt payoff, I started my 401k and started investing there. And once my house was paid off and I was debt-free, I started investing 50% of my gross income. 50%. That 50% though, I maxed out my 401k to the IRS max contribution limits. My company allowed that. So in some of those years, I can't really remember, but I remember it starting at around $58,000. I put $58,000 or whatever the max was into my 401k. For that, I maxed out my IRA, whatever it was back then, probably $5,500 or something. Then, because I was running out of places to store my money, I started using the HSA healthcare plan at work. The HSA allowed me to save an additional $5,000 or so because my employer contributed some, and there's a maximum that you can contribute to an HSA. So that was maxed out. So then when my 401k, my IRA, and my HSA were maxed out, and I still had money left to save, I opened a brokerage account. The brokerage account was instrumental to my early retirement because you need to be 59 and a half to access your IRA and your 401k without penalty. So the brokerage account you can access at any time. So I knew that I needed to save a big amount there in order to bridge me from early retirement to 59 and a half. So the short answer and how I did it was I paid off my debts, all of them including my house. I started saving money, and then I retired 5 to 6 years later. Not everyone has a 6-figure income. Not everyone has RSUs as a part of their compensation plan at a fintech organization. I recognize that. This is my story, and this is how I did it. Do I think that you can do it on a much less income? Absolutely. You might have to start earlier. You may have to be more intentional. But do I think you can do it? Absolutely. You can do it. If early retirement, or even retirement for that matter, is your goal, the key is to get started. Just get started. Nothing will ever happen if nothing ever happens. You have to set your goal and you have to be intentional. And if you put those things together, you too can make it happen.
That girl just dropped bombs, guys. I mean, this is why I love showing these clips, is because, one, it's motivation. Two, it also shows you that it can be done. She even made a great point. Yes, she was probably making great money. That's why she was able to do it so fast. But the key word there is that she was intentional about her money, right? She knew what she was doing. She had a game plan, and she was executing that game plan to get to her goal, which was early retirement. Anyone can do it. Your timeline may be longer because you don't make as much, or you have more debt to pay off because you put yourself in maybe a little bit of a worse financial situation. The key thing here to remember, though, is that it's possible. It just takes work from your part. And those steps that she outlined are brilliant. Brilliant. You maybe, if you want to ramp up the brokerage account a little more, maybe not put as much in the 401k. If you don't have as high a salary, that may be something to look into. But overall, genius game plan. And that's how you can execute it very quickly.
I just hit Coast Fire at 60, so here's an update on my next Coast Fire milestone. Hitting Coast Fire at 60 means if I stopped investing right now, I would still hit my retirement goal and be able to retire at 60. I used the Coast Fire calculator from Wallet First to calculate all of my numbers, so let's walk through my next milestone. My current age is 29. Next milestone would be retiring at 55. My annual spending is $100,000. This is kind of just random. I essentially just doubled my current spending because I know I'll probably want to spend a little bit more. My current invested assets, $113,000. And for reference, at the beginning of last year, I only had $134,000. So a lot can change in a year. My monthly contribution, I'm expecting to invest around $50,000 from social media income. I'm maxing out all of my retirement accounts, and I'm also taking the money I have saved for my down payment and investing it into the market. So that puts my average around $10,000 per month invested. For growth, I use 10% and inflation is 3%. So this means it's going to use a 7% annual growth. So all of this is adjusted for inflation, meaning the $100,000 in annual spending in retirement will feel the same as $100,000 today. So I don't want to get any inflation comments. months. And then my safe withdrawal rate is 4%. I'm not planning to completely stop investing once I hit Coast Fire, so I'm not really worried about lowering this 4% number. So that brings my Coast Fire number at my current age to $430,000. This means I would be at Coast Fire if I had that much invested today, but since I don't, obviously, it looks like I am 2 years away from hitting my next Coast Fire milestone. I think this is rounding a little bit. I think I'm closer to like 1 year. We'll see if I can invest a little bit extra. My final Coast Fire number is retiring at 50, but I'm gonna wait to calculate that until I hit my 55 milestone, just because a lot can change in between this milestone and the next. The thing I love about Coast Fire is I can get all of my investing out of the way early and let compound interest take over, and then I can do literally whatever I want and nothing matters because my retirement is already done. Like if I want to save up and buy a house in cash, who cares? I don't have to worry about interest rate arbitrage, opportunity costs, getting the best deal. I can just kind of do whatever I want. I just buy. The only thing that matters is that I'm covering my everyday living expenses. While I'm younger, I think it's super important to optimize my money, but I know that's not how I want to live. So again, just getting it out of the way early so then I can kind of putter around, do whatever I want. It's a very freeing feeling. Let me know what fire strategy you guys are doing, and if you're doing Coast Fire, let me know how many years away you are.
So I love the Coast Fire strategy. I actually have never used that calculator she used. I'm very curious on what my number would look like, so I'm gonna have to do that after this video and take a look. And I recommend you guys looking at that too. See where you stand. Take a look and see how long it may take you to hit your actual Coast Fire number, to see if that's even something that you can achieve and what you need to do in order to achieve that maybe a little faster than you could. Now, here are the things to think about, right? The things to think about is, why are we even doing this, right? My main reason is I'm looking to hit retirement early and make it up. Now, do I want to do that? Well, let's talk about that after this next clip.
This concept called financial independence, retire early, or the FIRE movement, they can retire really early because their living expenses are low and they've got an investment portfolio that's going to produce more money than they're going to spend.
What's the actual investment strategy behind this? Can you tell us a little bit more about why that number and how that's actually going to work?
Average people investing most of their income and then retiring at like an earlier age than normal. Some people in their 30s, some people in their 40s, some people in their 50s. And I thought, oh my God, these are normal people doing this. Why can't I?
I donated to his GoFundMe today.
Very great question, and it's very doable. People are doing it all over. Now, the one thing I want to mention is that we have to be, how do I say this? You have to understand what you're getting into, right? Because I have talked to people on the absolute extreme.
All right, I'll be around on the weekend. Hit me up. I'll be back tomorrow night for the weekend. Did you plan to do anything?
Frugal living, I mean, talking about living with your parents for 10, 15 years and your whole family's still, like, you're literally moving your kids and your wife in with your family, like your parents. It's just, we're not doing that, right? So there's that extreme, and then there's like, all right, I'm going to kind of enjoy my life, live frugally, but also invest for my future. And then there's like grippers like YOLO baby, I'm spending everything and not taking anything to the grave with me. I get it. So the point I'm making here, though, is that I think it's very important, and sometimes this gets missed in the fire community, is that you still have to enjoy life now, right? And I also think people are staying at their jobs longer that they may absolutely hate because they make good money, and they're using that to invest for their future, to get to retire early, faster, to get away from a job that they absolutely hate. To me, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think it would be your time is better well spent to find a job, to find an industry
that's cool with me.
that you may enjoy to go to. Not listen.
I get it. I'd be doing the same thing.
Be honest, every job's going to have its crappy moments, but the object that I'm trying to point across, or the main point here, is that the importance of figuring out something that you want to do that you enjoy in life. Now, the better part of that is that if you do have your finances set up, you do have all your debt paid off, you do have your mortgage paid for, it gives you that much more freedom and flexibility to choose what you want to do. You don't have to have a six-figure job. You don't. You can just make enough to pay your bills, have a little extra to invest, and invest until you retire at 65. Because you love what you do, or maybe you want to take start a business or do whatever it is. You got to find what works for you, but also that isn't still enjoyable. Because I see these people who are doing this and they're miserable at their job. They're doing it because it gives them a high savings rate that they can turn around and put that money into investments to retire early. And that's why I wanted to include this clip, this last one. Just listen to what this guy says, and I want your opinion on this too.
Boy, I know why you're doing it, but planning to retire early is a horrible idea. It's really, really not the right strategy. I get it. The math does check out. No, the 401k will be stacked. I want you to truly appreciate how precious this is right now from a stranger on the internet. Like, really fucking internalized. Not having kids, not having debt, having complete and utter freedom, being able to work and live in any location on planet Earth. And you're shooting your parents' basement to save $1,500 a month. Only time in your life where you can just randomly send a boys trip and travel the entire world and have a whole bunch of fun and ball out and buy a club sign if you want and spend money on some stupid stuff. The only time you have to build those memories. And we're driving DoorDash on Friday nights to save a little extra money. Like, let's not lose the forest for the trees, because once you actually retire, what are you going to be spending your time doing? All of this hinges on the assumption that the world is going to be functioning in a rational, normal way, which we really can't guarantee that the United States economy is going to keep on growing. You aren't going to get cancer. The really stable paycheck you have today is going to stay stable. The fire concept actually goes against our biology, and we're all so disconnected from our roots and our spirit and our soul. I understand that this sounds like a very foreign concept, but understand that the way we evolved, brother, there was no savings account. You had to go out and kill every day. You had to go find water. You had to go find fish. The whole point of life was just to keep playing. Like, we didn't evolve to just wake up and have nothing to kill as a man. Nothing to do. No aim to go accomplish. And a lot of these guys that retire early like this or come into a massive bag via usually like shitcoin and crypto, their girls hate it because it's very uncomfortable. And they hate it too. Like, it's just a weird energy that you exude when you don't have anything that you're hungry and trying to build. A lot of times where I think it really is with the retire early crowd is the illusion of security. It's kind of like a sneaky pulling one over on everyone else. They don't know that one day I'm going to be able to retire. Like, so you kind of take all the slights and let life just shit on you for decades, because it's like, well, at least I'm saving. Yeah, but one day I'll be happy. It's really hard to revert a psychological pattern like that, delaying gratification. I run a life coaching business for doctors, and these doctors get so used to, because they have to go through over a decade of school just to become a doctor. Oh, I'll be happy when I get into medical school. I'll be happy when I become a resident. I'll be happy when I'm in my fellowship. I'll be happy when I'm finally a doctor. Their doctor. I'll be happy when I get promoted. It's not easy to unwind an endless delaying gratification. If you just fucked around and had fun and left your hometown and got around some more abundant people and some more successful people, you might make a lot more money too. The big focus is skills. Like, I've had the bank account, I invest, I spend a ton of money. As long as I'm in a place where I can sell, I can market, I can build, I can inspire people, that's a lot more security than a corporate job. I'm just some motherfucker sweating his ass off about to get out of the hot tub. Forget to enjoy today, bro.
definitely wish I would have looked into Zyflex. I wish I would have done my own research.
Okay, so there's, you know, another end of the spectrum of the viewership of retiring early, fire movement, whatever. And I kind of am somewhere in the middle, right? Like, I believe, yes, you need to have fun now, you need to spend your money now, but you also need to set yourself up for the future. I do believe that. And he did mention that he did say he's going to be investing, so I agree with what he's saying. But I'm kind of like right in that middle part right there, and that's just me. That doesn't mean that's what works for you. It doesn't mean what works for the next person. That's just my opinion of where I'm at. And I like to bring both sides of the arguments there because it lets you, the viewer who doesn't know, make your own decision on where you want to be at. You want to align with that guy who's like, you know, screw the fire movement, I'm, you know, YOLOing, but also making more money and focusing on income, but also spending that? Or are you on the side of like, I'm going to save and invest as much as I can so I can retire early and choose to do whatever I want? Now, one thing I will say, guys, is I did take about a year off of work, and that was actually when I started training my first marathon. And that was because I simply had nothing to work towards. Exactly what that guy said. I had nothing to go off and build. I had nothing to go out and build.
We're close to the middle of Pennsylvania.
So I was like, what the hell else do I do? I'm gonna go run a marathon and, you know, train for that for, you know,
we're running 80
months or however long it was back then. And that was my focus. That's all I did was I trained. And it was cool to be able to focus. I got very healthy. I got really slimmed up. And I'm looking forward to hopefully getting at least back to half that. But I will say, I had nothing else to like build. And I feel like as men and some women too, that I need that in my life. I need to have something to grow. I need to have something to build. I need to have something to be constantly improving on that's not just training for a marathon. Like, I need something that makes me excited to get up and go work. Get up and go accomplish something for the day. And that's the biggest problem I see with retiring early. My whole mindset shifted whenever I took that year off of life and kind of just, you know, figured out what I wanted to do next. And it was probably, I was living in Florida at the time, and people on the outside looking in, it probably would have been like, yeah, you're living the high life. But it was miserable because I had nothing to focus on. I had nothing to wake up and be excited for. I had nothing to build. So my mindset shifted big time that year. And I was like, from here on out, I'm going to find something that I want to do. I'm going to find something that I want to build. And right now, it's YouTube because I still love creating content. I love interacting with you guys. And it's my mortgage business. You know, I really am excited to see where I can go with that. So let me know your thoughts. I
might regret doing this, but I've seen it work for other people, so I'm going to shoot my shot. Today is day one of the Pay Off My Debt series. I'm going to be very upfront, I'm going to be very honest and very vulnerable, and hope that it pays off. I am a stay-at-home mom to a 2.5-year-old little girl. My husband works full-time and so many overtime shifts that I can't even count them anymore. And he fully provides for our family financially, and I want to take some of the burden off him by paying off our debt. As of today, December 13th, 2025, between my husband's truck, my car, and our credit cards, I have $25,335.23 worth of debt. The way that I'm going to do this, so that I don't completely tank our incoming money or our savings account, is every engagement, every follow, every like, every comment, every save, every share, every repost is going to be worth 1 cent. I'm going to give myself 6 months to get this done, so that's June 13th of 2026 to get all of this debt paid off, so that my husband and I can buy a house. This could be life-changing, so why not go for it? I can't wait to make so many friends during this journey, and I can't wait to see how quickly we can get this paid off. So if you like, if you comment, if you follow, if you repost, I just want to say thank you. I'll see you tomorrow for day 2.
How much does it cost if you get added to a YouTube video?
Cracked windshield? Get it fixed now and pay later at SafeLight.com.
I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used to suck. His words.
But things change. It turns out that now T-Mobile has the best network of my life. A lot.
no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter?
7 days ago, there was the live stream between Corey Holcomb and Anton Daniels. And the episode was called the Act Right Demonstration. It got so bad that Corey Holcomb removed Anton Daniels from the thumbnail and from the title of the show. And after this particular debacle, we all saw what happened. Anton Daniels went on almost like a crusade. He called into other people's channels, basically talking about how broke Corey Holcomb was, talking about how he would have whooped Corey Holcomb's ass, and he even said some real interesting things.
Jesus Christ, bro, I'm gonna make $1 million off of it, bro. I'm going to make $1 million off of Corey alone. Because I know the money game. Corey broke.
So he's saying that he's gonna make $1 million off of Corey Holcomb. Now, for this whole week, Corey Holcomb wasn't responding at all, wasn't responding on Instagram. Corey Holcomb actually, according to him, was in Las Vegas. And so now what Anton Daniels is doing is picking a fight with one of the most legendary, ruthless, grassroots comics in the history of Black America. And this is exactly what Corey Holcomb is. And Anton Daniels seemed to have a lot of momentum simply because Corey Holcomb just hadn't addressed it. And he was cashing in on it. Again, he was talking about he was going to try to make $1 million. And to be honest, a lot of us made a lot of money off of this situation.
He's right,
But again, Corey Holcomb would stay true to form, showing up to his show, and the name of the show was Ugly Men Equals. And in this show, he refused to call Anton Daniels Anton. He called him throughout the show Futon. Woo! And he would start by insulting Anton Daniels' looks.
Boy, you use your paper to you would normally never be around. You an ugly ass boy. You an ugly ass boy. You brag on having no children out of wedlock. You got a picture of his daughter? I'm a dirtbag. You got a picture of his daughter? This brag on not having no children out of wedlock. Down.
And then Corey Holcomb would go a lot further and attack, well,
what? This man said he ain't got no children out of wedlock.
That's Kumo's daughter.
That's who?
That Kumo's daughter.
That's the air up there, nigga. Look, Dick, let me tell you something. Don't make no more kids. That gonna be buying like you after a while. If you don't know, don't have a bro. Nobody want no kids with you. Your prime years, you was a scammer. You was doing scams. Now that you older and found a way to manipulate, get dude off the screen. Get dude off the screen, man. That's who the is that? I'm the captain now. Look at that. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. Don't make no more daughters, y'all. You got to make it where your come out with a boy, so he can make excuses for him. But you ain't got no kids out of wedlock, cause ain't no just with you. He was on the internet bragging, I always got a bitch with me. No, you pay a bitch to be with you. You ain't no who got bitches.
After going after the daughter, he would then go after Anton Daniels' wife.
She look like she'll be like, fuck it, I'll be with this little baby. You ain't got to be worried about that temper tantrums and all that shit like that. Come with a real. If y'all in Detroit, it's real in Detroit. God damn it. They could come pick you up at his house. He ain't gonna do shit. You with a mark ass who's stressing you out. Cause you saw it. I know you saw it, ma'am. When I said to your husband, I'm gonna do it in slow motion a little bit. You let your whole family down and out. Y'all done. You will never live that moment down where he got punked in front of the nation. You think you supposed to fix it because you married to him. Look, I ain't gonna lie. I can't put you out front with my top 5, but I'll find you a slot just because you his wife. Come with a real, you know you can't stay with that. His best years are over. What if you'd have had a boy? God damn, you'd have had a little slouchy little boy. You had a daughter. At least somebody would smash you. Them nights when them other ain't answering the phone, they gonna call your daughter. Meanwhile, you'd be over here with me, goddamn.
Now, for the sake of the daughter, we have blurred her face out. The wife, I didn't even want to show the clip. I've spoken to his wife before. Very nice family. Again, I don't agree with Anton Daniels ideologically, but his wife is very nice. Has always been very nice to me. I have no problem with her. She doesn't cause any troubles. She doesn't do anything to people. She's a very nice lady. She stays out of problems. With Corey Holcomb, this is, I would say, unfortunate, and the reason why it is unfortunate for me is because, yes, Anton Daniels did egg it on, and as Anton Daniels has said himself, when you respond, you can't decide how somebody is going to take it, right? Now, when you're going around egging on, and continuing to egg it on, going on people's platforms to egg it on, yes, Anton is not going to come after nobody's family, okay? But who's to say that somebody wouldn't? I thought this wasn't a really good look for Corey Holcomb, and I like Corey Holcomb's show. I'm just giving my own opinion. I thought that Anton Daniels had so many gaps that Corey could deal with that he just didn't need to go there, especially because this young lady is not 18, right? The wife, still a little bit, I wouldn't do it, but again, that's somebody's wife, not somebody that's underage. And again, I think that, like I said, he might not think it's a bad look. In this particular case, going after the daughter who was 16 or 17, however old she is, bad look, right? I gotta call it like I see it. However, I am going to say this. I've supported both of these men. I have a lot of 5150 merch. You guys see I rock it on my channel. I love to talk about a conversation I had with Anton some time back.
Join Delicious Rewards and turn points into free Culver's favorites.
You want to file free? Hit it.
About Anton Daniels, about 3 years ago, I was actually in Kenya. It was around the same time that Simple the P passed away. And Anton Daniels was, he's on his way up. He wasn't as big as me at the time. I mean, obviously he is now. And I noticed that Anton Daniels was being very opulent with, some of his earnings, showing when he goes on business class. He was trying to couple that with being very polarizing. And that's what Anton Daniels has done to really spike up his subscribership, is being polarizing and being controversial, saying things that, in my opinion, it offends certain groups and it hurts people. And the reality is that I told him that, hey, listen, man, you're getting bigger, people know you. Yes, it is going to bring you, a lot of fame, but when you're on, going on these flights, you're going on business class, you're showing the world what you have, it's just going to make people hate you. And as a content creator, you can just stick to what the content is and leave everything else alone. Now, I'm not going to say that Corey Holcomb was perfect in the first show, but at the same time, what I will say is this, that Anton Daniels' behavior has made people hate him. And of course, it's fine to be hated when people are just coming after you. That's different when somebody starts to come after somebody in your family, when somebody starts to come after people that you love. And as content creators, we sometimes don't care about the people that our content may hurt. And it's a lot of things in the past that I would publicly say on my platform. But now that I'm 44, going on 45, I try to put myself in the shoes of somebody and say, how would I feel if I was that person's father that I'm talking about? How would I feel if I was that person's brother? How would I feel if that was my daughter? You know, when I'm talking about, you know, certain women, how would I feel if that was my daughter or whatever, or she was my mom? And when you think about it in those ways, you can still be critical of something, but not go all the way. And the reality is, Anton Daniels goes all the way all the time. And, you know, he says hurtful things all the time. And it's very unfortunate as to what happened to his wife and his daughter, and that Corey Holcomb went so hard. I mean, he really went extremely hard. And, you know, my heart goes out to both of these brothers, right? Because again, Corey Holcomb, you know, most people can look at this and say, well, you know, Corey Holcomb don't have no heart, you know, and the people can come back and say Corey Holcomb was offended and he was instigating with Corey Holcomb, so Corey took it there, which is largely true. I don't really see Corey do this to somebody's daughter or people in general. I just don't see this, but this was a very special case, and yes, Anton was egging him on. But what Anton Daniels has done is the way he carries himself online, he's made people become targets that don't have nothing to do with his content. And that's the scary part, because it gets even worse. Like, when you're out of the country, for example, let's say myself, I was on the plane going to Dubai, and the moment that I just landed, somebody knew. Same thing, I go to South Africa, same thing, I'm in Europe. You don't know who is rocking with you and who don't, okay? People are nasty online. There are YouTubers now that are getting murdered. People are doxing people are doxing their moms. And so everything you just can't come on here and say just for clout or just for views. And again, let me just say this, with Corey Holcomb, he's kind of been this way for like 10 to 15 years. And Anton Daniels may very well believe on what he's talking about, whether it's holding blacks accountable, white supremacy talking points that need to be rejected from blacks. He may obviously feel that way. But when it's to the point that, you know, you have a no holds barred towards people, like you don't respect their feelings, and, you know, people just dislike you, this is the result, okay? This is the result. And it's come to a head where he's gotten so big and he's been rewarded for, you know, running this style of platform. And again, it's entertaining, depending on who you see. But it's not entertaining when it's your daughter that they're talking about. It's not entertaining when it's your wife that somebody's coming about. And it was so bad what Corey was doing. I mean, I seen Craig make a little bit of a joke. He called on her football deal, whatever. But once Corey really going in, I could really see their facial expressions, darling. They wanted nothing to do with it because it was so brutal. And, you know, like I said, as content creators, it's certain things that we just are going to have to really calm down on and be very humanistic. Especially when you got people in your life that you love. Especially when you go around saying that you're Anton Daniels and you're married and you show your wife. You brag on your daughter. You do this. You're very public with your family. And then thinking that somebody else is not going to go there. When somebody might go there. Because the fact is, when people dislike you anyway, when people think that what you're doing is raccooning it up, that you're an evil, you're a necessary evil. I'm not saying that he's necessary evil, but some people may feel like that. Then you're somebody that just need to be dealt with. Who cares about you? And I'm telling you, a lot of people feel like once you associate with somebody like Anton Daniels, F everybody I deal with. That's a real gangster ass way of looking at it, but that's how a lot of people feel. You deal with Anton, anybody dealing with him, they suckers. Period. Don't matter who it is. It's scorched earth. So, this is an unfortunate thing. Again, my heart goes out to both of these brothers. I'm a big fan of Corey Holcomb. You know, me and Anton Daniels' ideological framework are not at the same place right now. I've talked to his wife. She's a very nice lady, very beautiful lady.
Hey Indianapolis Empty Nesters, does your house feel too big, too much work, and honestly just too much? I'm Todd Howard.
Well, I want to give as many people as I can a copy of this free report I did with the help of ChatGPT, and it shows you money programs that the government has. Now, Trump, I say Trump did it, but these programs have been there a while, and they're very important now because jobs are getting tighter, wages are going down, unemployment is going up, inflation is still going up, so people have to take care of themselves. And there's one way to do it is to get a good job. And you can't get a good job in these days without training. You don't need a degree anymore to get a good job. You need skills. And the government will pay you up to $50,000 and sometimes even more every year until you get the skills necessary to get a $100,000 a year job. That's what's available in our country. No degree whatsoever, and making $100,000 to $130,000 a year, because it's the skills that are needed. It's no longer the factory jobs that paid money like that, but you had to lug steel around in a sweaty building. No, the manufacturing jobs are a lot better. And then plus there's technology jobs, there's healthcare jobs, that are increasing in value in our country, but you have to have those skills. And you could go back at any age. I mean, I'm 82, and I figure I have another 10 years left. So you're even a 60, 70, you go back and get trained for a few years to get a decent job and contribute to society and yourself and your well-being. Let me tell you about this, what's in this report. First of all, it shows you where to go locally to get these kind of skills. One is you start with your local Career One Stop organization, careeronestop.org, okay? And you make an appointment. Getting government money is all about talking to people, not trying to find an application to fill out. No. You call up people, make appointments to understand, so you understand them and they understand you. You can't think you understand something by reading a paragraph on the internet. That's it. The next thing you do is you go to findhelp.org. There you put in your zip code, and then you put in your word job training. You'll find 200-300 organizations that are in your zip code that give you job training for free, whether you want to be an IT person or a massage therapist or anything. That's available. And then there you call people. You call and talk to as many people as you can. The third thing is to go to your local community college. I have the link here in the report too. And you make an appointment. If you're not making an appointment, you ain't learning nothing. Even how to talk right. You got to make an appointment. Say, hey, there's somebody there. They're there. At the beginning, if they're busy, you just show up at the school and talk to a counselor. They can't throw you, send you away. It's hard for them to send you away or put you on hold if you're in front of them. Okay, so that's another way to handle that. Okay, then I put in a video here of how you have to talk to people, what you have to say, how you do it, and it's no magic. You be nice. You be nice. I'll call the people up. I need a job. I need help. Just say,
New year, better water for your family.
What do you suppose keeps people who are about to retire up at night?
Well, I want to give as many people as I can a copy of this free report I did with the help of ChatGPT. I want to give as many people as I can making $100,000 a year. Here, around $50,000 a year to train. Here's another one. These are all real programs. You could, here, like a dental assistant, $50,000 a year. A bookkeeper, $50,000 a year. A pharmacy technician, $20,000 a year. Truck driver, $55,000. See, the training is out there for you. And to have careers at $100,000 or $80,000 a year, I mean, that's, at least you get in the middle class. And that's the kind of help that's out there. They're not advertised. And don't go to Google. You're going to get caught with people that are no marketing and they know how to tickle your brain and get money out of your pocket that you don't even have, and you go into debt and you'll be worse off than you are now. Please don't do that. You have to use the free stuff. That's why they're there. This is why we have a community that help each other. And that's That's what life is all about, helping each other, helping your neighbor get ahead. That's what we do here. We put it into programs that help neighbors get ahead. And this is what we do at Let's Go Help.
How old was Sylvester Stallone in Over the Top?
Sylvester Stallone was 40 years old when Over the Top came out in February 1987. He was born in July of 1946 and turned
Mr. Michael Cutler limo?
Yes, sir. Afternoon, sir.
Where's my grandfather?
Told you we'll be arriving at the airport in an hour.
Cutler! Yes, sir! The colonel wants to see you. Right away, sir! The colonel wishes to see me, sir.
Father.
Father?
Yes, he's come to drive you home.
Hello, Mike.
I don't have a father, sir.
This is your father, Michael.
Sir, my grandfather has instructed me to go home with no one besides himself or my mother.
Your mother has legal custody over you, Cutler, not your grandfather. And it is her request that your father bring you home.
Sir, may I ask a question?
Of course.
May I see some identification on this man, sir?
That's not called for, Cadet.
It's okay.
Are we going in this? Why can't we fly?
Well, your mother thought it'd be a good way for us to get to know each other.
How long will it take?
Well, I have one more pickup and say 2-3 days to be in California, and mother doesn't go into surgery, say, until Wednesday morning.
Do you really think you can make up 10 years in 2 to 3 days?
That'd be tough.
I can do it myself. I'd like to say something, sir.
Sure.
This truck is disgusting.
I don't know, Mike. It's just old. Once on a stretch up to Vegas, this thing got up to
Sir?
nearly 100.
There's no need to make any conversation for my sake.
So much for small talk. Here we go.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
How did you get all these pictures of me?
Well, your mother sent them to me.
Why?
I've been writing to her for a long time, and I asked her for some pictures so I could see how you're growing up. That's good.
You two had been riding for a while, sir. How come I never got a single birthday card or... or anything?
What are you saying, Mike?
I'm saying I never heard from you.
Mike, I've written to you 100 times. Birthdays all the time, mate. Maybe I never.
Well, you must have sent them to the wrong address, because I never got anything. Sir, could you pull over, please? I'm feeling sick.
What's wrong?
Would you please pull over, sir?
Hey! Mike! Hey! Hey!
Hey, what the hell are you doing? Hey! Police on NJ!
Go.
Mike! I hate you.
I hate you. We have to start soon.
I thought you said you took care of business because they did it. They made everything. Get it.
The boy's mother called. She insisted that Michael leave with his father.
My daughter is in no condition to make that kind of decision. I didn't fly all the way up here to be simply told you turned my grandson over to that worthless bastard. I can't tolerate stupidity. Bring this up to the attention of the board.
I'm sorry about the... Sorry about the jacket.
It's no problem. You get the bill.
Sure. You know, if you're hungry, there's a great place up here for good steak. What do you say we stop?
Sir, you're going to be a victim of cholesterol poisoning. Later in life, you'll just start to run away.
You're just full of good humor, aren't you, Mike? Well, let's try it anyway. Okay. Hey, Mike. You're fine. Hook me up?
No problem.
See you, Mike.
Hey, Link, good to see you, man.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
How do you like this place, Mike?
I never did like the zoo, sir.
Hey,
Link. Hi, how are you doing?
Fine. Hi, Martha. This is my kid, Mike.
Well, nice.
How do you do, man?
Man. Whew. I like that. So what'll it be, a couple of good steaks, huh?
For me, Michael. Chicken.
My third, sure.
No, excuse me. For a man who exercises, you don't know much about nutrition. A fried chicken dinner with mashed potatoes and gravy contains about 1,000 calories and 50% fat. These fats have been linked to heart disease and some cancer.
So what would you like?
Tuna salad, whole wheat toast, and spring water with lemon, please.
Okay.
Double it.
All right.
Well, we can go to McDonald's.
You hawk? I said, are you hawk? I'm a smasher.
Nice name.
All I've been hearing on the road lately is this hawk and man feet.
You can't believe everything you hear.
I don't believe anything. I got 1,000 since I can tear your arm off. Want it? I was trying to back out.
I said, you want it? All right, let's get this table ready. Let's go. Come on, I want to show this guy something. Come on, break his arm.
Are you gonna fight that guy?
Can't talk to him, Mike.
Where are you going?
Gotta go to work.
What are you doing with that guy?
He's my father.
All right, Tony! Get ready? Go!
You got lucky again, huh, Hawks? Better do. Right now, double or nothing. What do you say?
Just wait for Vegas.
Come on, let's do it now. I feel like kicking some ass.
Just wait till Vegas, okay?
You ain't got a prayer in Vegas.
We'll see.
Too bad your old man's yellow, kid. I'll see you in Vegas. Get out! Back.
Sorry about that, Mike.
You know, you're a hustler. You hustled that man back there for money. I'd like to call my mother.
You know you're a hustler. I forgot how much of a brat that kid was.
Time, Michael. Patient. I know how you feel, but you must do it. It's important.
I know you want me to do it, but I don't even know him.
I want you to try. It's important to me.
Why? I thought everything was fine.
Michael, there's so much more to life than what you've seen, honey.
Where he left you.
He had his reasons. Look, I have to go now, but I want to talk to your father first, okay? I love you.
Okay. I love you too. What's the tattoo?
Thanks. How you doing, man? Mike, you all right? Hi, honey, how are you? Yeah, we're having a great time. Yeah, he's very helpful. The doctor's helping me right now. That was a nice song. Mike, I think we're wearing out this knob here.
Can I ask you a question? Are you still dealing drugs, sir? Are Are you?
You think of that all by yourself?
My grandfather gave me the facts.
Truth is, I never did what your grandfather said I did, Mike.
Neat.
I'm not going to stay that long anyway.